Oh, absolutely brilliant. All the dance moves, all the drama, and all the beautiful scenery from the Mother City once again. And we do it for the 2016 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. This is what the weather looks like here in the Mother City. It is drizzling a little bit. Temperatures are going to be mild throughout the day. However, the big talking point is, of course, going to be the wind and what that's going to be doing for the humidity and the precipitation. But we'll get into all of those details in just a short while as we bring you our live broadcast of the world's most beautiful marathon. A very good morning to you and welcome to this year's broadcast. So good to be in your company as we celebrate the theme Run as One. This is the 2016 theme for the 47th running of the event, because when we get out onto the road, when we go training, it doesn't matter your background, it doesn't matter your gender, where you're from, or what you're going through, or what you may do when it comes to your career. When we're out on the road, we have one common goal, and we run as one. And it's in this spirit that we're going to be celebrating and running the 2016 event. We've got a brilliant commentary team for you. I've got two of the gentlemen that are going to be on that commentary team. They're joining me here in our on-site studio, which is basically on the finish line here at the UCT ground, which is the final destination for our runners today. Two men in studio. He's the editor of Runners World. A very warm welcome back to television, Mike Finch.
Morning. I like the fact that it says 51% rain chance. Well, we can confirm it is 100% rain chance because it is quite rainy already, but apparently it is going to come and go throughout the day, which is a good sign for us.
Okay, so we've got a little bit of a damp Mike Finch there. We've also got a little bit of a damp Big T from our radio station, Phala Phala FM, my SABC colleague. Zwami Tambo is the show that he does every single weekday, and it's all focused on sport. But today, there's no other focus other than road running. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Valen. Thank you very much for inviting me here.
Good to have you gentlemen here. Mike, I'm going to start with you. The weather conditions, or is this rain going to go anywhere? Because Cape Townians and the people that live here in the Mother City, they always seem to have, I don't know, like a direct line to the weatherman. They can tell you what's going to happen when it comes to the weather much better than anyone else.
Well, I'm privileged to live just down the road here, and I can tell you, if you live in this part of Cape Town, you often get 4 seasons in one day. I mean, it's a real cliche, but it's true about this area. And when we got here this morning, it was drizzling, and northwest is blowing, which is quite unusual for Cape Town. Normally the dominant wind is a southeaster, which means that when the runners start, they'll actually have a tailwind, particularly on 56 kilometre all the way down to the turning at Fishhook. They'll be having wind behind them, and then on the half marathon, of course, the first sort of 10-15 kilometres, also a bit of a tailwind as well. So it's going to help the runners at the start. People might say, well, if it's a tailwind at the start, does it mean it's going to be a headwind at the finish? Not exactly, because you kind of go through the mountains. Chapman's Peak for the 56 will be a bit windy a bit later, but then they get through Constantia, it's crop protected. So the wind is actually very favourable for the runners. The rain less so.
And also, whenever you get hit by that little breeze and you're wet, it doesn't do anything for how you're feeling while you're busy running. Big T, this is an event that each and every single person wants to be a part of. And I think that this year's theme, Run as One, is rather appropriate, because we see runners coming not only from all over South Africa, but from all over the world, really.
And exactly, I think when I was just checking the stats, it sounds that everybody, even across the whole globe, they want to be part of this marathon. And I can tell you, more than 70 countries, athletes representing the countries, they are down in the country right here. And one thing specific is that when you look at men and women going all out and say, look, I want to be part of this marathon, that tells a lot, and that we are now moving towards the right direction.
Yeah, it certainly is a global event. And when it comes to the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, it's not just what happens today on Easter Saturday, which is the half marathon and the 56-kilometre event, but there's a whole festivity of events that take place in the lead up to the race. One of them includes the International Friendship Run. There's a toddler trot and a nappy dash, fun runs that take place on Friday, along with the trail runs, and all of them are sold out events to make the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon an event that basically caters for over 26,000 people, close to 30,000 people will be a part of running festivities, and that's quite something to crow about, and it is something that the organisers crow about.
I think what's incredible about this event is that traditionally it's been a 56-kilometre ultra run, and when the half marathon was brought into the field in 1998, there was a lot of people who felt that the half marathon would take away from the 56. Ironically, the 56 has actually grown as a result of people who have done the 21. They've done the 21 a few times. They want to do the 56, and it's grown the event as a whole. And of course, that's notwithstanding all the other events around it, including the amazing trail run, which was held yesterday. So it really has become a success story for South African running.
And when we speak about success stories, you want numbers, I'll give you numbers. 11,000 people entered the 56-kilometer event, 16,000 for the half a marathon, and those entries were sold out in a matter of hours, along with the entries that they had for the trail runs, which were also sold out in a matter of hours. And when did the ultra marathon entries sell out, you ask me? Well, in just 8 weeks. So it just showed you the kind of demand that there is to be a part of this event. We want you to be a part of our broadcast because we're going to be with you right up until 1:30. It's very easy. Make use of social media, Instagram and Twitter. On Twitter, you can make use of the SABC Sport hashtag, handle rather, @sport@SABC, and use the hashtag 2Oceans2016. And you can use the same hashtag for all of those Instagram uploads that you happen to have. So if you're out on the road, or if you're planning to go out on the road, well, send some snaps. So we want to see what you're seeing out on the road. Hashtag 2Oceans2016. And maybe some funny things that we maybe miss, that our cameras miss. We've got so many of them along the route, but you know, maybe you pick up something that you'd like to share with us, and we'd love to hear what you have to say. So I've introduced you to our studio. We're going to be taking you through the start of the half marathon, which the first batch goes off in about 15 minutes time at 10:06. So we're going to be bringing you the start, the 3 different starts that they have for the half marathon. But this is what's happening in studio. What's happening out on the road at the start on Main Road? Oli Zondo is out there. I believe that we're going to be getting to her in just a short while, because that's really something that you can sense, this unity, and you can really understand the theme of Run as One is at the start, because you have all of these people, they're packed, and what's lovely is that you actually get those 27,000 people, because you've got the half marathon that are loading from the front and the ultra that are loading from the back, and it's just the most special thing to actually be there, all these bodies together. It's a wonderful energy.
That's exactly. I think when you look at, at the start, everybody's want to be part of the very event, and you know what, the theme, Run as One. I mean, it tells you that everybody want to be part of this event. And again, it motivates even those who has been lagging behind to say, fine, if I can be able to be part of this show, well, I'm there.
What does it mean for the elite runners? And when it comes to the half marathon, let's take a look at the prize money. First place, 25,000 Rand, and that's going all the way down to 10th position, where 500 Rand is attached to that. And Mike, we don't often see prize money going all the way down to 10th place when it comes to half marathons here in South Africa. It just shows you the stature of this half marathon being the biggest one in South Africa.
Well, I think that's exactly what it is. We attract the very best athletes from South Africa, a lot of international runners as well, and I think it's important that they do offer decent prize money for the half, and it is one of the best in the country, and so it should be.
We've got a class field, and we are still able to say that despite the fact that today, later on in the UK, we're going to be having the IAAF World Half Marathon Championships.
Yeah, so I mean, we unfortunately missing Stephen Makoko, who won this event last year, because he is at the World Champs, and it's just an unfortunate coincidence. But we do have an incredibly class field. Errol Gallant, who was second last year, he looks in unbelievable shape. I think it's one of those days where if the rain just kind of holds off for a little bit and it doesn't become too slippery out there, they're going to get very, very close to the record time, because the conditions are nice and cool, and that tailwind at the start will definitely help the runners.
All right, well, we'll get into the details of who to watch out for, especially when it comes to the half marathon, in a short while. Stay with our live broadcast right here on SABC2.
Unfair dismissal, wrongful arrest, blacklisting, contractual disputes, uncontested divorce, or drunk driving charges. It can happen to anyone.
Join Clientele Legal today and have a tough professional lawyer by your side 24 hours a day.
It's affordable. Plans start from 130 rands per month.
SMS PLAN to 41446 and we'll call you back.
All Clientele Legal plans include a bail benefit. Should you be arrested, we will go to the police station on your behalf and pay the bail.
I'm very impressed with the service I got from Clientele Legal. They were very tough and very professional.
Clientele has helped me to feel empowered.
There is justice in South Africa if you've got Clientele Legal on your side.
Professional lawyers, professional advice at an affordable price.
Join Clientele Legal today.
SMS PLAN to 41446 and we'll call you back.
Pen Pop Power, candy and gum, all in one.
With a 20 million rand lotto guaranteed jackpot to be won today, what's the one thing you do?
Own a tapas restaurant right here in Soweto.
Panda Pusher Play for your one thing in today's 20 million rand lotto guaranteed jackpot draw.
Panda.
Try new Nivea Men Face Cream. It's non-greasy, fast-absorbing, and affordable. Men, this is your face cream. Nivea Men, it starts with you. Plan for greatness. At worldofendurance.co.za. The Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon is proudly brought to you by Old Mutual.
Welcome back. You're watching SABC Sports live production of the 2016 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, where the theme for this year's world's most beautiful ultramarathon is Run as One. Mike Fincher says that he believes that a record could be in the legs of some of our elite runners if it's not too slippery out there. But if you can see this light wind, this light rain that keeps on tapping me on my head, as well as our two gentlemen here, it may be quite slippery. And the other thing about the half is that it's always done in very dark conditions too, which is half the reason why we can't get to see too much after the starts.
You know, if you watch how fast those half marathon runners are going out there, they're going to be just over an hour. And the sun really hasn't come up by the time they actually finish. So the first part of the course is quite tricky. As they go through sort of Constantian areas, a lot of trees in the area, so if it is a bit overcast like that, it takes a lot longer to get light. And of course it makes the runners a bit nervous when they're running at high speed to be running in the dark. So it does have an effect, and that will obviously affect the times today, but the conditions are cool. And I know that out in the course there'll be loads of people out in the course supporting the race, and they're traditionally, literally the whole of Constantia comes out in droves with their Squattelbriars to support the runners. So there is incredible support in the route, but it's always, you know, it's interesting to see when the conditions are like this, how the runners perform, whether it's fast or really slow.
Well, the records when it comes to the half marathon currently are records that were set back in 2013 on the new course. Stephen Mokoka, who is unfortunately not here, he's part of the South African team at the IAAF World Half Marathon Championships. Stephen Mokoka's record back in 2013, 1 hour, 3 minutes, 35 seconds, and the women's record currently standing at 1 hour, 12 minutes and 42 seconds. Big T, let's chat a little bit about the men, because although we don't have Mokoka here, we have got Alroy Galant, who just a couple of days ago qualified for the Olympic Games at Greenpoint Stadium over 5,000 meters.
That's the man I'm looking forward to see. I mean, whether he can be able to maintain this, you know, coming down to this Two Ocean Marathon. But I think he's one man that we have been always looking at him. Look, I was like, you know, puzzled when I saw him, you know, going to the ASA, you know, series, and I thought, my goodness, is he the Galant that I know? But then he was able to put it. And maybe looking at him, but I think again, you need to see the likes of Sibuso Nzima, who are are coming through. And these are the guys that, when you look at them for this year, they can be able to pose a threat to, Gallant. But then, like you said, Mark, like we said, in terms of the weather conditions, maybe it can play a part, it can play a role, because some of the people who are, used to be training far away from other conditions, when they come to Cape Town, weather conditions, now it can be a different, story to tell.
It certainly is. It's a big talking point, the conditions out there, but when it comes to our elite runners, they certainly do know how to manage these things very, very well. And there's that age-old saying, if it's raining for me and the wind is blowing for me, it's blowing for him and it's raining for him too. Let's take a look at some of those elite men and the contenders when it comes to the half marathon here at the Old Mutual Two Oceans. And we've spoken a little bit about Elroy Gallant. Then you've got Joel Morne, who many had raised eyebrows as to why wasn't he a part of the half marathon team that actually is currently in Cardiff. A class runner. Sibusiso Nzima, you mentioned him. He also is a man that qualified for the Olympic Games when it comes to the full marathon. And we're going to be speaking more about people that are hoping to qualify for the Olympic marathon when it comes to the ladies too. Take us through the elite men.
Maybe quite interesting is that when you look at the the top and island runners there, you can tell more of them are coming from South Africa. But you can be able to have one maybe coming from Lesotho. But I can tell you, it's going to be a very big competition between Elroy Gallant as well as guys like Leon Bosman, Etienne Plakis, and of course as well as Pilani Buthelezi. Like I said, Sibusiso Nzima is one of those guys that I'm looking forward to see. But yes, it can be one man's race here.
All right, so I'd love to hear what you have to say about that, Mike, as to what we may be seeing when it comes to the elite men. As you can see there, these are where the winners are going to be coming from. What you're looking at now are live pictures from the start of the half marathon. We've got batches A to C going off now at 10 to 6. And just because of the nature, because of the size of the field here at the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, over 21.1 kilometers, there's just so many people, you can't let them all go off at once. And it's quite nice that they have staggered it, and it also works in the favor of our elite athletes.
I think once you're in sort of group from C down, I always say to runners, can I do a personal best at Two Oceans? Well, you can if you're in the top couple of groups, but once you're further down the field, enjoy the day. But these guys that we're looking at the pictures at the moment, this is the very elite runners, and it is still, as you can see, very dark. And it is going to take a while for the guys to kind of figure out where they're going. But some of the best runners in South Africa are right there, and it's going to be the first couple of kilometres incredibly quick. Obviously a bit of a false start there, but it's amazing how these guys go off at speeds that are almost unbelievable.
But no red cards when it comes to road running.
No red cards. There's a couple of them that should have got a red card just there.
And there they go. That is the start of the Old Mutual Two Oceans half marathon. These are the elites going off right now down Main Road. It's still very, very dark, quite chilly. We saw a couple of packets being thrown off, and it's all guns going.
Well, I think quite interesting is that when you look at all the guys and men here who are, the women and men who are here, he said, they are not even sure as to which route they are going, but it's for those who will be able to run this marathon and who have traveled this road before they could come to this race.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing just to see the number of people out there. Lots of pace setters as well, of course. There's the runners or pace setters who are part of this race every single year. And a lot of the guys will be looking for sub 90, sub 145, sub 2 hours further down the field. And it's quite difficult for the runners to actually figure out where their pace setters are because of the number of runners out there. But these kind of guys are probably looking at sort of something around 2 hours for their half marathon today, celebrating, being part of it, and looking forward to all the celebrations through Constantia. Up Wynberg Hill, of course, is the big first test. That's when they start feeling it in the legs. That's when they can kind of stretch the legs a bit, and then you get an idea of how you're feeling for the rest of the race.
It's always a thing at the beginning of any half marathon or marathon. It's always just a case of hurry up and go, and we're going slowly.
And we're going slowly, and walk. Yeah,
and slowly we're going to just slow our feet down and we're actually going to walk just because of how many people there are there. But I mean, at this point we are nearly 2 minutes into the race and you've already got the elite guys and they're halfway through their first kilometer.
They're almost a K in.
Yeah, exactly. Because I think this is where they can be able to be tabling their own time to say, look, within this range of time, I need to be at this particular point. Because if you don't time your pace, then it can catch up with you when you go to the end.
There will be three starts when it comes to the half marathon. So what we saw now going off when it comes to the 21.1 kilometer race is batches A to C. We're going to have batch D going off at 6 o'clock and then 10 minutes thereafter. Then we're going to have the final batch of runners because there are 16,000 people and you need to make those kinds of accommodations. So Mike, you were explaining that somebody that wants to run a PB at the half here at Oceans, they wouldn't want to do it if you were in batch D or E.
Well, D's not too bad because actually you have a separate start, so you kind of get a bit of a whole shot. But once you catch the back of C, obviously you're a bit delayed. But it's very interesting that you look at the times when the guys are going across the line. Some of the back of that field in that first batch start are sort of 2.5 minutes behind their time. So they're hitting kilometre 1 2 minutes down before they've even started. And you say, well, that's not that much. But if you're a marginal 2-hour runner and you've got to try and make that 3 minutes up over the next couple of kilometres, sometimes the guys go too hard. They leave too much to do in the last couple of kilometres. So it is tricky, and I think often runners get a bit upset about personal bests. They should actually, if they're not in the front bunches, just enjoy the day. It is a wonderful day.
What about those runners that are going off at the next start?
Yeah.
Our next start will be in just a couple of minutes' time at 6 o'clock. Will they then, when they cross the finish line, how do they do the timing? Is it via your championship?
It's based on your chips, so basically your start time will be when your batch starts, but not necessarily when you cross the line. So if you're at the back of that group, when you go over the line and your chip registers that you've started, that's not the time, it's the time that your batch starts. That's when the gun goes off. So when the first batch goes off at 10 to 6, that's no matter where you are in that batch, that's when your start time is, and when you cross the line with your chip, that's your finish time. So it is not chip to chip like it is overseas. In South Africa, it's very much start gun to the finish.
All right, we'll have more for you from our live broadcast of the race in just a short while. We've still got those other two starts for the half marathon coming your way. Stay where you are.
Pay or renew your TV license at one of the 10,000 outlets nationwide, and you could win weekly prizes. Congratulations to these 10 TV licenses competition winners. Remember, you are still in line to win the grand prize of 50,000 Rand. Pay yours and stand a chance to win.
Watch Bafana Bafana take on Cameroon in AFCON 2017 qualifier. Live from Cameroon on SABC 1 at 3 p.m. Or you can join SABC Sport and Ukwazi personalities at Eka Eating House in Phoenix to watch the match live on the big screen. Or stand a chance to win one of 10 tickets for you and your friend to join us in Durban as VVIPs, where you'll be driven with former coach Clive Barker in the Bafana Bafana team bus. By answering this question, who is the current Bafana Bafana coach? SMS Bafana Bafana followed by your answer and your area to 34025. SMS costs 1 Rand, no free SMS. We all know friends make the moment. Sikipa mo na buntanga. Hashtag Kaufela Kaufela. Brought to you by SABC Sport, Ukwazi FM, and Kaselaga.
Winning is not a sometime thing. It's an every time thing. Winning takes hard work. Winning is a habit. Which is why MAC washing powder wins. Its stain busting power is legendary. Dirt and stains are no match against MAC washing powder's winning formula.
Wash, 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 wash.
Get more with MAC from Bliss.
Welcome back. You're watching SABC Sports, a live production of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. Use the hashtag 2Oceans2016 and use the Twitter handle @sport@SABC. We just saw our elites go off at the 10-6 start when it comes to the half marathon. We chatted about the elite men's field. Let's chat a little bit about the ladies' field, because we have got 4 women there that are hoping to make the South African Olympic marathon team. The fastest is Christine Kalmer. She's already run that qualifier, 2 hours 33 back in Valencia in November. But then we've got Mapaseka Makanya, Renee Kalmer, Christine's sister, and Yvette van Sail.
It's a very good field, isn't it? What's lovely about a race when you have it in an Olympic year is that all the top runners in South Africa, as you just said, are going for that marathon qualifier. So they're all in good shape. This is the time of the year they'll be doing a lot of speed work. And without a doubt, I think Yvette van Sail is probably the person to watch out for today. She's come back from having a baby, and they always say when you come back from having a baby, not that I know, but you certainly are a lot stronger. But she's in great shape. She's done incredible times on the track this year in the 3,000, the 5,000 and the 10K. She won the Johnson Crane Half Marathon this year, and she's run a 3,000 metre personal best this year. So she's probably the form person at the moment. But Renee Kalmer, coming back from a bit of injury problems last year, had a bit of a hip issue. She seems to be back in shape as well, and she's a class actor. Many South African titles. She's represented South Africa on every different facet of running, and along with her sister Christine, very good. Mapaseka Makanya, another absolutely brilliant athlete, an Olympic hopeful, one of the hardest runners. She comes from a track background. She knows how to run fast, and this will be the course that if it gets down to the wire in the last kilometre or so, Mapaseka will be somebody that I think might take it.
Oh, I mean, like you say, such class athletes, not too much between them. All of them are extremely tough, and they are worth their weight. The fact that we are able to speak about them, because they are very class performers, and that's going to leave it for a very interesting race when it comes to the ladies.
Yeah, I mean, just going back to Mapaseka, I mean, she was second last year. That's why I think she's kind of the dark horse here, because there's a lot of runners in there, and you don't really talk about her as necessarily a good winner, but she really is in very good shape. And I think if I had to put my money on anything, it's between Yvette van Black and or Yvette van Sail, as she is now, and Mapaseka Makanya.
All right, okay, and Mike is not usually a betting man. He tells me off camera, but I see a little 10 rand going there. He says, guys, put your money where your mouth is.
Don't record that.
All right, so it's time now to go over to the start. I promised it to you a little bit earlier on. Xolani Zondo is out there. She's at the start. She saw the first batch of half marathoners go off, and let's see what else she has for us. And also, let's get a sense of the vibe down at the start, because it really is a magical experience when it comes to this race and any other big marathon here in South Africa. Oli, good morning.
Good morning, Valen. You are right on the money. It is quite a magical experience. Now, all week long, we've been hearing the weather forecast that we can expect showers, and that is exactly what is happening here today. Some of the athletes that are here by the Golden Spur at Newlands have been telling me that they really are hoping and crossing fingers that it doesn't pour down, because already this weather seems to be dampening the mood. But we are not going to let it deter us for celebrating the world's most beautiful marathon. I'm very excited to be here. You are asking about the atmosphere. It's absolutely electric. The music is blasting as I speak now. We are waiting for the ultra to kick off, and of course we are encouraging everyone at home to also take part. I know that the weather isn't really coming through for us, but we want those spectators to come through and encourage and egg on all of the athletes. I am going to be speaking to a few of them, a lot of them who have made the New Year's resolution to take part in this Two Oceans for the very first time. We'll be bringing through those interviews. And of course, in terms of the ultra, everyone is excited to see if the South Africans are also going to come out top from this experience. So Valen, we don't mind the rain. So it was all the blessings that we need for this world's most beautiful marathon. How's it going there in studio?
Thank you so much, Claudia. She stands at the start of the Ultra. What you saw there were live visuals of the second batch of the half marathoners going off. Claudia spoke about The music, she spoke about people warming up, and just a little bit about the drizzle. But it is a great thing to be a part of, and there's so many traditions around the start of the ultra. But these are pictures of the half marathon, and these guys will be quite excited to get out there, get on their way. And I think what's also quite nice is with the start so early, even for your 2-hour half marathoners, 2.5-hour half marathoners, you're not going to get particularly hot out there today, are you?
Not really, but I think one thing that we need to be very, very, show off is that when the weather conditions is just like this, I think this gives, runners that, ample time to say, I want to just relax and maybe push, myself according to what I have trained for. Like you said, in terms of the music, in terms of what, people bring together is in their culture, it's quite a wonderful thing because that brings that camaraderie spirit wherein you can be able to say, this sound, when it's really playing part of me, then I can be able to really go. You have seen that, most of the boxers or either most of the athletes who does boxing, they will have to go there with their song, pumping them, and that gives them, that oomph going forward.
Well, we certainly saw at the beginning of the show, we saw the guys dancing here. But most of them only dance when they're here at the finishing straight. We've been talking a lot about the conditions, right? We've been speaking a lot about what the wind will and won't do and how that will help the runners. Mike, you say that it won't be too much of an issue coming back on the second half of the route, which is the most difficult part of the ultra. But when we think back on Two Oceans of past, you get these images of some of the years that we've had, and I remember this finishing straight that is behind our studio being just like a mud bath. Yeah. So, runners, when it comes to the Two Oceans, they've had all weather conditions.
Yeah. I think that's what makes the Two Oceans quite special, is that the weather is always a factor. Even on a good day, you're going to have a southeast. The southeast is blowing, you have the southeaster in your face all the way, and that is often the dominant wind. Then you have a day like this when it's a bit miserable and a bit rainy. I don't want to say miserable because sometimes it's actually quite nice and atmospheric in a way. And then you have that amazing, when you're going up Chapman's Peak, you'll see some of the visuals later on when you watch the runners going up Chapman's Peak. It's this spectacular road. It's an incredible place to run. If you have to watch it from overseas, people think, well, I can't believe people run on that road, and it just makes for an incredible event. And I saw a viral video on Facebook the other day talking about how Cape Town was one of the most visited spots in the world and why it is one of the most viewable places to visit in the world. And it will be shown today because this is the route that people are running on today.
I'm surprised with all of this talk about the half marathon, you gentlemen have not told me a very important statistic, and that is about the split of the field when it comes to the gender. Yeah. There are more women running the half marathon here at the Old Mutual Two Oceans than the men. 54% of that field of 16,000 are actually ladies.
Well, of course, I think women are now overtaking men in terms of...
Hopefully not overtaking them. We've got a real problem.
But I think it's signaling a message to men to say, I was talking to Kwan and said, listen, if you check most of our elite runners, they are going over the ages of 35, 36, 37, 40. And is it something that we're doing in terms of really, coaching and really luring other, youngsters to go and be part of this marathon? And mostly women, we need them.
And actually, that's a trend that started back in 2010, that half of the field were ladies. And from 2010, it's just gotten progressively more. Do you think it's because the half marathon is something that suits the ladies? Or do you think it's because it's easier to fit in training for a half while trying to manage all the other things in your life than it would be for your training for an ultra?
I think it's a combination of all those things, and as you just said, it started from about 2010. We saw a shift, and it's not just at the Two Oceans. Many other events around South Africa, we're seeing women dominating and having more numbers than men, which we, 10 years ago, we would have thought that was impossible. But I think it's a combination. It's the fact that it's time efficient. I think a lot of women run for weight loss, and I think it's the most efficient way of losing weight in a very short space of time. And it's also a cool sport. If you look at all the gear that's out there now, the people just walking around the expo, it's amazing to see the stuff you can buy, from wearable tech to the watches and the GPSs, and you can download it on various software. It's a cool sport to be involved in, and it gives you feedback. So I think it's trendy to run. And I think it shows in the field, a very young field in the half marathon. There ultra tends to be slightly older with more experienced runners, but in the half marathon, lots of novices. Something like 7,000 of the 16,000 people doing the half marathon are novices. So that's also a good sign for the growth of the sport as well.
All right, and as you say, while there's been a lot of attention when it comes to the half marathon and a fear a couple of years ago that it may detract away from the 56 kilometers, what we've actually noticed is that that's not the case at all, because running is one of those things, once you start doing it, once you're part of the running community, it's kind of a part of your everyday life and it runs through your veins and you just want to continue being a part of it. And anybody will tell you, if they've been involved in road running here in South Africa, that once you get involved and once you start doing a 10K, once you start doing a half marathon, the next thing that everybody asks you, when are you doing Oceans? When are you doing Comrades? And then those questions kind of stick with you and they plant the seed. And it is like that for so many people that then progress on to running an ultra. Speaking to Colleen Durick yesterday in the build-up to the Oceans, to the 2 Oceans, I said, you know, as a 4-time Olympian, why would you want to run anything over 42 kilometers? Because Haile Gebrselassie is unapologetic when he says, I won't do it. He says, because real runners run ultras. We're going to be focusing in on the ultra marathon in just a short while, but let's go back to the start where Oli Zondo is at the start of the 56 kilometer event. Oli, what have you got for us?
Oh my goodness, I hear in studio you talking about how women are actually dominating the 2 Oceans Marathon. Well, I have found 2 men to talk to, very envious of them because they made the New Year's resolution to actually run the ultra marathon for the very first time. I've got Usikhari and Lee here. Gentlemen, you have decided to run this ultra marathon. Why make that decision?
No, it's always been my my objective to run this. I entered 2011. I could not make it here because of transport problems, and I decided this time around I'll have to make it. Come rain or shine, I'll be here.
I love it that the transport has made a way for you. And of course, Lee, you've run 4 half marathons. This is your first ultra. Why make the transition?
I think you're saying earlier about the women. That's actually the ones who's motivating me today. So yeah, I've always been doing half marathons, but this time around they convinced me to do the ultra. So here we go.
Well, we're very excited for you. And in terms of the weather, what do you think that's going to do for your run?
The weather. Best weather ever. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, Christian, let's talk about Chapman's Peak. Everyone is talking about that. How do you think you're going to fare when it gets to that?
Well, last year we went Oud-Kaapseweg, so it's my first time doing Chappies. So I expect we're going to have a cold one out there today, but on the other hand, I think it's going to be a lovely one. My first time, so I really look forward to doing it.
Okay. And then in terms of the ultra, why make the decision to actually run 2 Oceans this year? Well, you've done it last year. Why come back again?
It's just the biggest marathon in the world and the world's most beautiful marathon. It's just a must do. So yeah, definitely must. It's a must. So yeah.
Just quickly encourage everyone at home. Tell them about the atmosphere here. Why should they be here to actually aid you guys?
It is a wonderful race. Everybody, if you can do it, it's a must. It's live. Everything is just powerful about this race, and yeah, it's wonderful.
All right, best of luck. And in terms of your training, was that hectic coming into?
The training was going a bit sticky, and in the last ends, I was a bit of a flu. So, but I'm back in the training now, and everything's going great. So yeah, I'm fit. I'm ready for the race.
Okay, so Valen, as you can see, it's guy after guy after guy. I know we're talking about how the women are dominating. Yusuf also here. You are running this ultra for the 9th time. You are addicted.
Good morning, South Africa. That's my first name. And good morning, Cape Town. Of course, it's my number 9. It's going to be an amazing day. It's going to be a great day, an awesome day. And one thing I want to say, for my club members, the ones that will run into the first half marathon today, go out there and show the Cape Townians, South Africa, what can you do today, and good luck to everybody.
All right, and then the weather, are you loving it, or is it going to dampen the mood a bit?
Where I come from, the weather is very hot. I'm actually Moroccan. I'm from the North Africa. But this weather for me, it's very chilly, but I love the heat. I wish it can be hot today.
It is going to be a very hot one. Thank you so much for talking to us. I found 4 men. Can you believe it? So yes, I hear the stats, 54% of women running the ultras, running the marathon, but at least I got a few of the men. People who are doing this either for the 10th time, some for the very first. Very envious of what the results are going to be.
Thank you very much, Oli. This year, during the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, Old Mutual is giving you a chance to win some amazing prizes. It's very easy. All you have to do is answer the questions that come up on screen by SMSing Old Mutual and your answer. So that's Old Mutual and either A, B or C to 34068. And you could be a winner. There are also Adidas hampers and Garmin Forerunner watches to be won. So don't miss out. And throughout the day, we'll give you the opportunity to win with the Old Mutual, with Garmin, as well as Adidas. So you'll want to keep track of what's going on and keep your phones handy, but also keep your phones handy so that you can interact with us on social media. It's hashtag 2Oceans2016 and make use of the handle @sport@SABC. If you've got some international friends, then we are live streaming the entire broadcast on YouTube. So do make sure to just pop onto the SABC Sport channel on YouTube and tell your friends about it, because they'll be able to watch the same thing that you are here in South Africa. They'll be able to do it on a live streaming. So that's something to look forward to. Gentlemen, I just want to chat a little bit about the Ultra, because our half marathon athletes have gone, and it's amazing to think that in, kind of less than an hour, we'll already be seeing the winners of the half actually coming through here at UCT. But now the focus shifts onto the 56 kilometers and to some of the traditions around the start.
Yeah, well, there's the Fisherman's Horn, which is a big part of it, and you'll see that going as we see the start of it. And this race has a lot of tradition in it, because it is a race that started back away in 1970. And I was looking at some of the stats about how the race has grown. The first race had 26 runners in it. Now we're sitting with 27,000. So it shows where it was and where it has come to. And there is lots of tradition that goes with it. The Fisherman's Horn is obviously very much part of Cape Town culture and has been blown ever since the race started way back in 1970. So that's just one of the many traditions that are part of this incredible race.
Another tradition is for those 5-hour runners, the cannon going off through Hout Bay, and that was something that they did for one Chet Sainsbury, the long-time race director who just over a month ago passed away. And I know that there's been a lot of initiatives to remember Chet. I know that one of the charities that are being actually supported by the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon is Cancer Buddies, and of course Chet succumbed to cancer, and that's something that's quite lovely about the road running community. It is a family, isn't it?
Exactly. I think when you look at Cape Town now, it's becoming a hub. Like they say, it's the most famous, marathon ever in the whole of the world. But I think again, it really culminates to loving your lifestyle and getting to seek that which can be able to really redeem you as you grow up. And you can tell, when he's talking about the Fisherman Horn, the Horn. To me, it has been like an incredible history that I can be able to live and cherish going forward. And more significantly is that when you look at how it all started, 1970 way back and up until today, and you can see the increase in numbers, you can see people coming together, like you said, women now gaining numbers. That's really incredible.
I'm going to get your thoughts on Chet in just a short while, because it is a man that you had quite a close relationship with, as so many people did in the road running community, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on Chet Sainsbury in a short while. But we spoke about some of the traditions here at the Two Oceans, and one of it is, of course, the fish horn that is blown just before the start of the race. And we did a little insert on the man that actually blows the horn, Ryan Bankfield.
Brian, now we know that at the start of the race, you're there bright and early blowing your traditional horn. How has that been in the last 38 years?
Well, I was race director some years ago, in 1975, in my second year, and I was looking for an element that would bring tradition to the event. And I recalled at that time, when I was a youngster, the fishmongers selling their fish off their fish carts up and down the streets in the northern suburbs of Cape Town, blowing their fish horns to beckon the housewives to come and buy their weekly supply of fish. And it struck me that this would be ideal and appropriate for the Two Oceans Marathon. A couple of weeks before the event, I had to go out and see if I could get a fish horn and find someone who could blow it, and if not, then teach myself. And after a few weeks of walking the streets of Cape Town to all the antique shops. I came across one on the outskirts of Cape Town that had 2. And he was selling them for R5 in those days each, which was a cinch, and I took them both. And I had 3 weeks, and I puffed and I huffed and I blew and nothing came out. And honestly, I was in such a panic, couldn't find anyone else to blow it. And eventually, after a while, I managed to get a sound to come out, and I thought, okay, fortified with that, I would now make the attempt.
Okay, let's talk about the fish horn specifically. I mean, what's it made out of, and how do you blow it?
Well, believe it or not, the fish horn is made of paraffin tin. Back in the 50s, they sold paraffin in these big paraffin tins, and the fishmongers used to cut it up, roll it into a cone form like this, and to solder a bit of a copper mouthpiece to it, like a bugle would have, and that's how they blew it and emitted a sound. It's not melodious, but it sufficed to do the job, and people hearing the fish horn would know it was the fishmonger and come out and buy their fish. It was quite exciting times in those days.
Brian, I think there's only one thing left to do. You got to show us how it works. So let's...
Brian Benningfield, the fish horn blower, and Mike in studio actually said to me when he saw that, he's like, Belling, that is actually really tough to do. You've actually tried to.
I tried it a couple of years ago, and I thought, well, it can't be that difficult, but you actually, it's a very little sort of gap at the top, and you have to blow it very specifically, and I got virtually no sound. It just sounded like I was blowing against the wind. So
just have to go to him.
Yes, I know. Brian is the expert, and let's leave it to him to do it.
But like when you pick up a vuvuzela for the first time.
Yeah, no.
Especially if
it can disappoint you, I'm telling you.
I mentioned Chet Sainsbury, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on the man.
Yeah, I mean, very sad for the running community. I think he was Mr. Two Oceans and ran the race for close on 20 years in various capacities. And he was that guy that took the race from being a sort of a club run where everybody participated to turning it into a commercial venture. He was part of Old Mutual for many, many years on the sponsorship side, and he really took the race to the next level. And even though he had a bit of an hiatus, he came back towards the end of his life to basically run the event again and kind of get it back on track. And he really has played a massive role, not just in the development of the Two Oceans itself, but of course road running as a whole. And he was a very avid runner himself. Incredible stories of him running Comrades Marathon a few years ago where he had a broken arm at the start and finished the race. He was a really tough guy, and he was one of those guys. When I first met him, he was kind of almost a bit intimidating because he was so resolute. He knew what he was doing. He was incredibly organised, and I think that what we see today is the results of an incredibly hard work done by him and his wife Anna Marie, who he survives, and she was also a very big part of the development of the race.
You speak about just how tough he was. He was also one of the early men, I think, that did 20 Cape Arguses and Two Oceans.
Yeah, he was that guy. Whenever you went to do a race, I would see him at the start of a race and I'd go, I wonder if I can beat him today. And you knew that you couldn't, because he was always consistently strong and fit. And that's why it was almost sad that he passed away, as you said, less than a month ago, and it was a very sad moment for the running community. But he fought it for 2 years, and he was one of those guys. He really did. He was a fighter, and a lot of people I know looking on Facebook yesterday, looking at the running community. A lot of people running in his honour today. So you'll see a lot of people with their numbers saying running for Chet, and they'll be basically recognising and paying tribute to him when they run today.
What we're seeing now is live visuals from the start out on Main Road in Newlands here in Cape Town. This is the start of the 56, which will be getting underway in just under 10 minutes time, and we'll be speaking a little bit more about not only the man that was so closely associated with the race for a very long time, but also those people that will be going for his medal, a very honourable time to actually go for.
Yeah, the Sainsbury Medal, which was established a few years ago, was basically to remember him and his wife's contribution to the race. The irony is he never ran it himself, and I think he was very sad about that. It kind of happened just as the best of his career was over. So he never ran a Chet Sainsbury Medal himself, or Sainsbury Medal, even though in his early part of his career he was very capable of doing that. So I guess that is bittersweet in many ways for the Sainsburys.
All right, let's focus in now on the elite and those people that will be running for a variety of reasons, whether it be in the memory of a loved one, whether it be in the memory of a road running legend, or just going out to achieve something that you set your mind to. Oli chatted to a couple of the ultra runners a short while ago, those people that are very, very excited and full of energy, and you can't meet a more energized person than somebody that is just about to run a 56 kilometers. The adrenaline just takes over every fiber in your body. So let's cross over to Oli now to find out who she's got with her.
Absolutely correct, Valen. It is excitement galore at the start of the ultra. Let's talk to you. This is your fourth, your seventh ultra. What makes you keep on coming back for more?
So I like to run. So my love for running is unstoppable. I have been running for 35 years, and well, I am the winner of 2003 Two Oceans Marathon, and I'm still competing, and today I would like to run a good race.
That is fantastic, Simona. That is absolutely fantastic. Gerda, this is going to be your first one. How are you feeling?
Now I'm thinking the energy is high, energy levels is higher. It's a good field this year, and I'm ready. We've all trained hard, so yeah, we're hoping.
Any jitters whatsoever?
Yeah, I think the normal jitters, but nothing too much.
Nothing too much. Alrighty, and then what has been your personal best?
On the marathon is 2:29, but at the moment, because I'm almost 45, my best is 40. And well, here 3:37.
Congratulations on that, and we wish you all of the best. I'm sure the training is going to work out.
Thank you very much.
All right, very soon we are going to hear the national anthem go off. The runners are ready. There are jitters, of course. Everyone is super amped for the ultra marathon to kick off. We cannot wait to see what the most beautiful marathon in the world has got in store for us.
Well, thank you very much, Oli. You just chatted to a couple of those ladies that may be contenders. Simona Saiku, one of those former champions in particular. But when we look at the ultramarathon, we have got both of the defending champions in both the men's and women's race that are back to defend their titles. We'll be chatting a little bit about the contenders, both men and women, when we return from the break.
Funerals. It's part of the human journey. None of us are spared. In the unfortunate event of death, the last thing your family should have to worry about is money. That is why all clientele funeral plans pay out within 24 hours. Plus, we will send 200 Rand free airtime to help with the necessary funeral arrangements. SMS PLAN to 44054 and we'll call you back.
I chose the clientele plan because it was affordable. I cover myself and my family and an extended family. I used that 200 Rand airtime to arrange the funeral.
I'm very proud to have given my cousin a decent funeral because that is very important in our culture.
I would have never been able to pay for the funeral on my own, and I'm very grateful to Clientele.
Clientele funeral plans are affordable. They start from 99 Rand per month and can pay up to 50,000 Rand per person. Important. You can cover up to 13 people on one plan. And on our Ultimate Dignity plan, you can get all your premiums back. Yes, all your money back on top of your cover amount.
Speaking to the clientele consultant is very comforting. It's like actually speaking to a family member who knows what you are going through. We had enough money for the burial, not only just for the burial, but for the tombstone as well.
Clientele made it easy for me. They paid me within 24 hours.
It's easy to apply. No medical examinations, no paperwork. It includes an unveiling and a grocery benefit. SMS now. Our consultants are specially trained to assist you.
I-service clientele ayihle kakhulu manginceda ngesikhathi.
Ngiyaleboga go Clientele Life.
Ek is baie dankbaar aan clientele.
Simply SMS PLAN to 44054. SMS now.
Welcome back. You're watching SABC Sports production of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, the 47th running of the event. The 56-kilometer is going to get underway in just a couple of minutes' time, and we're going to be joining our commentators to take us through the start. But let's focus in on the elite men and the elite women, starting with the men. Nkabulani Motlokoane is the defending champion. He is back. Colin Makaza, his name's not on there, but he certainly is a contender. He was runner-up last year. I chatted to him yesterday. The Zimbabwean wants to follow in the footsteps of the greats, of the Marco Mambas. He said, you know what, I have to win this race, and this is my sole focus. He is not focusing on comrades, but for the next 2 years, Colin Makaza's focus is on the Two Oceans.
Very true. And I think one man and one guy who I think a lot of people has not been looking at him is like Peter Mutubi. He has been there for long, and he's been challenging there, coming up from the top 10. And again, you talk about Thobani Chagwe. He's one guy who I think we need to really have a look at him, because he has been really doing great in this Two Oceans Marathon. But again, what about Mabutile Bob? He is one guy who I think he has been posing threats to a lot of guys. And it's time again. You look at Gertes, one of the guys who obviously he has a good start, but not a good finish though. I'm not sure why. But again, let's talk about Mohammed Hussein, an Ethiopian. I think there's the guy who normally when you look at him from the very lineup of the top elite there, you can tell he can be able to really pose a big threat.
When it comes to the Old Mutual, you always watch out for the Lesotho athletes. Let's focus on the woman now. Caroline Wussman, she is back. She had the most amazing race last year, the most amazing year. First woman in so many years, and I think one of only 4 South Africans ever to win an Oceans and a Comrades in the very same year. But Caroline, she says that this is just going to be a training run. I wonder if an elite athlete can just have a training run in a big event like this where you are the defending champion, Mike.
Yeah, I was talking to her coach Lindsay Parry yesterday, and he was one of the guys who said, no, it's just a training run. He said the same thing last year, and she won it at a canter. So, I mean, Karen Wussman is definitely the superstar of South African road running at the moment. She's going to be the one to beat no matter what she says about her training. I think Shana Bosman will be there as well. I was just looking at the last time a South African won, that was Sarah Mashlangu in 2000, and then the next South African was Caroline Wussman last year.
Good one again, indeed. When you look at Stephen Mushigi, he's one of those guys that you can't be able to overlook. He has been there. He knows the turf. He knows the race, and he's one man who he can be able to really get in there.
Just gone through some of the formalities at the start line. We had the playing of the national anthem. Always a very, very special moment. Before we get to the race underway, your final comments, gentlemen.
It's going to be a fast start. I think there's a lot at play with the way these runners are running at the moment. I think there's a lot of teams involved. I think the Lesotho athletes are always a big threat. They run together as a team, even though sometimes they aren't in the same sponsored teams. They almost run for their country. And I think once we see them, there might be a few race tactics with the Lesotho athletes. So the Lebopol brothers as well will be a big factor.
Thank you very much to both of our gentlemen here in studio. Let's cross over to our commentators now for the start of the 2016 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon.
Thank you very much, Valen. And it's the start of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Ultra Marathon. And with me in the commentary box, Kieran Walker and Dikeleni Munyane. And Kieran, we talked a bit about the favourites in this race. And Stephen Muzingi, we saw him at the start there. Of course, last year's winners backed 8 of the top 10 men back from last year, and most of the women as well. But maybe take us to your favourites of this race, Kieran.
Yeah, definitely a record-breaking field here as well. Just over 11,000 athletes, and the entries closed around 2 weeks before the actual closing date. But yeah, a very highly competitive field today. And as Mark was mentioning earlier, the Lesotho athletes, there's a big contingent of them, around 12 to 13 elite runners, and they've dominated Two Oceans in the past. The defending champion, Motloko Nkabulani, he's back. He's from Lesotho, and it's going to be an exciting race.
Yeah, Colin Makaza, of course, there as well. The man from Zimbabwe. He was second in this race last year, but he went on to have quite a good year in the Legends Marathon, the Mandela Marathon. He did very well. And Muhammad Hussein, the other one mentioned, second in the Comrades last year, only 8th at the Two Oceans. But again, another man to watch out for. The weather might play its part. It doesn't look too rainy out there at the moment, Dikeledi, but it was really pouring down earlier this morning.
Indeed it was. I know, like you said earlier, that the first 20 minutes of the race will be the hardest, but immediately when everybody or the athletes get into the race, they will start getting the rhythm. And of course, it has stopped now, and it looks like everything is going to go well, we hope. The wind as well has just it went down, and we're all waiting to see what will the first 30 minutes bring us.
Yeah, looking outside the window here, it seems like the wind has died down. The flags are completely still, and it was really, really windy this morning. But of course, 56 kilometers ahead of these runners, so anything can happen in the next 3 to 4 hours for those elite runners. And all these athletes come running now. I mean, the A-seeded batch, you see some B numbers there. They're quite good runners in their own right, Kieran.
Yes, most definitely. To get into the B seeding, I think it's a sub 3 hour 30 marathon, and to be in the A batch, if you're a male athlete, it's a sub 3 hour marathon. So just over 4:15, 4:16 okay, and not a slouch at all there. That's pretty fast running.
Now, we talked a bit about the men, the favorites out there. Of course, the women, Caroline Wissmann is out there probably not trying to defend her title. In fact, her training partner, Shanae Bosman, probably one of the favorites. Dikeledi, who are we looking out for in this women's race?
Definitely we're looking at the C's today. It's Caroline, it's Shanae, and we definitely want to see when the Russians are not here, what's going to happen, especially with the South African athletes, because last year they actually picked up from what has been happening for the past 3 years or 4 years, and we're actually looking at Caroline probably defending or Shanae helping out.
Well, you mentioned the C's. The big C is, of course, Colleen de Ruyck as well, and very much an unknown quantity for this race. Her main focus is the comrades, as is Caroline Wissmann's, but Shanae Bosman has the kind of carte blanche from her coach Lindsay Parry to run this race, try and win this race. And Tanith Maxwell, somebody we haven't mentioned, also likely to be up there in the women's race.
Yes, Tanith has focused pretty much on 2 oceans instead of the Olympics. She represented South Africa back in 2012 at the London Olympics in the marathon, but her focus has been on 2 oceans, and it's going to be interesting to see how she does today. And Arnold, another thing that's quite interesting to note is that we're mentioning a lot in the women's race about the South African athletes, and in yesteryears it was always the Russian athletes and so who dominated. I mean, Caroline from South Africa won it last year, but before her was Gwen van Lingen back in 2001, and we are talking about the South Africans today as being favorites to take the title.
Yeah, well, you've mentioned the Russians, so I guess we have to say something about the Russians and why they're not here. No Nurgalievas, no Nina Podnepsiova, who was second last year, and of course that is an international IAAF ban on all Russian athletes, or all elite Russian athletes rather. If you're a casual runner and you're not going for the prize money and you happen to be Russian, you are allowed to enter this race, but none of the elites allowed to compete worldwide at the moment because of all the controversy around the doping and the Russian athletes. So it's a bit sad not seeing them here, but of course a very important fight against doping worldwide, and athletics very much the focus of that anti-doping. And this always amazes me, the crowd at the beginning, and most of them still haven't crossed the start line, and we're 5 minutes into the race.
Yeah, the leaders of the race now will already be close to 1.5 kilometers up the road already, and it's quite a big gap, Dikeledi, and it's going to take around 5-6 minutes for the athletes to get across the start line. And as Mark was mentioning earlier, you must remember that it's a gun-to-finish race. So these athletes who are taking 6 minutes to cross the start line, their race started 6 minutes ago.
Ke yona ntho e etsahalang moo ka mehla selemo le selemo 2 Oceans Marathon e etsahala hore ho nne ho eketsehe di-athlete tsa rona di ntse di eketseha haholo, mme jwale ka ha hlalosa mosebetsi mmoho le nna ke hore ho tlanka metsotso e ka bang e tsheletseng pele re bona jwalo bohle ba tswile ka tlase ho molaona wa ho qala moo teng ba tlabeng ba shebile pele ho etsa bonnete ba hore ba ya moo huwang jwale dikilometereng tse 50 le metso e tsheletseng kaofela.
Ja, hier is by die begin van die Old Mutual 2 Oceans ultramarathon. Die atlete wat hier oor die beginstreep hardloop, 56 km wat vir hulle voor lê. Die weer op die oomblik, dis relatief koud daar buite, bietjie reënerig, en op die oomblik kan ons nie ons helikopters in die lug kry nie as gevolg van die weer, wat dit dalk bietjie moeilik gaan bring om beelde na hier toe te bring vanoggend. Maar hier by die begin, die atlete lyk baie opgewonde oor hierdie ultramarathon en die volgende 56 km wat op hulle wag.
Well, just under 6 minutes into the 2016 Old Mutual 2 Oceans Ultra Marathon, and the half marathon, which started 10 to 6, Arnold, that's nearly 40 minutes into the race. So we'll be seeing the first athletes coming through here at the finish at UCT in around 20-21 minutes from now.
sheba ha jwale hore le lebelo lena ke la bo 40 supileng le ntse le etsahala mme basebetsi mmoho le bona batshehetsi ba bona ileng Old Mutual ba se ba le dilemong tse 17 ho ntse ho ba ntse ba tlile ba tshehetsana le lebelo lena la Two Oceans, lebelo le tsebjwang jwalo ka hore ke the world's most beautiful marathon ka ha ho bonahala mabala a matle dibaka tse ntle Table Mountain National Park mmoho le Cape Peninsula ba mati kapa maatlete a rona ntse a matha a feta dibakeng tse ntle mo teng lena le etsang hore be lebelo le letle ka ho fetisisa lefatsheng.
Well, the last athletes there crossing the start line, and we're going back to Valen in studio.
Right, so those were the visuals of the start of the 56-kilometer event here at the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. We've been encouraging you to get involved using social media. Some people have already come through. Helderberg Harriers is saying, can we have a special shout out? Well, there it is, a special shout out to all of the runners from Helderberg Harriers and all of the clubs that are here today competing in the event. Yolanda Aronson saying, from the comfort of my hotel bed, watching the studio and watching what's happening for our live broadcast. And that's the real joy about this. You can be a part of it without actually getting out onto the road, and in today's weather conditions actually getting wet. We have Bongani Nkosi, who says already up and supporting all the South African athletes from the elite to the social runners. Thank you very much, and good to have your support. He also says don't forget the unstoppable Namakwe Nkasi. Namakwe running in the half marathon, and one of the names to watch out for, not a South African athlete from Lesotho, but certainly one to watch out for when it comes to the 21.1 kilometer event, where many say is actually going the way of Alroy Gallant, but it is a good field, both the men and the women's race. And then we have lots of people just getting involved, and we'd love to hear what you have to say. You can make use of the Twitter handle @sport@SABC and use the hashtag 2Oceans2016. It's time now for us to take a quick break. We'll be back after this.
Too good for fake blood.
It's a tomato explosion.
Mac and cheese, Wheaties. This is yummy. You won't feed it to the dog. Sorry, dog.
This is the cure for broccoli.
New Wellington's tomato sauce.
My name is Shotbo. That's me 56 years ago. And that's you running. You couldn't run at the Olympics, so you ran here in the townships. For your life, that is. On this particular day, you were marching, warming up for the race of your life. Even though you were not learned, your goal was calculated. You knew the pistol would bury you. But because you were a seed, you sprout with new life and freedom. I am the soil that carries your memories. And for these memories, the Constitution was written to protect the rights of every man, woman, and child of this land. For those who sacrifice so much, we continue to stand against inequalities. SABC, honoring our past to better our future.
Welcome back. You're watching SABC Sports live broadcast of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. Just an update, the half marathon athletes, they're out on the route. The elite women have already gone through 10 kilometers. An update coming from the road. Yvette van Sail going through 10 kilometers in 34:10. I mean, that is very, very fast. And out the corner of my ear, I hear Mike and Big T just going, whoa, that is very, very fast. The 56-kilometer event has also gone gone off. We will be getting visuals from the road. At the moment, the visibility is not great here in the Western Cape. It's still quite dark out on the road. That means that our helicopters can't get up. So we are waiting for those links to go up, and then we'll be able to bring you live visuals from on the road. But we will, of course, keep you updated with what's happening. Just that update from the half marathon. Yvette seems like she's flying.
Yeah, I think it had a lot to do with the fact that we do have a tailwind at the start of the race, but it doesn't. It also takes into account that they've got to go at Wynberg Hill, which is a long climb, and that's very early on in the race. So if she's gone through 10 Ks in that fast, it's going to be a very, very fast time. The only thing that might slow it down is if the wind has actually slowed down a bit now and calmed down a bit. The rain stopped a bit, but when they come back towards UCT, if the wind picks up again, it will be in their faces for that last sort of two and a bit kilometres. So that could slow them down, but if that's the pace she's running, I'll be interested to see if there's anybody near her at that point. I don't think so. You might find that she's out on her own at the moment, which is probably quite a good thing when you're running basically in the dark. Maybe she's running not around a group, which often helps when you're running when it's pretty dark.
And it's in just a short while that we're actually going to expect to start seeing our winners of the men's half actually coming through here at UCT.
And it's still dark here, if you can see, at a backdrop. And I think that's one thing that we've been looking forward to see. Like you said, there are people who are taking their pace, but it's going to be very interesting to see who is going to be able to really take the lead up until the end. And like you said, soon we're going to be expecting them right here behind us.
All right, we'll be keeping you up to speed with everything that happens here at the 47th running of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. This year's theme is Run as One, and it celebrates a spirit of unity, a spirit that incorporates unique oneness for every single person that comes to take part in the event. So how did they actually arrive at this theme? Well, we found out.
Every year, tens of thousands of runners come from across the globe to share a dream to commit to, enter, train for, and ultimately participate in one of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon events that form part of the ultimate weekend of running. A dream to be part of the world's most beautiful marathon. It doesn't matter where these runners are from, what they do, where they live, or whether they run fast or slow. Work schedules, frustrations, juggling life, stressing about commitments. For one day of the year, these things don't matter. Differences are set aside. Life stuff is briefly forgotten. And runners and the community come together to run as one. The OMTOM team honor each and every participant's hard work and dedication by creating an affordable and inclusive event that not only fosters the camaraderie among runners, supporters and event partners, but also showcases Cape Town and South Africa as a prime destination. The Run as One theme perfectly captures the vision, mission and values of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. Through Run as One, we will make the sights, smells and colors of the mother city and the OMTOM routes come alive, while telling the stories of the people who run the world's most beautiful marathon. Stories of hope, friendship, overcoming the odds, and enjoying the simple act of running.
All right, and it's a beautiful theme, isn't it? Because it really is on this day that we see those beautiful images of people helping people that they've never met before across the finish line. You have people from all walks of life helping runners, giving them water, giving them food, rubbing their legs down once they've gone past the marathon mark, and that's the beauty of this race.
Exactly. I think there's one thing that we all inculcating, almost every time, every now and then, when we have got, marathons all over the country, where you do have got people specifically helping people who are runners. And of course, I think in all the points, they're doing their great job. I think we need to really, applaud them and commend them.
We certainly do. What does it mean for a win here at the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, and what is it worth? Well, let's take a look. 250,000 Rand is first prize for both the man and woman that come across the finish line first. And if you are able to break the 1988 record of Thompson Magawana of 2 hours 43 minutes 38 seconds, or Frith van der Merwe's 1989 record of 3 hours 8 minutes and 39 seconds, then you'll get an extra 1 million Rand man bonus. Mike, unapologetically, Valen, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, it's controversial in that when those records were run, it was a slightly different route. So we finished down at Brookside, which was essentially a downhill finish, whereas nowadays we actually finish towards UCT. So but there's some nasty little climbs, and there's a hill literally about 1 kilometre away from the finish, which we often see a lot of drama on, and we might even see it this year, where it's a little bit of a pull, and if the wind's in your face, it's quite tricky. So getting close to that record is very, very difficult. You need a really class marathoner to have a good day. But you never know, you know, we say it will never happen, and then next year it suddenly happens, so or maybe even this year. But that time up from Thompson Magawana, he was a brilliant athlete, a brilliant marathon runner. On that day, he also broke the world record for the 50K at the time, so it was a sensational run, and I remember watching those images as a much younger man, and watching him going over the bridge down towards Brookside. It was a fantastic day for him and for South African running, and it's amazing to think that record still stands, you know, so many years later.
Yeah. It's amazing though when you speak about the record to the athletes, they just speak about actually going for the win, and when a win is worth 250,000 rand, you're certainly not going to be leaving penniless from the Two Oceans Marathon. But it's also it's a pride thing actually. I mean, you go out for the win rather than actually going for the record, it seems.
Exactly. I think a lot of people, you find that, you know, most of the guys were coming from, you know, outside South Africa. They will eventually say, you know what, this is one marathon that can be able to really make us and lift us to the other level. And at some point, you find that whenever they're running, they don't even think about the prize. They will think about getting the position, or number one, and that will come as an, coupling to them to say, fine, it's a bonus to them. But I can tell you, if you check most of the records which we have seen before, like the record of Thompson Magawana, Fiet van der Merwe, it's so hard for them to break. And one question would be why.
Well, but Mike's answered that. It's that little question mark of a downhill finish, which we certainly don't have these days. And one thing that everybody tells you when you want to run the Oceans is that if you feel like you're going slow in the first half, go slower, because the first half is flat to down, and then all the climbing is thereafter.
Yeah, I mean, just going back slightly on that record for Merwe, 3:30:36, that's also stood since 1989, and she was a remarkable athlete, probably one of the best ultra-distance runners in the history of ultra-distance running, and nobody's really got close to her. Even the Russian twins who've been dominating the sport never got close to her record for the comrades, and so she's an amazingly talented runner, and that's why that record still stands. But you know, if you look at the field and you look at the quality of athletes that are out there, a lot of past marathon runners. Kat Tasu has run this race before. We're not so sure he's starting today because I think he might be under a ban. We're not entirely sure about what's going on there, but if he does start, he's a class marathoner but never quite made it to the ultra distances, so it's a slightly different skill to be an ultra distance runner. Even if it's only 14 kilometers longer than a marathon, you don't often convert those fast marathon guys into 56 kilometer record beaters, which is strange, but it doesn't happen that often.
Just a point of correction, when we were on that graphic, I said that the records for the routes were actually the world's best that were set in those same years when those records were set, and they were 50 kilometer records. So the 2:43:38 and the 3:08:39, those were the world best that were set over 50 kilometers in the years that they ran the race records. But the race records that are actually worth 1 million rand, Thompson Magawana's record 3:03:44 and Frith van der Merwe's 3:30:36. I mean, you almost read those numbers and you're like, could they even have gotten that time? You know, 56 kilometers. It's absolutely amazing.
Well, last year's winning time was 3:10, so it gives an indication of how much faster you'd have to be to break a record that old. I mean, and last year's time wasn't particularly fast. It wasn't particularly slow. That's kind of the time you'd expect between 3:08 and 3:10, but it's a long way off 3:03.
And also last year they were running Old Kaapstad. Of course, we had those terrible fires that ravaged Cape Town, and they had to 2 weeks before the race. They actually had to say that there was no longer the opportunity to go through So we had one of the runners that Oli's chatted to earlier on saying that actually I'm so glad because I'm finally going to get to run by chappies. You know, it's always a big thing for runners to be able to run on chappies.
It is. I think it's part of your history. If you have to run the Two Oceans and you go past the Champions Peak, obviously you'll say I have run this race and I've completed this course in a very nice way. And I was talking to Betwell Netshipepe, I think on Thursday, and he said, look, for tall guys like Big T, it's not going to be easy when you pushing all your steeps, and of course eventually when you go down it becomes so heavy for you, but when you go up in the steep it's all quite good.
Mike, you're tall. You're going to attest to this.
It's a good point about how this course actually helps the slightly taller runner. Betwell Netshipepe, who's a former winner here, is a prime example of somebody who would probably benefit more of the Chapman's Peak route than he would on the Kopsevak route, because Kopsevak has got an incredibly steep downhill that really hurts the tall runners, whereas the Chapman's Peak route is slightly easier on the downhill. It doesn't affect the legs so much, and as you hit Constantia Neck, that's when the 42-kilometre mark happens. That's where the big mark, and that's where we should be watching out for. As you start climbing up Constantia Neck, that's when 42k hits, that's when the legs start to burn, that's when the race is decided. And for the taller runners like Betwell and the like, the Chapman's Peak route is definitely better for them.
I want to chat a little bit about the elite men, and you mentioned Tobani Chagwe earlier on, former winner of the Mandela Marathon. We'll get back to that point. What we're seeing right here, this is the men's half marathon, and these are the gentlemen that are actually coming into the finish. Elroy Gallant right there in the front.
Not surprising, you don't see Elroy there. I'm just trying to pick out who the other two athletes are, but it's going to be a three-way finish here, which is absolutely incredible, because the time 1:02, it's going to be very, very close to that record, and Elroy Gallant, he might just have the kick because he has that track speed.
And it's something that we'll be watching out for. I mean, I'm looking at these visuals, and I think of last year when it was neck on neck between Gallant and Makoka as well.
And look at them. I think he's now increasing the pace, Gallant, but I think when you look at them, they are now entering into the winning point. A very incredible moment where I think when you look at the runners, they are all gearing up for that, and he's like looking back.
Elroy Gallant maybe had given a little bit too much because this one is not going his way today.
No, not at all. I mean, Elroy Gallant is almost kind of just decided he's going to take second place. We just need to get the name of that front runner, but Gallant is going to be second, and first place we just need to get the name.
That's not
Namakwa Nkasi from Lesotho. It was a man that we said, do not rule him out.
That's bold move now. Can you say that? Quite interesting indeed. I think that's one guy that we spoke about earlier on. That when you look at them, they came in here pacing enough just to get to the win and to the finish. And I can tell you, even though Gallant couldn't make it to the finish as the first person, but he did his own best. Mike, if you can look at that.
Well, I didn't see exactly what the time was when they crossed the line, but it was very, very close to that record. The record 1:03.36 run in 2013 by Steve Makoka, and it was probably maybe 5 or 6 seconds difference between that and the record. So we knew it was a very, very fast time. I'm not sure it was a record. It's probably a few seconds out there, but very, very fast as we expected on the route today.
Namakwa Nkasi from Lesotho, just 23 years old. It says that his half marathon PB is a 68:18, but according to the maxed team manager, Kieran Walker, who's actually on our commentary team, he said he runs much, much faster than this, and he said he is the man to watch out for. Last year was first in 3 races, the Sasol half marathon, in the Western Province Cross Country Championships over 10 kilometers, as well as the Sizwe Dr. Motlana half marathon, taking the win here at the Old Mutual Two Oceans half marathon, and a very, very good run from him. One just wonders if Elroy Gallant just didn't give a little bit too much in that ASA Night Series 5,000 meters that we were talking about a little earlier on.
It might have affected him, of course. I think looking at the space, it's just 5 days to the Two Oceans Marathon. Obviously I think his legs could be able to keep him to that point, but look at Kolisa again, one of the guys who has been doing very well in the previous marathons, and now he comes in to be the big man. Now, William Kapteni is one man who we have been looking forward to see, throughout this whole, half marathon, Mike.
Yeah, a local runner from the Western Cape, does incredibly well in some of the Western Cape riders. I'm not surprised he's right up there. It looks like fifth place for him today. Had a great run. He was probably right there in the mix. Elroy, I absolutely agree. I think he took out of when he ran that track race there, they took it out of his legs. I would have bet that he would have been the winner in that last 100 metres because he has the speed, but he wasn't. An exciting finish, three-way finish, three athletes within a few seconds of each other. It shows you how competitive this race really is.
It's quite competitive indeed. When you look at the way how they had been entering in point, it was every man's race there.
Another one of our KPMG runners, and KPMG, of course, have built a big club in South Africa in the last year or so, and you'll see a lot of those runners running in the 56-kilometre later on, and a lot of the top runners running in the colours of KPMG in 2016.
One of their big athletes is, of course, Christine Homo, who is participating in the women's race, and in just a couple of minutes' time we will be seeing the winner of the women's race coming through here at UCT. But KPMG also putting their name behind Caroline Vosman.
Caroline Vosman, of course, the big superstar last year in South African ultra-distance running, and the most amazing story about her is that she's a mother of two. She has a normal job. She suddenly decided she wanted to run off some of the baby weight, and then next minute she was running the Two Oceans and, of course, her dream race, the Comrade. So, it's an incredible story, and just seeing some of the finishes inside the top 10 at the moment. I'm very interested to see what happens now with the women's race, because it was very, very close to the record for the men's race, and the record of Vera Magitsu of 1:12:43 is the time we should be watching for in the women's race. That's from 2013. I have a suspicion that Yvette van Black, from what we heard so far, could get very close to that record time today.
And of course, I think Seven Sekova from Transnet are doing very well. Quite interesting is that really when you look at what is happening this year, you don't see the dominance of clubs where previously you see Nedbank dominating, but it's like a combination of a couple of teams in between where we can be able to say, look, there is a lot of maybe a couple of pushing each other towards the finish, if you can see.
This is the 2016 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. These are your finishes in the half marathon. The win going the way of Lesotho's Nama. Very from the gentleman, getting very close to Stephen McCorker's record of 1 hour, 3 minutes and 35 seconds. And to go by them, we may be looking at a women's record too. As you said, it could have been a tailwind that contributed to her 10-kilometre time or her 10-kilometre split, but she is, as we know, in very, very good shape, Yvette van Zyl.
Well, just keep an eye, just make a note of that. 1:12:43 is the time we're looking for, so we're not far away from that at the moment. And the conditions have actually been almost perfect, because when they started this morning, the wind was blowing from the northwest. In other words, it was a tailwind. It's now calmed down, and the conditions have got, the rain has stopped a little bit, so it's better for the second half. So you actually can't get better than this, other than it being slightly dark and slightly wet out there. And that's why it's going to be interesting to see. I think we could be in for either a very close race in the ladies' race, or perhaps a record.
Well, what is the way to run this half marathon, actually?
As hard as you can. That's what they do.
And then keep some for the end when you need to sprint past your competitor.
And that's what they always do. Pacing yourself, making sure that you really time out yourself in a very good way, then you're going to end up, being the winner there. You could imagine, when you look at, Elroy Kalandi, previous marathons, when he set his pace, it will be his pace up until the finish.
The most amazing thing for these elites is that this is a relatively short distance. It's just over an hour. Even for the ladies, looking at about maximum 75 minutes. The leading ladies today, it's quick. For the back markers, some of the guys are finishing to 3.5 hours. 2-hour mark is a massive point. They say if you can break 2 hours for the half marathon, you're inside the top third of the field. If you break 2 hours 15, you're in the top half of the field. So it gives you an indication of how good you have to be this good, and also to break sub 90, which is also a silver medal. A lot of top runners will say if you go from jogger to runner, if you can break sub 90, that's when you can call yourself a real runner. I dispute that because I've never done it myself. But and then you can go sub 2 hours, which is what many runners go for. And the pace setters for the sub 2 hour, huge bus of runners. You'll see them crossing the line a bit later on. It's a fantastic sight.
Just to see this, just over 70 minutes, and these guys are top runners that we are seeing coming across the finish line here at UCT. And it is also one of those things that, you know, maybe you run this and it's part of your training for some people, but you're able then to be able to run 70 minutes is.
Yeah, this is 0.001% of the field we're looking at now. You know, Raiden Bailey, often in the top 10 in Western Cape races as well. Very good trail runner, in fact. And, you know, these guys are really the top. What we're excited about now is hopefully in the next sort of 2 minutes or so, we should see signs of our leading lady, because if we do, we're going to be very close to that record. And I've already stated it could happen today, so I'm pretty nervous to see if Yvette van Vleck's going to come around the corner.
Good thing you only put 10 rand on the table.
Yes. Nobody matched it though, thank goodness.
A wonderful vibe here at the University of Cape Town as we watch the top men come in for the half marathon here at the Old Mutual Two Oceans. And it certainly is a prestigious race. It is a prestigious medal to be able to have. And here we have her, Yvette van Zyl, the leader in the women's race. We said she was the one to watch out for. She has been incredibly strong. She gave birth in the beginning of September to her and her husband LJ's first son Louis, and she has just made the most amazing return to form. Something that you can see here. She's looking fit, she's looking lean, and some just can't believe that she's, you know, she had a baby less than a year ago.
Well, I mean, we're not going to see a record, unfortunately, so there goes my 10 rand. But she's run a good time. I mean, 1:12:43 is the record. She's probably going to be about 30 seconds out of that. Very similar to the men's race, a very fast time. The condition is probably not ideal because it has been a bit dark and wet. But Yvette van Vleck, I mean, or Van Zyl, we keep on calling her Van Vleck. She is Van Zyl. She is running behind us at the moment and looking incredibly strong. I think she's going to be a very good bet for the Olympic Games this year. I think she's in the best shape of her life. She's happy as well, which is a very important part of being a good runner. And her husband, of course, is also a top runner. So, you know, look at that. She's running strongly, she's running powerfully, and not the second place daddy, not even within sight of the field.
And quite interesting just to see people, you know, cheering her up as she, you know, and she's not losing track of what she has been doing in terms of the pace. She's still keeping the very same pace. You know, she's not even competing with any other one behind her, but she's making sure that the record must be set.
Well, massive celebrations for her. I mean, it's just lovely to see these top runners celebrating. This is a big one. This is one that you want in your CV, to say you won the Two Oceans half. Everybody wants to win it. It's a good, strong field. To win this race, you can put it down in your CV and say, yeah, that was a significant victory. So well done, Yvette van Zyl. Fantastic run from her today.
And so we are waiting to see the second place women. I mean, the men's and women's race couldn't be more different. We had three men all competing for the victory right up in the finishing straight. Here we haven't even seen the second place women enter the field.
And quite interesting is that, you know, when you saw her running towards the finishing line, you know, like I said earlier on, she was not even competing with anyone.
No.
And that one didn't distract her from really gaining that momentum towards the finish. And that's what she did. Just going there with that very pace that she came through.
But I mean, you're quite right. I mean, she knew she had the win, but she was driving for a good time. She was pushing right through to the finish. And I can tell you, once you've run the half marathon and the 56 kilometre here, when you hit that grass, it feels like you're running through mud, because you've been running on the road and the tide's very much quicker. And you hit, especially if it's wet grass like it is today, the grass is quite thick on the UCT fields. And actually, when you hit it, it kind of takes a bit of the sting out of your legs. So it's not an easy finish. A lot of the runners say they wish that the grass section was only 100 metres instead of the 300 metres that it is. So it looks easy when you see these top guys here, but I can tell you a bit later on when we see the back of the 21 kilometre field and the back of the 56, and it gets a bit muddy and horrible. We're going to see Oaks looking out there, literally wading through mud, which they will be.
Of course, I think that's which Venin has been talking about the bar, or is Mike talking about the bars now. Can you see they are really approaching, where we will need them to be, and well, still on the other side you can see, the guys who are really filtering into the winning line, and I should think I'm quite interested to see how the top 10 would be looking like, whether we do have the dominance of people from outside South Africa, or we have got South Africa dominating that range of the top 10.
Well, on our screens at the moment, on the right-hand screen is the top of Southern Cross Drive, which is probably, when you talk about the half marathon, particularly to the novices, they shiver with fear when they hear about Southern Cross Drive, because that's the hill that really hurts. And it's quite a long climb, about 2 kilometres long. It drags and it kicks towards the end. But once you're over the top of Southern Cross Drive, everybody says, well, you're almost home. The problem is you're not. There's a couple of hills still to come, and they call them Chet's Hills, because I can't say this on air, but they've got some names which you can't really repeat in a family show. But there are these tough little climbs, and then there's a climb towards the finish. But that is Southern Cross Drive, and we're seeing the guys coming up Southern Cross Drive at the moment. There's the masses. That's what makes this race so special.
It's not even compared to the Polish Shores, right?
No, it's nowhere near as tough as Polish Shores, but in the minds of the half marathon runners, that is the obstacle. Once you're over there, but it isn't. There's still a lot of work still to be done. Second place looks Mapaseka Makanya. In second place at the moment. We tip her to be amongst the top runners, and she's somewhere behind Yvette van Black, but again, in great form this year. Also going for an Olympic qualifier for the marathon in the shape of her life, and goodness me, she is an incredibly strong athlete.
She certainly is. The winner in the women's race was, of course, Yvette van Sail. This is your second place lady. It's not Mapaseka. It's another Nedbank athlete, foreign. It is.
Didn't we?
Yeah, I must say I don't know too much about it, so I think Kewan will probably know a lot of these runners, but second place, and I think that's what's great about the two oceans. You often get runners that you don't tip to be right up there, and suddenly they're across the line, and here's one of them.
And one begs the question then, where is Renee?
Yeah, and Christine
and
Coleman.
Mapaseka.
Yeah. So big gaps in the ladies' field, and this certainly is a bit of a surprise. Somebody that we wouldn't have necessarily picked for the top 3 position, and certainly she looks extremely happy with her performance, and so she said 1:17.
And we asked where she was. Here is Renee Kalmer coming through in third place. Her time's going to be about a 1:18, but she's looking quite happy with that run.
She's come back from a bit of injury last year, and I think there were some doubts as to whether she'd be really going for the Olympics this year, but she looks in pretty good shape. That's not a fast time for her. I think she'd be pretty pleased with third place and running pretty strongly, and the fact that she's beaten some athletes that I thought would have beaten her today. So Renee Kalmer, probably outside of Elana Meyer, South Africa's most celebrated runner, and Zalabad, of course. Numerous titles across the track, cross country, the road, any sort of distances. She's done an incredible job, and certainly one of our best marathoners. And I don't know, I think if you love running, you'll always love Renee. She's such a lovely person, and I think we all always wish her well. She has competed for South African Olympic Games, hasn't done as well as I think she could do. Maybe this is her year, with a bit of a break last year.
Renee has, of course, won the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon before, back in 2010 as well as 2012. Here is her sister, Christine, coming through. Christine in fourth place in the half marathon, running for KPMG. Christine is, of course, the fastest woman over the Olympic distance, over 42.2 kilometers. She ran 2:33 in Valencia just in November. She's looking good, and what we've seen now is we've seen Renee as well as Yvette come through. I wonder where Mapaseka is, because when we speak about Olympic qualifiers, those are the 4 names that we mentioned.
Yeah, quite surprising we haven't seen her come through at the moment. Lovely finish from Christine, and I think a lot of people feel like Christine almost is in the shadow of Renee, but she's a very, very capable athlete herself, and as you can see, the difference between the two of them is not very much, and they train together. They're incredibly good friends. High fives all over the place. There's a lot of love there, and they do encourage each other, and it's always lovely to see the Kalmer sisters in the top of the field.
It's always good, I think, to see, you know, the sisters getting to them. And now you can see Mapaseka Makanya now coming through. Even though she couldn't be able to run the way we thought she would be, because she was not in the league of Christine Renee as well as Yvette, because they had outclassed her today, but still forming part of the top 10, I guess.
Well, it's classic Mapaseka Makanya because she's a bit of she showboats a lot, and I always love her style. Exactly. She's very flamboyant, she's enjoying her run out there, and she really loves to run. She has a great passion for the sport, and she's a real character. And South Africa needs characters like this. Mapaseka Makanya, well done to you. Inside the top 10 quite comfortably. Maybe just a training run for her, who knows?
Congratulations, Mapaseka Makanya. Her big personality can be seen on social media. Her Twitter handle is @Mapasexy, and she's absolutely gorgeous, but she also matches that with a lot of class out on the road. And she looks completely relaxed, like she was having a great time. Ganil Singh coming in also in the top 10, and she's in 7th position running for KPMG. We mentioned a team that has really put their money behind women's road running, and she will be quite happy with that. A good run also from her.
Yeah, great run. I think we're just inside the top 10 at the moment. The KPMG athletes definitely making an impression in the race, and not surprising because they have some strong runners. And the other KMG athletes now coming around the bend. But the conditions have definitely improved, and I think for the back of the field this is good news because I think they will enjoy the last 10 kilometres. And we're going to see guys coming through for another hour and 40 minutes of running still before we see the back of the field in the half marathon. Still something like 25,400 runners or 24,600 runners still behind the runners that we see at the moment. So they're very much the sharp end of the field.
And exactly, I think when we look at what has been happening right here from the KPMG, of course, like she said, you know, putting a lot of money to development of women, and that's what we need in our country, Mike. When we need to see a lot of companies, a lot of business people coming on board, just making sure that they really build the future of athletics in our country.
Well, Mary Brink is next athletes, I think might just be top 10 at the moment, which is something you can really be happy about in a field this strong. And again, finishing very strongly. And that's I always love seeing the men who are running with the leading ladies. We saw when Christine Cullen was coming around the bend, the guys are trying to get some TV time out there. And but to be running with these leading ladies, you've got to be a pretty good runner. And the sub 90, we're 8 minutes away from that. That's a big mark. That's a silver medal. As I said earlier, in the running community, they'll often say if you can break sub 90, you go from being a jogger to a runner or a jogger to an athlete. So it's a big mark, and you should see some guys in the leading bunch coming through here trying to break sub 90 in the next 8 minutes. So it is the first sort of big mark for a lot of the top runners.
A great run for our ladies and men in the half marathon. And just to confirm, the winner in the men's race was Namakwa Nkasi from Lesotho. El Regalan coming in second place. Yvette Van Sail taking the women's title. And Yvette is a lady that in 2010, 2011 and 2012 had to be the bridesmaid in the half marathon. So she now was able to finally get that win behind her name. And something that has, as we've been saying, has a lot of prestige to it, to be able to say that you are the Two Oceans winner over the half marathon distance.
I think Yvette's big talent, and I guess what makes it great road runners and great marathon runners is that they come from a track background, and there's a lot of discussion about how you become a great marathon runner. But you have to be a very good 5,000 metre, very good 10,000 metre on the track to have the speed to be competitive over the half marathon and marathon distance. And Yvette has that background. It's great for her to take the win today. Always the bridesmaid, as you've said. Today she's the queen, and she deserves it. And certainly a popular winner. I know that all the people that finished behind her will be congratulating her. She's a very good friends with the Culmers as well, and they all train together. And I know LJ will be smiling to himself as well, being very proud of his wife. So well done to the Van Sails. See you next year.
This is what I like about the runners. I mean, obviously there must be somebody else who's going to be able to pull some stuff in between the whole show. The
question is, did he run the whole way with that? Because if he did, he probably could have taken another 2 minutes off his time.
Yeah.
Just about carrying the board, So, normally, if you ask a runner just as they're about to finish this year's race, that they're going to do it next year, they say never again. But you ask them tomorrow, they'll say I'm definitely going to be back. So he's already decided that next year, running for RAC up in Johannesburg, an amazing club, probably one of the biggest running clubs in South Africa, and he's celebrating as you should when you're running an event this size.
You know what? If he did carry that the whole way, I wish I was the runner just behind him, because I would have made sure that I stuck just behind him so I could get some little advantage. Some little advantage from him. You're watching the 2016 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, which you're seeing now are live visuals from UCT. It's the ground that comes alive once a year with runners and spectators and people that just love the sport of road running for the half marathon as well as the ultra over 56 kilometers. The runners for the ultra marathon have been out on the road now for over 45 minutes, and we do hope to be getting some live visuals for you in just a short while as it starts to get light. And as the wind starts to die down a little bit, our choppers will be able to go up in the air and we'll be able to bring you live visuals from the road. That hasn't taken anything away, however, from the excitement that we've been seeing here for the finish of the half. I mean, that the men's race, top three, Namakwa Nkasa, Elroy Gallant, as well as David, all pushing one another, and it's brilliant to see that after 21 kilometers. You know, the jostling for position like that, having enough left in your legs, making sure that Southern Cross Drive didn't take it all out.
Yeah, it's a really lovely finish, this, because you come down a little, you come off the M3 and then you kind of dive down a little sort of ramp that goes onto the UCT fields. When you hit the grass, it kind of gets a bit slower, but it is a lovely finish, and the vibe of the finish, and you'll see as the race continues, the crowds will build up on the stands. It's pretty early at the moment. The vibe starts going, the music starts playing, the race commentators start making more noise, and it's an incredible vibe as we move down to the 56 a little bit later on. And hopefully these guys who are doing the 21 will stick around, welcome home the winners of the 56 as well, and we'll be right through to the final stages at 1:30 this afternoon.
Mike, you live here in Cape Town. I mean, how soon do these festivities and actually all the setting up, how soon does it start in the like couple of days preceding the actual race? Because I mean, you've got people that are coming from all over the country to actually set up their tents, you know, to actually set up the facilities here at the grounds.
Yeah, I mean, literally a week ago they were already putting up the stands, and it's a massive event. And you know, if you just have to go and visit some of the Italian eateries in the southern suburbs the last couple of days, you can't get a table because everybody's carbo loading, even though Professor Tim Noakes says you shouldn't. But everybody's still there making sure they'd rather do that than not. But this is a good time, 1:27. You know, what we're looking at now is very much the sharp end of the field. This is about 1% of the field who can break sub 90 for the half marathon, which is 1.5 hours. And so what you're looking at now, these are no slouches, these runners. These are really, really good runners.
Very true indeed. I think when you look at how they've been pacing out, I think it's all about making that kind of a record that you have put for yourself, that target to say, if I have to be under the sub 90, I need to make sure that I get there before they can be able to close it out.
Well, here's an interesting one. Sorry to interrupt you there. There's a young lady now that I can tell you right now, she wants to be going out for sub 90, and it's going to be close for her.
And absolutely a brilliant run from her. Those were visuals from the half marathon. But let's join our commentators now as they take us through the 56-kilometer event.
Thank you very much, Valen Curley. It looks like Gartes and Ludwig Mamabolo are leading the way in the men's ultra marathon, going up to 48 minutes now. This is in the ultra marathon distance, and certainly congratulations to the finishers in the half marathon. The men just missing out by 2 seconds on Stephen Mokoka's record over this distance, and Namakwa Nkasi of Lesotho victorious. Charging Elroy Gallant, and of course Yvette Francel, a dominant race in the women's 1:13.14. 29th overall she finished in the half marathon, but right now out on course. There's confirmation of Thompson Magawana's record set back in 1988, 3:03.44, and Kieran Walker and Dikoledi Mokongwana sitting alongside as we watch this ultra marathon. And Kieran, you're looking at these two going along nicely. They're setting themselves in what has turned out to be rather fine conditions for running after the early showers.
Definitely, and I can see the blue skies up here in UCT, so conditions are getting much better. But your two leaders at the moment, very interesting to see quite a huge gap over that main bunch that was numbering over 100, and that was Ludwig Mamabolo, the former Comrades Marathon winner back in 2012 in the colours of Nedbank. And then next to him in the colours of Maxt, you have Gert Thys, who incidentally still is the SA record holder over the marathon, that 2:06:44 coming back from 1999 back in Tokyo, making him as well the fastest man in the field today.
Gert Thys has got a superb record, but he's also in recent years been pushing himself in the ultramarathons and ultimately not achieving the goals that he might have set for himself, Digaledi. But when you look at ultramarathon running and certainly the early stages, this is not where you're seeing the title chasers necessarily make their kick. So there's still plenty of race to be had as we hedge through Muizenberg at 15 kilometers.
Ho santse lona leeto le leholo ka nnete Join ngwaneso hobane dikilometara ke tse 15 ha jwale tseo e leng hore bahlankana ba mathang ka pele ba ntse ba se bahle ba le ho tsona. Re a tseba hore dikilometara ke tse 56 tse mathuang lebelong lena le leholo lona le tsejwang jwalo ka hore ke la letsatsi, mme re tla hle re bone hore bena Ludwig Mamabolo o tla hlaija ro fitla kae tabena o tla hopola hore o ntse a tshwere stumo sane sa hore a tle hape jwalo Comrade Marathon, empa mona ho qalwa bo botjha bophelo ho shejwa jwalo hore ho phunyeletswe bakeng sa Comrade Marathon 2016 jwale re tla bona hore bena ba ntseng ba di hahabella ka pele ba tla hle ba finyelle ho fitla kae.
The runners continuing to take full advantage of the conditions. It's fairly cool conditions in Cape Town as the rain is stopped for the time being. The roads are still a little wet, and of course runners will be aware of landing on some of the epoxy paint, the road markings. It can get a little slippery, especially for runners going around the corner. But there are some dangerous downhills, and a couple of runners certainly in the half marathon were finishing trying to sprint up towards the grass, and should it have gotten any wetter, you imagine there might be a few slipping and sliding around. But this in cycling would be the peloton. There's certainly bunching in the middle, just a minute and a bit back from the front runners still early on, and there might be a few contenders still sitting in the bunch and biding their time, Kieran.
Yes, most definitely, and you can see some of the big names there. Tobane Chagwe in the colours of Maxt, he's making his debut today. He's in that bunch, as well as Bonguisa Mthembu, former Comrades winner back from 2014. So this is a pack to watch out for. It's consisting of a lot of Lesotho athletes as well. I can see Teboko Selo, Mabutile Lebopo, former winner of the race back in 2010, and his younger brother Warren Yane, best position of third here in Two Oceans. But Bethiel Netchifefe as well, a former winner of the race, and he's in the front of that group, and that's going to be a group to watch out for.
Ha re sheba jalo dikilometara tsena tse 15 mo teng ba fetang jalo Muizenberg, o tla hopola hore hona lebitso lena la Muizenberg le le la fumanwa jalo ho tswa ho Sarsante moholo Wynand William Mages, mme yena he ena hle ale jwalo a nkile boikarabello haholo je diphoofolong ka mona ka Cape Town mo teng le yena a ile nga tlotlwa hlomphuwa ka hore ho tle o be le strata se hlileng se motlotla se hlile se bontsha hlompho ho yena. Jwale re tla hle re bone metsotso e se ile 50 le motso le mong e leng hore e se mathuwe ke ba ntseng ba Takapele o santse nna le leeto bakeng sa Two Oceans Marathon 2016.
So the Lebopo brothers are running alongside one another in a bunch, just a couple of minutes back from the early leaders in Ludwig Mamabolo and Gert Thys, who are pushing the pace a little at the front, but Gert Thys likes to take it out nice and hard. He's got some fairly, well, you could argue, some would argue, Ewan, that his calculations are a little off, but he's got some fairly intriguing thoughts about running ultramarathons and how to break things down pace for pace, but never quite seems to produce the goods when it comes to the finished product over the ultra distances. Marathon, yes, but ultra, very different.
Yes, definitely. One must remember that Gert, back in 1998, was the first person in the world to break 2:08 for the marathon twice in the same year, and we see that on the regular now, but back then it was unheard of. So he's got a huge pedigree, and I think if he was running the races such as Two Oceans and Comrades at the time that he was actually running those 2:08s,
yes,
I think it would have been a total different story. But with Gert, he does this thing, we've seen it every year, especially in the Comrades, and he either has a brilliant day where it's going to be very hard to beat him, or unfortunately he fizzles out. But still very early in the race, and if I was him, I wouldn't be leading at this stage, but I think that big bunch of athletes that we saw in the colours of Maxt, the Nedbank and the Lesotho athletes, I think those are going to be the ones to watch. I really think Gert has gone out too hard, but never say never.
Yeah, I think the Lebopo brothers have certainly put their hands up. They enjoy running together. Nyane going back to the Joburg City Marathon some years ago, a victor there as well as in this very race, and Mabuthile Lebopo as well, who's enjoyed his time back in 2010, victorious. So there's brothers from Lesotho. Although age sometimes doesn't prove to be a factor for too many ultramarathoners. There are some that are saying there are perhaps contenders that are looking a little too old, but Dikeledi, we might argue in the women's race that somebody who's 50 plus is being favoured to go on and win the women's ultramarathon, as we welcome Colleen de Reyck back to South Africa as a United States citizen. But Colleen de Reyck, this is an ultramarathon debut. What do you make of the women's race?
The challenges the older you become, the wiser and the experience that you have. Jwale ke hona mo eleng hore ho tlameha hore ho bonahale hore bena dilemo di thusitse eng hobane ha se ka mehla mo eleng hore o dilemo tseo tse 51 mme ke lekgetlo la pele o matha che o ila nna bokeletsa experience tsebo le bohlale ba ho fa hore na ebe jwale ka ha ditsela di sa tshwane ha o fitla mo le moepa teng o etsa eng mme ha o fitla le mo le motheo o etsa eng hobane haholo ha le tlo fella lebelo lena la Two Oceans ho ye ho be thata haholo mo teng mamedi wa ka ho hleng ho bonahala hore ho hloka la bohlale le masene hore dintho di tle di tswelle pele.
Well, back to the men's race, and the leader at the moment in the colours of Max Khates running just in front of Ludwig Mamabolo. And the interesting thing, Dikeledi, Ludwig, his father quite sadly actually passed away 2 days back. So Ludwig today running the race in his memory of his father, and only here for a training run, he told me, as 2 weeks back he finished second in the Old Mutual Dam Marathon. That was over 50 kilometers. So that race definitely still in his legs, but he's a comrades athlete and he's got the experience.
Experience helps a lot, because when I spoke to him as well on Thursday, what he said is, I am going there and I'm going to make my father proud, because this is what we were preparing for before the death, before his death. Papa, wherever he is, he's definitely looking at me and he's pushing me. So we say in 2016 Old Mutual, Two Oceans run as one.
Well, these two are charging out in front, and Khates just pushing the pace up front really early on. He's still got so much ability as Khates. He's mentally very tough as well, despite the fact that he has broken on a few occasions, but he's got the ability to push. That's Muizenberg, the lovely little multicoloured huts just along the beachfront. Some wonderful aerial shots of this Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. The ultramarathon race well and truly underway, just approaching the hour mark in the 56-kilometre ultramarathon. The victors already in the men's and women's half marathons is Nkasi of Lesotho and Yvette van Zyl of South Africa, the victors over the half marathon distance, just over 21 kilometres, 21.1 kilometres. But in the 56-kilometre event, it's Khates and Ludwig Mamabolo who are pushing the pace out in front. When you look at other contenders, I know Arno Malherbe has put his head on the block and said Colin Makaza, QN, is the man to watch in the man's race. After a second place last time out, a 3:12 that he put in, he might very well be considered among the favourites today.
Definitely, Colin Makaza, he hails from Zimbabwe, running in the colours of Nedbank today. Very strong and versatile athlete. He's got a 2:16 marathon PB, and interestingly enough, that was also back in the Cape Town Marathon. So Cape Town, a good city for Makaza to run in, and he's been on every step of the podium. He's been on the second place, the third place, but unfortunately just not the first place. And maybe today is his day, but too early still to tell.
With Makanda at the moment, Mzolisi Makanda just a little way back from the leading bunch.
Mzolisi, an athlete in the colours of Nedbank, he hails from the Eastern Cape, and he's run the race a few times before, but not in any of the top 10 positions. But Helen, 57 minutes into the race, we saw they just went past the 17-kilometre mark, and still very early for these guys to be going out like this.
Yeah, it is, and I think one of the risks that we all know of the 56k race is that the 21-kilometre route, the first 21 k's of the 56 is very, very fast, and if you just don't, you've got to actually be disciplined, hold back, and it's tempting. You're feeling good and you let go. So often we see a change in the places after halfway.
We'll continue to bring you updates on what's happening out on the course and continue to interact with us. Sport at SABC on the Twitter handle, Sport at SABC. Continue to interact with us as we bring you live coverage of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon of 2016. We'll be back in a moment.
What we're seeing right here, this is...
I hurt myself running this morning. Might have to miss my daughter's school fun day tomorrow.
Well, you should try Transact. It gives you up to 12 hours uninterrupted relief from muscle and joint pain.
Unlike most gels, Transact patches provide all-day relief from muscle and joint pain, so nothing can get in the way of you living your life. Transact, all-day relief from pain. Ask your pharmacist now.
Transact is an effective and convenient treatment. It's a patch that you apply once for all-day relief. Try the 5-patch pack for yourself.
Watch Bafana Bafana take on Cameroon in AFCON 2017 qualifier. Live from Cameroon on SABC 1 at 3 p.m. Or you can join SABC Sport and Ukwazi personalities at Eka Eating House in Phoenix to watch the match live on the big screen. Or stand a chance to win one of 10 tickets for you and your friend to join us in Durban as VVIPs, where you'll be driven with former coach Clive Barker in the Bafana Bafana team bus. By answering this question, who is the current Bafana Bafana coach? SMS Bafana Bafana followed by your answer and your area to 34025. SMS costs R1, no free SMS. We all know friends make the moment. Sikipa mo na Bontanga. Hashtag Kaufela Kaufela. Brought to you by SABC Sport, Ukwazi FM, and Castle-Lager.
MaBinge wants to make you a winner. Want to win 5,000 Rand in cash? MaBinge and Mac has big moolah to give away in the next 6 weeks. R1 million. All you have to do is take a photo of your Mac products in your home and send it through to us with your name and address, and you could walk away with some cold hard cash. Our Mac Roadshow team will arrive at your house to see your Mac products for themselves, and they'll hand you 5,000 Rand in cash. Send us your Mac photo via WhatsApp on 083 382 3854, or for more details visit our Facebook page or website. Competition opens 7th March and closes 24 April. Judge's decision is final. We at Mac want to be part of your solution, because we are your family, behind you every step of the way. Get more with Mac.
Well, remember that you can still win amazing prizes with Old Mutual, from the latest running shoes and lightweight vests to top-of-the-range fitness devices and more. You'll have everything you need to plan for greatness. www.worldofendurance.co.za, where you can get training plans, expert advice, race information, and much, much more. Simply answer the questions on screen and you could be a winner. What colour is the Old Mutual logo? A, B or C? Pink, green or yellow? It's easy to win. You SMS Old Mutual and your answer to 34068. Welcome back to picturesque Cape Town. It's been a dull and dreary morning early on, but certainly is turning out to be a beautiful day for the charging runners, full of anticipation as they contest both the half and ultra-marathon distances here at the race known affectionately as the world's most beautiful marathon, although we don't actually have a marathon distance in this race. Admire Rushika, a 29-year-old runner who, from Zimbabwe, though, is turning up for Varsity Old Boys, Kieran. He's currently in 4th place.
Yeah, Admire Rushika running in the colours of K-Way Varsity Old Boys. So a local athlete, although from Zimbabwe, he'll be residing in Cape Town, the VOP Running Club, one of the Cape Town clubs here. But interesting to see, Helen, that this is his first Two Oceans marathon. So it's easy going now, 1 hour 3 minutes into the race, but give him another 2 hours, and I wonder how he'll be feeling then.
Yeah, that will be the telling time. I mean, he should have just stayed with the bunch that's just behind him. They'll probably catch up to him within the next few minutes, and he could have benefited quite a bit from that. But he's an unknown talent. We might be seeing something else happening today, so we will wait and see, but not the smartest move.
Well, there are a few athletes who like to stick their hands up nice and early, gain a little television time as well. I'm not suggesting that he is. This is being his first Two Oceans Marathon, but he is hitting it hard out on the road, pounding the asphalt. So fourth overall as Gertes and Ludwig Mamabolo continue to lead the way in the men's race. And ultimately, it is turning out to be a fairly exciting day. There are many that are suggesting records might be going today. The 3:03 record of Thompson Magawana stood since 1988, and conditions have settled to such a point that there are people still saying that there could be a record in the making today.
I'd be able to say maybe once we see them go through the halfway mark, and if Gertes can still make it over to the other side into Hout Bay still at the same pace, it'd be interesting to see. But speaking to him yesterday, Helen, Gert, when you heard that there was a prediction of rain, said the more rain the better, actually, because back in 2012 when he finished fourth in the race, if you remember, conditions then were atrocious, very strong winds and rain. So looking out the commentary studio right here, it's quite blue in the sky, so I wonder if Gert will be hoping for some rain later on.
Well, the conditions have certainly improved, and they are ideal for running, but to get that record of 3:03 is quite a tall order, and I think we haven't really seen anyone come closer than 3-4 minutes to that time since it was established. So I don't know, there doesn't seem to be any real standout male athlete who you could really say, I think this chap is going to win. It's a close competitive field.
Well, Dwayne DeLocca has vacated his seat for me again, so back as we still follow Admire Rushika, and we're going back to Muizenberg at the moment and seeing the group coming through there, and quite a large number of runners at that 15-kilometer mark. And Kieran, as you mentioned, the weather clearing up a bit, doesn't seem too windy. It's still a bit cool out there. I just stepped in from outside, but it's actually great weather at the moment for ultra distance running. And we'll be right back with the Two Oceans Ultra Marathon just after this break.
We were born to wake, while cities slept, born to move, to see things differently, born to get a head start on today. No rules, no routine, no finish line. We are Energy Running. Join the move.
This is goodbye. We liked you when we were little, but we've evolved. We are ready for something new. You know what they say? All good things come to an end.
New Wellington's tomato sauce.
Okay, we're back with the Old Mutual Two Oceans Ultra Marathon. Pictures from Muizenberg at the moment, and some of the seeded athletes going through there as we see them course, the leaders still Gert Thys, Ludwig Mamabolo out in front as we watch these athletes going through the Muizenberg area. The good news is the weather is clearing up a bit. The wind's picked up a bit though, but with the clearing weather, we're getting our choppers up in the sky, and we're soon going to be talking to Alec Riddle and get his views on the race as well. But Kieran, I was wanting to ask you, Ludwig Mamabolo and Gert Thys, this early being out in front, it's kind of normal for Gert Thys, but not quite for Ludwig to push the pace this early.
Yes, definitely. It's going to be interesting to see what Ludwig's plans are, as he ran the Old Mutual Om Die Dam 50k Ultra a few weeks back, 2 weeks back actually, and that's definitely going to still be in his legs. But we see the main bunch here, and on the left of in the colours of Max, with the 40 on his vest, the SA veteran marathon champion Charles Gianni, himself a former Comrades gold medalist, hasn't quite got gold yet in the Two Oceans, but he's been in great form this year, winning 2 races up in the Joburg region, and also defending his title in that SA Marathon Champs. And just behind him, with the water on his legs, Inthandazo Qina, the local Western Province athlete in the colours of Nedbank. He's from Cape Town, and he's got numerous top 10 finishes, and this looks like quite an interesting bunch, as we see just in the back of this pack in the colours of KPMG, Craig Sinkin, who 2 weeks ago, Helen, on this Saturday, ran the Om Die Dam 50 kilometer and then got in his car, drove all the way to Lundi in a very highly competitive field, and finished 5th in the Nongoma 56k. So it's 106 k's of racing over 2 days.
Well, I think it might be a trend with a lot of the ultra runners at the moment. I've heard many of them with a focus on Comrades going. I've heard Caroline Woodsman has been doing the same type of thing, going and running before and after a long run race up in the Gauteng area. And they're all here today testing themselves over the 56 at Two Oceans, but I think they've all kind of got in the back of their mind that Comrades is really going to be their ultimate goal for the year.
Well, to be fair to Caroline, I don't think she's doing exactly what Craig was doing. He was racing hard for 2 races, and many people actually questioned those tactics. Caroline, you know, Om Die Dam was maybe a bit of a training run, and incidentally, she's the first woman since Frith van der Merwe to hold all 3 titles of Comrades, Two Oceans and Om Die Dam, and she's the first ever to do it all within 12 months. But then the next day she went out to run the Sarins half marathon, and that was pretty much just a tempo training run, trying to run around 4 minutes, just over 4 minutes a kilometer, which was her aim, and she happened to finish second in that race as well. So it's just I guess the talent of a Caroline Woodsman that she can go out and do these kind of training runs. But this group here looking very, very comfortable, Kieran, and as you've mentioned, you know, a lot of athletes in that group might be counted among the favorites. And but right now, before we get on that, let's go up to Alec Riddle, who's finally managed to make it up into the air. Alec, your views on the race so far?
Well, we are coming to the meat of the race now as they move inland away from Fishercombe Muizenberg, and they'll be heading towards the halfway mark and Little Chappies and Chapman's Peak. And of course, that is where the Two Oceans race really begins, because the first 20 to 28 kilometers is considered much of a warm-up for these runners. It's all about efficiency, trying to be efficient. We've seen Gert Thys out in front. Gert Thys has a lot of speed, but he is getting on in years. He's now a veteran. Perhaps, as Kuhn Walker said earlier, gone out a little bit hard. Mamabolo just behind him. And of course, when you talk about efficiency, if we take a guy who's run 10 kilometers in 31 minutes, he can average 3:06. Versus a guy who runs 33 minutes, he's averaging about 3:20. And these guys are racing close to 3 minutes 20 per kilometer. So you need that extra pace to be able to sustain this effort and not to fatigue, because an ultra marathon is all about resisting fatigue when you come to the hills and when you come to the business end of this race. So lots to look forward to. Little Chappies, Chapman's, Constantia, it's all going to unfold in the next hour or so.
Die atlete wat op die oomblik hier deur die Vishoek area hardloop, hulle kom nou baie naby aan die halfmarathon merk. En groep hierso wat baie gemaklik lyk op die oomblik. 'n klomp Nedbank Nedbank het 19 atlete ingeskryf, elite atlete vir hierdie Two Oceans marathon, en 11 van die 19 is nie Suid-Afrikaners nie, en 'n hele klompie van hulle in hierdie pak. En daar's ook Kina onder andere daar. Hy was 4de verlede jaar in die Two Oceans, en 'n paar van die ander topatlete. And Helen, coming here through the half marathon mark, these athletes looking very, very comfortable at the moment. It'd be nice to actually know the gap between them and the leaders at the moment, because a lot of the favorites sitting in this group.
Correct. This group, we will see some of the gold medalists coming out of this bunch, and it's quite interesting because always in these large races we have what we call a rabbit, and that's guys looking for a bit of TV time or whatever, and they take that field out. But in this instance, Kieran, we've got two guys with fantastic pedigree who've taken the race on.
Most definitely, and also not just the fantastic pedigree, but the fastest marathon in the field, that 2:06:44, stole the SA record. So quite interesting to see that. But in this bunch now we have Charles Gianni in front, and two very interesting athletes there, Colin Makaza as well as Melly Kennedy, and Mark Focaroni with the sunglasses on top of his head. This is going to be a big bunch to watch for. This got a lot of former Two Oceans gold medalists in here, and Makaza himself finishing second here last year.
Okay, we're going now to the women's race and just catching up with the leading women at the moment. And it looks like Tanith Maxwell in front at the moment. Of course, Tanith Maxwell was third in this race last year and looking very comfortable there against a fairly large group of men around her. And nobody else in sight. Wondering where Shane Bosman is, for instance. Shane probably my pre-race favorite, but Tanith Maxwell not somebody we can write off, and looking very comfortable in that fairly large group of men around her, Helen.
Yeah, Tanith, I think, will have been focusing on this race. She's is a Durban girl, but she's been based in Cape Town now for quite some time and has really familiarized herself with this particular route. And I think she'll be keen to improve on her third position last year, and a win in Two Oceans would be great recognition for an athlete that's tried hard. She's run for South Africa at the Olympics and many other events, and she's in good shape, but she's going to be challenged.
Yeah, Tanith, of course, probably one of the few in this race not really focusing on the comrades. I mean, Caroline Bosman and Colleen de Reuck have made it quite clear that the Comrades Marathon is their focus, and Tanith really very much focused on this race. And like you said, would love to add this win to her repertoire of many medals in various different marathons around the world.
And Tanith has done basically everything that can be done as an athlete. She's represented South Africa in the World Championships, Commonwealth Games. She represented South Africa in the Olympic Games back in 2012 in the marathon. And as you said, Helen, her main focus has been Two Oceans. And with the 2:30 marathon to her name, that's why we see her in the lead. She looks very, very relaxed, and this is not going out too hard for her.
Well, we had a chat with Tanith Maxwell before the race. Let's hear what she had to say.
Having done the Ultra for the first time last year, it's one of those really special, magical races, and I had such a magical race last year. I enjoyed every step of the way, so it's very special in my memories on all the running that I've done over the years, so it's great to be back here again for 2016. Obviously last year for 2015 it was a slightly different route. It went over Ou Kaapseberg. So this year it's going to be a slight difference with Chapman's and Constantia Neck. So I've been doing a lot of training on those two hills, and obviously that's going to come into the play later on in the race. And yeah, Constantia Neck's going to be a tough one. Obviously everyone goes into the race hoping for that special moment of being able to win, but I would love to repeat last year and be able to podium again. So I think that is my main goal. Race strategy, I'm going to pretty much run my own race from start to finish. I don't want to be dictated to by any other athletes, and I want to do pretty much what I did last year. I ran on how I felt and didn't worry about anyone else around me. So I think it's pretty much taking that first half of the race at a steady but pretty quick pace. It's obviously the flatter part of the race, and hopefully having enough in reserve to hit those hills in the second half and just maintain strength and speed towards the end. Yeah.
Well, Tanith Maxwell's time last year, 3 hours, 45 minutes and 19 seconds. So she said she's trying to do pretty much the same as that. But Helen, she mentioned the difference in route. We haven't really talked about that. Last year was over Ou Kaapseberg. This year back to the more traditional route over Chapman's Peak. And Chapman's Peak, some people say a little bit easier, not quite as much of an incline as Ou Kaapseberg. And do you think that might bode well for somebody like Tanith, you know, maybe getting a bit of a faster time?
I don't think you're going to see much difference in the time because in the route that they're going this year, Chapman's Peak is a nice run. You can climb up there, you can run, you can hold your form and keep a steady pace. It's the Constantia Neck that gets you, which is coming up to just before 10 Ks to go. That is a really tough, steep 2-kilometer climb, which can make or break you, and you don't have that on the other route. So. But if it's your day, I think they can pretty much throw anything at you and you're going to do it. So you're prepared for it. And she's just said she spent many hours training over these hills. So she's in great shape. She's got a good, strong mind, and hopefully she'll get what she's looking for.
Well, we're back with the leading men. Gert Thys out front, looking very comfortable. And Kewan Walker has vacated his seat for the man Big T, who spent some time in the studio. You're back in the commentary box. What do you think about Gert Thys out in front here? You know, he's known to do this. He's done it once or twice, and we've seen him bomb spectacularly. At the moment, looking very comfortable.
Ndiri zvona ri kulipa kamanda ano musi uchikolavera samsona Gert Thys nimsona ane chipinga chinjiri mubona achikodzhia lead araba humbura kha Comrades Marathon hot apa bit pezia musi kurda ndiyo uri udosvikona na kamsunga dzhia chipinga hechi unga gidima ngora ri pezia ubona akatsumedza ubona manda zvavudi pezini mutu ane chipinga chinji waneta achiwe panda pezi ukotevera kamsuwana neva Mamabulo Khola Msona Maganda na Msona Rushika na Msona Senkin bakadima hone bote pezia bono gidima awarantihi na minute scores af Fumitahe Uskashirana.
Gert Thys natuurlijk Suid-Afrika se marathon rekordhouer. Hy het die 2 oseane baie suksesvol al afgelê in die verlede en begin gereeld vinnig. Ek dink die man in die tweede plek op die oomblik Ludwig Mamabolo, heel waarskynlik die gevaarliker een tussen Thys en Mamabolo natuurlik. Ludwig Mamabolo, vorige Comrades wenner. En ek wil graag wil sien waar Colin Makaza is, my gunsteling in die wedloop, maar Gert Thys wat lyk of hy 'n redelike groot gaping opgebou het bo Ludwig Mamabolo en is bietjie verrassend so vroeg in die wedloop. Helen, looks like that gap that Gert Thys has is actually growing. Is he pushing the pace really hard here?
Well, we've seen Gert do this year. He provides us with lots of entertainment, but I'm not going to say anything because I know what a good runner he is. But the interesting thing is we've just seen him run past 24 kilometers. Now you turn up and you actually start your climbing, and it just sort of builds up until 28 Ks, the halfway point, and then you start climbing up Chapman's Peak. So, and this is when it starts to test the athletes, and we'll just see the impact on these sort of gentle hills if it has any difference to Gert Thys's pace.
Well, there you saw the lead is about 35 seconds that Gert Thys has above Ludwig Mamabolo, and looking very comfortable at this stage. But if you look at the route profile, you know, the first marathon really is fairly flat, not too much climbing, and we're not even there yet, we're not even halfway yet, and then suddenly you hit that Constantia Neck, Chapman's Peak area, and it's quite a big climb before you then go all the way down to the finish here at the UCT campus. So, you know, it's going to be telling that the last 14, 15 kilometers when the real climbs start.
Zvavukoma Kabanda ano musi uchiravisa kamsini bambeya na waha vatozumura zvauri ndibambe ine hodova pachinchwa routing nga ndlela yauri robarisa kugidima ka Chapman's Peak ngwani yopelawo pezi wanavarisa hapa ndibambe ine ikugidimiwa petuni ava flat ka hononwa zvibanga asitova zvechingoraro peziya buso ndiyauri musi rikidova rikuliva ngangi ka zvikwara zviulwana hudoitia mini peziya ukadivira ngapanda musuwana Gert Thys ngachino chipinga aneri dimuri hudoitia mini peziya ukadivana musuwana ane vana manda ngachino chipinga.
It also gets a little bit quieter on the route now. You run down through Fishhook. There's always a lot of people out there cheering you on, giving you a bit of support. He'll run past, there's a small group through what the area, they sort of the Sun Valley area, which is approaching, and halfway. And then it's very quiet because it's difficult to get onto Chapman's Peak unless you get up and camp. And I don't think the weather was lending itself to many people going up and setting their braais, etc., up on Chapman's Peak. So he's going to be running solo for a long time now. And I always sort of wonder about athletes when they turn around, have a look over their shoulder, just like we saw Gert doing there. Is he already starting to think, well, where's somebody else? Am I really in this race on my own?
Yeah, this is a fairly quiet part of the road. You see they're 25 kilometers done, and they're going through Commentary Road here. And let's look at this route of the Two Oceans Marathon. We're back to the more traditional route. The start there was at Newlands and all the way straight through Wynberg at 4 kilometers, the Posthuis and Muizenberg, of course, around the 15-16 kilometer. We go to False Bay after that, past the Rose Museum and House, through Kalk Bay to Fishhoek and Noordhoek, which is where the athletes are coming up to right now. Then they start that climb up Chapman's Peak, probably the prettiest part of this ultra marathon, through Hout Bay, and then the big climb up to Constantia Neck, the marathon mark actually just before that climb starts, and then all the way down Rhodes Drive back to the UCT Rugby Stadium here at the finish, where I can tell you it's warming up a little bit. The rain has stopped, still a little bit of wind, but not nearly what we saw
try and
before.
get a gap here
and as Mike Finch mentioned, the wind for the most part of this race behind the athletes, pushing them along, so we might see some fast times if the conditions stay the way they are right now.
Adana Zingwe ndi musiri kulabera sambambe iniaba ya Two Oceans Marathon hunera bahapa kadrobo iniaba ya kapa bato simbola sori musiri kubarusumbeza hapa ndila heino ndila ya kale na kale nganda hauri bato simbola sori ngwane opela ohendira aingo kono daka Chapman's Peak kwezi ya kabara bela sori zoshino huna mfuma kazi yana kubona la enena koranga pada kambambe iniaba ya 56 km zoshino bato simbola sori ronti wa wana ba winu pangange kambambe iniaba ya 21 km kwezi ya zoshino rekolaba samfuma kazi anako sumeza mfuma kazi babili keba vane vakosumesa uchumanga ndila iniaba ya budinga chino chipinga ndani kati yaba kamsinga uri Robert ko richumisa hela ndila iniaba ya Chapman's Peak ine houyero kayo mwana wapela honga mrandu wa usha koyo ndi Amelek Walk Fikadu Bosho ane kosumesa uranga panda chino chino chipinga ndi mufuma kazana ane chipida chambambe iniaba ya Old Mutual Two Oceans pano kadropo iniaba ya Kapa Helen.
Die vrouens op die oomlik hier in die tweede en die derde plek. Dus Bosho wat daar in die tweede plek hardloop. Nie seker wie daar saam met haar net agter haar is nie. En hulle is op die oomlik in die tweede en die derde plek agter Tanith Maxwell wat 'n redelike entjie voor hulle is op die oomlik. Lyk ook baie gemaklik hier. Amelek Fikadu Bosho van Ethiopië. And Helen, these women chasing Tanith Maxwell, of course, but still also this early stage of the race looking very comfortable.
Yes, it's a new distance for many of these athletes, and we've got quite an international field in the top contenders of the women's race. We've got the Ethiopians, we've got quite a contingent of very capable Kenyan women running. We have no Russian women this year, but we do have Simon Stalko from Hungary and Colleen Doruk from the States. And then we've got another athlete, Tish Jones. We haven't seen her yet, but she's here from the United Kingdom, and quite a talented lady who has been based in Cape Town, run an 80-minute, half-minute marathon, which can sort of translate into quite a reasonable marathon and Two Oceans. So we'll be watching out for her as well.
Well, the second and third men we can see there from the top. Ludwig Mamabolo, the man just in front there. And Mamabolo also looking very comfortable. They're about 30-40 seconds behind Gert Thys at the moment, as they're getting very close to the halfway mark in this Two Oceans Ultra Marathon. And very difficult to see who is going to win this race at the moment. Of course, as we said, the tough part of the race still coming up.
Adana Zingwe musi rikadela bersangandela inde muswana aneaba mudibe bamabulo ndi muswana ane ukusumeza bongambanda udana kantina muswana mkolisi makanda bane bapetutihi basonga hangwa zori panda ndikadibana muswana aneaba Gert Thys anaron dia mazori chipinga chinje Gert Thys munane otakwa zavudi pezi ya kwa haba babili bane bakomona aneaba panda muswana aneaba dodi kumamabulo ndi ane kusumeza ushuma sabudinga chipinga pezi ya mabuza kwa dibala panda ruhuiti ameni ngachino chipinga.
Mamabolo in die tweede plek, natuurlijk een vorige Comrades-wenner, Makanda reg achterom. Het lijkt of Makanda een beetje begint sukkel hierso, Mamabolo wat begin weghardloop. En ek dink Mamabolo wat vir Gert Thys wil begin jaag hier. En het is Ludwig Mamabolo wat daar die gaping groter maak, soos ons teruggaan na die vrouens toe op die oomblik. En daar is die vrou wie derde plek is. And Helen still struggling to see that number. It looks like one of our Ethiopian runners maybe as well, the Nedbank team. They're in third place at the moment.
When they've come and taken part, we've actually seen sort of the pattern emerge from some of the Kenyan and Ethiopian runners. They're coming through, many of them are have run sub 2:30 marathons, but they start the race, they've got good intentions, and they just sort of tend to disappear. There's not that real commitment.
Well, that's actually Jennifer Koech from Kenya in third place. She'll probably be very upset that I called her an Ethiopian. But Jennifer Koech, of course, they're running. I think she's in third place at the moment behind Bosho. And, of course, Tanith Maxwell up in front. And Jennifer Koech, one of the real contenders in this race.
Katmambambe ineba ya Two Oceans Jennifer Koech koyo ndi mfumakazi ane matambola kambambe zobala ko zafano kana Africa chipembe chinjiri bari kumubwana mfumakazi hoyo wakondelela ngamanda ndi mfumakazi ane chipenga chinje udibe kati ya banna banne ari haba banna batokono mune chipinga chore akono gidima no munekeza pace yabudi yore akono shima shabudi arawana balisabu kuma hoyo makazi ndi makazi ane onotibi agidima kamambe izeza za chibalo Two Oceans nga 2013 ava wimawuni aba butahenge ndo nga 2015 overcome mabuni haba habo fumirata jambori aingo to record ya budi khabo pezia na ngwaha ari kubona akadiba mutwane zwino ukama hawubili ubaka makazi Bosho.
Jennifer Koech baie goeie 2015 gehad natuurlik en daar is die vroue voorlopers Tanith Maxwell wat voorhardloop, Koech in die tweede plek wat is op die oomblik by haar, Bosho derde, Paulina Njaya vierde en Simona Staiku in die vijfde plek, natuurlik 'n vorige wenner van die twee Oceane wat baie goed hier hardloop. Op die oomblik Shane Bosman, Caroline Wisman glad nie in die prentjie nie. Jennifer Koech 'n goeie 2015 gehad. Sy het 5 wedlope gewen, onder andere die Jackie Gibson marathon, die Loskop marathon, Adrian Hirsch half marathon en die Legends 68 km. So Jennifer Koech weet hoe dit voel om oor hierdie afstand te hardloop en een van die definitiewe gunstelinge hier. En ek sal graag wil sien waar is Shane Bosman, Caroline Wisman nie op die oomblik in die top 5 vroue nie. And a few interesting names there coming through. Lots of the favorite in top 5, Helen, but no sign of the Nedbank girls in terms of, well, KPMG for Caroline Wisman and Nedbank for Shane Bosman.
I'm surprised I haven't seen Shane up a little bit, pushing the pace a little bit. She's very, very fit. She's been given permission to go and race. This doesn't have to hold back for comrades. Her coach has encouraged her just to go and run how she feels. Maybe they're just waiting and going to come through from behind and start off the race very slowly and pick up the pace as they run up Chapman's Peak, let their strength come through.
Well, if there's one thing I do know about Shane Bosman and Lindsay Parry's athletes in general is they will not be dictated to by anybody else. Tanith Maxwell mentioned that as well. But we'll be having a quick break for a minute. We'll be back with the race very shortly, just after this break.
All South African families are affected by hospitalization at some stage. Clientele's new Hospital Plus plan can be an affordable alternative. It's not a medical aid. It's hospital cover that pays out up to 200,000 Rand per year. Paid in cash. Cash to use as you wish. You can use it to bridge the income gap if you cannot work, supplement your medical aid if you have one, or spoil yourself. We pay per stay. So whether you stay for 3 or 10 days, you will receive the full lump sum of up to 20,000 Rands per hospital stay. It's affordable. Plans start from 99 Rand per month, and we have individual and family plans available. SMS Plus to 42932, and we'll call you back. So why is it called the Clientele Hospital Plus plan? Because you receive a lump sum per stay, up to 20,000 Rands, plus a daily cash amount of up to 2,000 Rand per day if hospitalized for more than 10 days. Plus, accidental death cover of up to 200,000 Rands, plus accidental disability cover of up to 200,000 Rands, plus dread disease cover of up to 200,000 Rands. Remember, it's from Clientele, so it's easy to apply. No medical examination and no paperwork. You can claim regardless of whether you go to a government or private hospital. Let's recap. Annual hospital cover paid as a lump sum per stay, plus daily cash, plus additional cover for accidental death, accidental disability, and dread disease. Plus, it's hospital cover from the name you trust. SMS Plus to 42932 and we'll call you back.
Lindy has a check account from a well-known bank, which is nice. Taryn, on the other hand, has an ABSA Gold Value Bundle account, which includes unlimited point-of-sale purchases, 6 take-me-home services every year, 15,000 Rand lump sum death benefit, and so much more, all for only 98 Rand per month. And she gets real cash rewards. Perhaps it's time you got a little pampered. Ooh, that looks delicious. Choose the Gold Value Bundle account, available online. Get more and prosper.
And then after we recap the 21... Welcome back to SABC Sports Live coverage of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. We've got Garthuis just crossing halfway mark at Noordhoek here. So Garthuis coming through in 1:34 past the halfway mark. He's extending his advantage over the chasing pack, which includes Russell Mamabolo, Ludwig Mamabolo rather, as Mamabolo continues to pound the pavement hard. There he is, slowly starting to come into the shot. He's dropping a few runners by the wayside as well, but this is the halfway mark then at Noordhoek, 28 kilometers into the race, so just past half marathon distance. We'll bring you results of the half marathon in a short while as well, but just going back as Big T and Helen Luca watch this race alongside. Well, Garthuis just hitting the road nice and hard, but you wonder if he is going to be able to extend it beyond the marathon distance, especially when you consider, Helen in particular, that you've got that Constantia Neck climb directly after the marathon distance.
And if you doubled his time, I think he went through, what, in 1:33 or 1:34. So we're already looking at a 3:08, which is quite a way off the record. It's a hard run to run what we call a negative split, which is going faster in the second half, just because the course is so much quicker the first half and those hills in the second half. So interesting times, and I think we will see the bunch from behind and just picking up the pace, surging up the Chapman's Peak.
Yeah, there's still big bunches in both the men's and women's field, as we've heard that among the chasers, about 3.5 minutes behind the leader in the women's race, Tanith Maxwell, we've got Shani Bosman, Colleen Derek, and defending champion Carolyn Busman, are all sort of training for Comrades Marathon, they say, by running this race. Here comes Admire Rashika, the Zimbabwean, who, with his old boys runner, just currently in 4th position in the men's race. But Big T, you can see a bunch just grouped behind him with a couple of the favourites, including the Liverpool brothers in this chasing pack.
Quite interesting one, if you can look at those guys. I think they're really setting out the pace. But I can tell you, Helen, when you look at all these, the bunch, this quite a group guys who are really coming through, these are the guys who we can be able to pick one who can be able to be the top contenders in the top 3 maybe.
Oh, there'll definitely be quite a few gold medalists in that bunch, and I think they're running smartly. They'll be able to work off each other. When you running like mini sports, is if you can sit and you can put your eyes on somebody in front or run next to them, you get into a better rhythm. It just seems a little bit more effortless, as opposed to those 4 runners out on their own, not willing to share, take any of the pressure off each other, and really running every single step. In a bunch, you just share that.
Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon in the year 2016. Chapman's Peak. Fuka pala kunia bahafu imaka hune ndipetunia kwanza mkuma pesi ya bakumbona chikuwa chaburaru siko tebera hapanga chino chipinga pesi ya Dwayne. When you look at the leading group, the other group is coming right now. When you look at these guys who probably they can be able to be posing a big threat to the second group, which he has passed I think 2 or a minute ago.
Yeah, this has got a couple of the favoured Lesotho athletes in the bunch as well. As we confirmed the leaderboard, Gertes 133.58 is how he came to Noordhoek at halfway mark. Mamabolo and Makanda 134, 135 respectively coming through. But Gertes continues to lead the way. Rushike currently fourth. Ida is fifth overall. But Leboha Monyele, Lesotho athlete as well, who's done decently in various runs in South Africa over the years, including a fourth place finish in the Comrades last year. A man who's among the favourites. Makaza, one of the pre-race favourites as well, filling out the top 10, but in that chasing group coming on behind. In the women's race, I can tell you that Tanith Maxwell has increased her lead over the chasing bunch to nearly 5 minutes though, so she really looks to be a good kilometre ahead of anybody else. But with wonderful aerial shots of Cape Town that looked like it was going to be damp and dreary, let's confirm results of the half marathon. What a finish it was between Khasi Khalant and David Manja, all sprinting to the finish line and finishing within 5 seconds of one another. But speaking of seconds, they were only 2 seconds off Stephen Mokoka's record over this distance, so 1:03.36, the Two Oceans half marathon record. But a good finish as well from Joel Mone, good enough for fourth place overall, also breaking the 1:04 barrier. We were down to Kweba some decent times, 1:06.32. But it's a good result for South Africa overall, 9 of the top 10. And of course, winner from Lesotho today. And that's the men's race. But as far as the women's race is concerned, it was always set to be dominated by Yvette van Zyl, formerly Van Blerk, and Yvette, very comfortable run. A good kilometre ahead of anybody else by the time she crossed the finish line. Onele Dintwe eventually coming home in second place ahead of Van Zyl, who herself missed out on the record by 31 seconds in the women's race. The 29th overall for Yvette van Zyl. Alina Armas finishing third. The Kalmer sisters, fourth and fifth between them. Mapaseka Makanya should be a little disappointed that she finished down in sixth position, but a decent enough time at sub 1:20. So let's see what's happening now in the men's and women's races. Gertes continues to lead the way. He's a decent pace, but one wonders how much longer he is going to be holding this race. This is a man who's done 2:06 sub 2:07 marathons twice in a year. Then the leading women's race, Tanith Maxwell, continues to extend her advantage over the field by some margin now, over 5 minutes ahead of anyone else in the women's race. Jennifer Coach is chasing hard, so too the bunch that includes Shade Bosman, Colleen de Rieck, and defending champion Carolyn Busman. But Tanith is looking very strong, Helen, and laying down a bit of a marker here.
Yes, as she said, she's running her own race. She knows this. I think she's probably run this route probably once a week for the last couple of months. And I think the thing about ultra running, as Tanith said when they interviewed her, you go into that race knowing what you're capable of, your fitness, the pace you want to run up different hills. You can't be dictated to by somebody else from 5-10 Ks. The only time you really start racing in an ultra is possibly the last 5 kilometers. And so up to that point, you have your own race plan and you stick to it, and I think we can see that because we've got all the other contenders doing their own thing about 5 minutes behind Tanith.
Somebody who's always done their own thing is leader in the men's race currently in Gertes, the national record holder over the marathon distance, but hoping to go up to a 42.2 kilometre race and then hit that Constantia Neck climb, which might just separate the men from the boys, so to speak. Big T.
Duene musi uchikoleveresa ngandlela ine oheimba mbeya khovanga ikoshela chipinga zvikotakaza kuti zori mucho uona thoma kamsiha ubuyela kamsingonane hune auchatona mvula na mmuya auchatowa mujinga uralo uchimba che mbambehene yatakuchedza ngambila yera takuchedza nganga macheloni araba kono bona hobona mbila hobona makole hobona mvula iko una zvikakakisa babagidime pezia ngachilo chipinga bakoleveresa msuwana Gertes ane ukusumbeza uba monna oimo zwavhuḓi vhukuma ngachino chipinga fhedzi vha songo hangwa sori nga ngeno kha senda vhafumakadzi ri kha ḓivha ri kha ḓi lavhelesa makadzi wa habosho ndi ene ane a kha ḓivha phanḓa fhedzi u khou tevhelwa nga Jennifer, ha tevhela muthu wanga ho Maxwell, ha tevhela muthu wanga ho Estaiku, ndi vhane vhane vha kha ḓivha kha tshifhinga hanefho vhukati. Fhedzi kha sia ḽa vhanna u kha ḓivha hone Muswana Ludwig Mamavula na Muswana Mxolisi Makanda vhanne vho to ima fhethu huthihi. Fhedzi Gertes u kha ḓivha khou gonya tshikwara ha khou vhambedzwa nga muthu, fhedzi zwi takadza ndi zwori ha khou lavhelesa murahu nga tshino tshifhinga. Helen.
Well, I think we noticed it halfway. There was Gert Thys went through, the first 4 guys independently running through. Then we saw one very big bunch. Then about 20 seconds later, another. So we probably within a space of 2 minutes, we had 50, 60 male athletes running through. It will be very interesting by the next 4 kilometers, the top of Chapman's Peak, just how many guys there are, and are they strung out, or just will there be one little bunch?
Gert Thys continuing to lead the way in the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon of 2016. Defending champion Mutloko Nkabulana only came through quite a few minutes after Gert Thys actually crossed the line, but the defending champion from Lesotho looking to perhaps defend again. It is competition time, however, and you don't have to be taking part in the race to be a winner in this year's Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. That's right, Old Mutual giving you the chance to win amazing prizes by answering a few simple questions, from smart watches and the latest running shoes to running gear and more. Try them out with www.worldofendurance.co.za, where you'll get training plans, expert advice, race information and more, so you can plan for greatness. Today's question, or this question, what's the missing word? www.worldofwhat.co.za. Is A, endurance, B, cleats, or C, gear? You SMS Old Mutual in your answer to 34068 if you want to be a winner. Runners heading around the Cape Peninsula, 79 nations represented across the half marathon and ultra marathon distances. So certainly a very international field in South Africa for a morning that turned out to be rather damp and chilly, but full of anticipation, not just for the elite athletes, of course, but for the entire field as well. Today is certainly warmed up, and the action is heated up considerably, particularly over the half marathon distances, where we were within a minute, in fact within 30-odd seconds of both the men's and women's place. Now, this is back to Mamabolo now in the men's race. He's a minute odd behind the leader at the halfway mark in Gert Thys, but this is Mamabolo currently in second position and just looked to be pulling away from anyone that was catching him. So he's running his own run as well. Helen's been talking about the runners who are pushing for glory in this race, running their own races, but he looks to be fairly comfortable, Mamabolo, a former Comrades winner as well, in the second position, Big T.
nishone tuene musi tikolabulisa msuwana ani aba wa Mamabolo bango watu kanganyisenga ubona modibe disina lawe ni la hawe pesi ya ukadiba na mutu ani aba ukadibizo fende lodweke rikadimi dibanga ralo pesi ya niwanga siya badisori ngatino chipinga rihapa utsinsina Chapman's Peak hunendi hone ya konda kuma pesi ya msuwana ni badu zumola ono dibi awira Comrades Marathon nimuna ane uchimola balisa ngatino chipinga ukadiba na manda manji pesi ya mbusondi ya udokona no shika hapa hune ya msuwana ani aba Gert Thys ane oba ene oba koranga panda kachino chipinga pesi ya ara wana belesa ndila ineko kitiba ngayo ziyasumba ngangohozori odigeda pesi wadiba zori chikwara chichinga pingori azutoma achiko kitima mambehino ngachino chipinga DK nene ono dibane pazui
Tiki nnete lebelo lena la selemong sena le tla hle le tla le ka mehlolo. Gert Thys history ya hae matla hola utlwa di marathoning ke mong wa maatleta nang le boiphihlelo haholo ha utlwa lebelo le empa he re a tseba go kila nna ba le tse ding tse leng hore ha di ka tsamaya hantle tla opla le montse pedi tse fitileng mo neng a matha jalo dikilometara tsa ntse 20 le motso le mong ileng half marathon ya bona, mme ha ka a qetella mo teng a neng a matha a etelletse lebelo pele, empa he qetellong ya lona mohlomong dikilometara tse ka bang tse supileng tsa o qetela ke a ile o tsohelwa jwalo ha ikutlwe hantle a dula fatshe, empa re shebile hona jwalo jwale ka tshwere morethetho ebe na Gert Thys o tla e hula o fitla ka yobane Modibe Ludwig Mamabolo o tla hlile a mo maname ka morao.
Mamabolo, who shot to prominence in the running world when he finished as the first novice in the 2010 Comrades Marathon. He finished second in a time of 5:35 back now some 6 years ago. But looking to impress in the Two Oceans Marathon, a race that he's never really dominated. In fact, last year finished over 4 hours in this race as he fell away in the back end. And looking to improve in a race that has had its route changed. Of course, up to last year, running over Au Kaap Savach, And you expect, with this route over Chapman's Peak, to be a little bit quicker. The athletes do seem to go through Chapman's Peak rather than Oudtshoorn a little bit faster. So perhaps it is going to be a quicker time, and perhaps we are going to see some of the, well, not quite record times, but ultimately quicker paces than we have in recent years.
To that, Duane, when you look at this year's race, and a lot of people have been saying, look, we're back into the traditional one, the traditional one where you have to move and pass through the Chapman's Peak. But Jorginho, what about the Sunday Petu hune bakidimbanga Jorginho, mbambe vanga bono te wala zavuti na ngwa wapela na oba wasa ukidima bachidanga petunga hapa Chapman's Peak ngwa wapela pezi ya Jorginho ubotonga bakidimbanga ukidimanga ndela ine yavuti alabala belesa ndila yavuti ili yako sumbeza Chapman's Peak havuti mkuma hune ara ukutanga goli wa opisa nyara pesia ukadima petunia bavuti mkuma koyi msuwa Gert Thys aneka sumbeza uranga panda kandela ine yavuti ndiye mona ane upanda buso ya shishpinga chwana chingwe rem diba Gert Thys uri wakidima hezimba beza urali pesia shpinga change achi ya panda wapedza achipelwa ngamanda. Dickon, you'll attest with me, during the Comrades Marathon, I think that was 2014, he did exactly the same thing.
That's what I was talking about, Big T. Kere matata hlaela hona tsile mona monzo fumana hore o hutsile eto hobane ha jwale jana ha o sheba mona Chapman's Peak o tla hopola hore e di metara tse 180 tse ileng hore tsela teng e matshwepenene mme ha o hlile o fitile maatleta mangata ha o ka kgona ho feta Chapman's Peak wa hlile wa theowa ka yona ho ya mane o shebile Hout Bay o tsebe hore lebelo lao le tena le bathata ha le fitla mo empa we saying Gert has got the experience, Duane, and he's been here before. He knows how to do it.
Yeah, you just feel though that Gert Thys is beyond his best. Unfortunately, the man who hails from Prieska in the Northern Cape, a legend of South African long distance riding, and certainly a man who's not only an Olympian and a proud Olympian at that, having represented South Africa both in Atlanta and Athens in previous Olympic Games, but a man who smashed the African marathon record some years ago, back at the Tokyo Marathon of 1999. That record still stands, it's 2:06:33, and that is a national record, no longer an African record, of course, with various African marathon runners having dipped down as low as under 2:02. But certainly when it comes to running over long distances, Gert Thys is a man to watch. He's leading the men's race currently and will continue to extend his advantage if he can. He wants to prove a point. He wants to give himself a chance of winning a race once again, but he is being caught on this slow climb by Mamabolo, who's coming to his own. He's found a little bit of a kick, and certainly those Mangadza and it was Admire Rashika who was starting to push, but Mamabolo has just gone past Gert Thys in the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. We're approaching the 2-hour mark, and Mamabolo now finds his way surging into the front, and he's looking very, very comfortable at the moment. Tiny little shuffle of Gert Thys, but the high backlift and the kick gives you an indication of just what long strides that Mamabolo is taking, Dikeledi, and that shows that he's running at a serious pace at the moment.
He really know why he's here, and wa hopola jwale ka rile ga bua pejana mui hore o hlile a nkile lebelo lena ana le mokoka wa hore ke hlile ke hloka ho le hapa hobane senatla se robetseng ka jeno ke se ke tlameang hore ke se tlotlo ke hopole hore Modibe Mamabolo ba hlajwa le boreneng ka mane ka Limpopo kapa ka Polokwane mo teng re tsebang hore ho na le setereke fela seo e leng ha Mamabolo ho dula fela ba o e leng ba Mamabolo teng mme re tla bona tsatsing la ka jeno hore jwale ka ha Ludwig ho bona la hlile stamina se le teng ho na le I want to take this Old Mutual Two Oceans 2016 needs to be mine. We'll see to the end how it will go.
Something about that Dikeledi Jorginho araba kolabele samswana Modibe Mamabolo nimsona Ludwig Mamabolo ane upanda Rosi amba vamrao zori muswana ane ba Gert Thys o Thomas Zabodi krimdo siko za Ferraro wa kono zigidima Zabodi pesi ziki dakauri a vele panda zia konda bukuma chipinga chinji pesi araluchika mamswana ane ba Ludwig Mamabolo asi Thomas ko chena mabehino ngwa wapela ho kananga 2014 ova khabu imabuni haba habutana fu sumbe ina jato mazori oba asi ho ka 2015 nangwa ovuya hapo uri akono bona rasabo tinga ndela ine yakobona nanga ngachira chipinga jesuma zori ndi munna ane ukotamaru ayengapi heimbambe utonga angaichia. He has never won the Two Oceans Marathon, Ludwig Mamabolo. I think he want to make history.
Yeah, I think he does. He wants to be one of those rare group of athletes who can find themselves both as victors of the Comrades Marathon and the Two Oceans. There's some of the comments coming in. Keep your comments coming in at Sport at SABC, or hashtag SABC Sport, Two Oceans 2016 as you tours Africa. Good luck to all the runners doing the Two Oceans Marathon. You've worked hard for this, so keep that finish line in sight. Well, it's a long way away. Even when you passed Noordhoek at halfway, you've still got 28 kilometers to go. I'd love to keep that finish line in sight. Chris Wilkinson saying, had the privilege to run 10 meters of the 2016 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon course. I think I've done about 30 meters towards the finish line walking to commentary this morning, and I was exhausted by the time I got to the commentary box. It was raining at the time, however, in my defense, but certainly keep your comments coming in on social media platforms using the hashtag Two Oceans 2016, indeed hashtag SABC Sport, and you continue watching live on SABC Sport on 2. And approaching the 2-hour mark, there's been a change at the front where Mamabolo has surged past certain Gertes to find the advantage. At Gertes, well, he'll be holding on for as long as he can. We welcome back in to the commentary position Kieran Walker alongside Digaledi and I. And Kieran, you get the sense that Mamabolo, Helen was saying just how he's running his own race, but Gertes slowing down significantly on this climb, and Mamabolo looking so fresh. That high backlift, the high kick of the heels just suggested the pace. He was actually running up that hill and surging past Tace.
Most definitely, and huge contrast in the two athletes there when we saw Mamabolo coming past Tace. But as we said, it was a little bit too early for them to go out, although having said that, Kat was together with Ludwig, but Ludwig himself having stepped off the gas a little bit earlier in the race, and that's showing that his pacing strategy is coming through now. But Dikeledi, I'm a little bit concerned with Mamabolo running hard in the Umti Dam 50k 2 weeks ago, and then running hard again today. I know he's running in the memory of his father, but he must remember that comrades is his main focus. But I guess when you're feeling good and you're in the lead, it's not easy to step it off.
With exactly plus or minus 2 months to go before Comrades, and with the pace that he's actually going, re ipotsa hore be na o tla fella ka hopola o hlalositse Dwayne re jwale ka ha ile 28k se ha jwale e seng e mathilwe ho santsa lona di kilometers tse ding hape tse o ka reng di 26 hape tse o batlameang hore ba di hule ba hlankana le ba rwetsana hore ba tle ba fihle pheletsong. Jwale potso ke yona hore isn't Mamabolo trying to pace up too much, whereas when he gets to 40k's plus or minus he'll be dead? Q?
The thing with Ludwig Dikeledi is that he's got so much experience and so much speed and endurance in those legs that for him to be leading Two Oceans at this time, if I was running the race and I was a professional athlete, if I was back in that main bunch, I would be a bit concerned because Ludwig is already nearly 3 minutes ahead of them. That's just under a kilometer in distance on the road. And with Ludwig and his experience, he's got he's got the mental abilities and the physical capabilities as well of keeping this going.
But you look back to some of his great races. You look back to the Comrades Marathon 2012 in particular, where Stephen Mujingi was expected to thrash everyone in the field, and nobody, I don't think, aside from maybe even Mamabolo himself, gave him a chance of winning the race. But Mujingi was put to the sword that day. We know the ability of Ludwig Mamabolo, who has been christened Mudibe Mamabolo, but is known in the running world as Ludwig, which is his second name. So if anyone is wondering if we're speaking about the same person, him being Mudibe Mamabolo or Ludwig Mamabolo, he's in fact the same person, but a man who has showed his class and ability in previous ultra marathons. This is Chapman's Peak at 34 kilometers. This is on the new route this year, having gone past Okaap Sabach in recent years. So back on Chapman's Peak, we are expecting to see a little bit faster times, but wow, coming down the hill, Mamabolo is not slowing up at all, looking very fresh, very comfortable. But I don't think people should underestimate just the physical toll that running a marathon actually takes. I mean, you're looking at a race in 56 kilometers. That means your feet are pounding into the surface 50 to 60,000 times in this race. I mean, just the exertion that puts on every strain, every joint, every ligament has got to be severe.
Gertes is nowhere to be found at the moment. Empa here a dumela hore o tla hle a hlaye a senoleye ho bonahala hore o ya kae hobane ha o sheba sehlopha se maemong a bobedi ka mora yena Mudibe Ludwig Mamabolo ke bahlankana ba bahlano ba ikemiseditseng ho ya mo ho uwang teng. Mme re tla hle re shebe hore ho bona jwale ka ha ba le karolong ya bobedi tjena ba ya ba latelletse jwale Mamabolo ebe na bona ba tla hle ba arohane ebe ho ke mang ya tla itsheka ho bona hore ebe ke nna ya tla hleng a lwantshane jwale le Mamabolo bakeng sa dikilometara tsena tse 50 le metso e tsheletseng o ile a tshotata a sa phela Nelson Mandela a hlalosa fela haebe ho teng ntho e tlisang batho mmoho ke dipapadi ke ka ho ka jeno le petso e le lona la Run as One Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon 2016.
Well, there's some great slogans coming out. We'd love you to keep interacting with us on social media at Sport@SABC or hashtag SABC Sport, and indeed hashtag Two Oceans 2016. It's a run that's been concluded over the half marathon distance for many runners. Still some streaming into the grounds here at UCT, while we find ourselves continue to bring you updates from the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon ultra marathon distance over 56 kilometers. We're watching athletes having gone through Noordhoek. We've watched athletes go through the halfway mark and up to Chapman's Peak as well, where Garthys, oh there he is, back in picture is Garthys. He was walking up Chapman's Peak at one stage, so he's back into his charge. A little bit of a kick here, but now well off the pace. So we were expecting Garthys after previous years and various races having reasoned that he could run certain times. He's failed to quite emulate that, but again has found himself hitting a bit of a wall early into the race. There's some musical celebrations and some encouragement for the runners, the brass bands that have come out to support those along the route. There's so many wonderful areas. Let's see supporters get cheered along. Great words of encouragement from supporters at various points, but we believe we've got Alec up in the chopper again to bring us an update from what he can spot from the sky.
Well, we're on Chapman's Peak, and we've crested Chapman's Peak as far as the leaders are concerned, and they're on the way down Chapman's Peak towards Hout Bay. I must say this has to be one of the most beautiful and scenic routes in the world, particularly this section of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. We got Mamabolo, who is going great guns at the front of this field. He just surged past Garthys as they came close to the crest of Chapman's Peak. And of course, Ludwig Mamabolo has been super consistent in the Comrades with 5 golds. A little bit inconsistent, or very inconsistent in the Two Oceans. 10 attempts for 1 gold. Could this be the day that he actually has a major breakthrough in this race? But I can tell you that the bunch is closing quickly. Round about the 25-kilometer mark, the bunch was 2 minutes 45 behind Garthys and 1 minute 45 behind Mamabolo. They're down to within 100 meters of him now, so it is going to be a very close tussle. I think this race is really going to unfold up Constantia Neck as they go through the marathon mark and surge up there. The way Garthys went out this morning reminded one of 1988 and the day that Thompson Magawana took the race by the scruff of the neck and tried to go as hard as he could. He never buckled, as Garthys has done, and went on set what is still the course record of 3 hours, 3 minutes and some change. But great conditions, very cool, a little bit of a breeze, but wonderful conditions for these runners, and I think we're going to see a great race unfold over the next 14 or 20 kilometers or so. Back to the commentators.
Thanks, Alec, and thanks, Dwayne, for taking us through that last half hour as we're back with the Old Mutual Two Oceans men's race. And you can see there Alec looking very closely from the sky at the pictures happening down there. And of course we'll be going back down to the road right now. You can see the beautiful picture there of the area around Chapman's Peak, and that cloud cover over the mountain is not maybe as bad as it looks. There's quite a lot of blue sky around from where we can see at the moment, but still great conditions for these athletes to run an ultra marathon in. And of course the men's race being dominated at the moment by Ludwig Mamabolo, but as Alec clearly said, that chasing bunch including Colin Makaza, Mtandazo Kina, Charles Ciani, Mike Focoroni, so many names, so many gold medal names in that bunch chasing down Ludwig Mamabolo at the moment, Kewan. And this could get very interesting very soon.
Yes, that's a second bunch that's just behind Ludwig Mamabolo is very interesting indeed. You've got 4 Zimbabweans that include Makaza, Portifer Dombajerno, who we haven't mentioned yet in the broadcast. He's got a 2:15 marathon best. And then Meli Kennedy, the Kenyan athlete, running alongside his teammate Focoroni in the colours of Nedbank. And behind them, an even equally bigger bunch full of the athletes from Lesotho, a lot of maxed athletes in there, as well as the Nedbank runners. And then the defending champion who we've spotted, Motlolo Polokwa and Kabutlane, but my feeling is that at this stage they will need to up in the pace quite a bit to get to the Makaza group, especially as those are runners that you can't let out of your sights at this stage of the race.
Of course, R1,000,000 on offer here for a course record. That doesn't look to be very much in danger at the moment as we look at that chasing pack there, and a group of about 5 athletes there have broken away from the larger group, and Dikeledi, if they start this long climb, they seem to be catching very, very fast.
Mona bothata ke mo bo qalang teng hobane jwale ka kile ka utlwa pejana ha o bua ya nnete fela ho thwe ha hle e ka mmele wa hao o molelele ho ba buima ho theoa moepa bile ho betetsana ho nyoloa jwale re tla hle re bone hore bena jwale ka ha o so ho hlile ho mathuwe dikilometara tse ka bang tse 40 ke ba ntseng ba mathapele na ebe metsotso kapa dikilometara tse 18 tse setseng ba ka di kwala ka hora na hobane re shebile record ho pula matsebetsebe ya teng 1 million rand jwalo ka bonus ka hodima 250,000 eo ka ifumanang ha o ka hapa ha o ka roba fela record ena ya selemo sa 1981 e leng ena e leng ya etswa jwalo ke ena Thompson Makawane a mmoho le basading e leng Frith van der Merwe mo teng re shebileng ho bona hore 1988 ha Makawane a ne a matha marathon ona ka dihora tse 3 le metsotso e 3 le metsotso e 44 ha yena van der Merwe a ile a etsa jwalo record ena ka 1989 mo teng a ileng a matha jwalo ho basadi dihora tse 3 30 a metsotso le metsotso e 36 le metsotso e 1 million rand.
Well, some beautiful pictures there from the course, but for now we're going to the medal presentation for the half marathon as we join Max down at the finish.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the prize giving for the 2016 Old Mutual Two Oceans Half Marathon here at UCT. Please help me to welcome the dignitaries for this award ceremony this morning. Mr. Michael Jagel, Senior Brand Director of Adidas South Africa, who will be handing over the medals. Dr. David Marilak, Chairperson of the Two Oceans Marathon Board of Directors, who will be handing over the special gifts from Garmin. And of course, Mrs. Corin Thomas, Head of Brand at Old Mutual, who will be handing over the winner's checks of 25,000 rands. Ladies and gentlemen, we begin with the ladies. Please help me welcome the champions up onto stage. Ladies and gentlemen, in third place is Alina Armas from Namibia. The bronze medal in a time of 1:18:05. In second place from Botswana, running for the Nedbank international team, it is O'Neill Dintwa. And ladies and gentlemen, in first place in a time of 1 hour, 13 minutes and 14 seconds from South Africa for the Nedbank Running Club. Give it up for Yvette van Zyl. Handing over the check, of course, is Mrs. Corin Thomas from Old Mutual. 25,000 rand for Yvette van Zyl. And then, of course, the incredible Garmin wristwatches to be handed over by Dr. David Marilak. And bronze, of course, silver, and, of course, the golds. Ladies and gentlemen, your 21-kilometer half marathon champions here at the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. Thank you very much, ladies. In second place from the Boxer Superstores, it is Alroy Galant to 1:03.40. And then in first place, well done to Namakwe Nkwasi from the Cool Runnings team, a winning time, a sprint finish, 1:03.38. Handing over the Garmin watches, Dr. David Marilak. And then, of course, ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, the check for 25,000 Rand from Mrs. Karen Thomas from Old Mutual. Let's give our champions a massive round of applause here today in the half marathon of the Old Mutual Two Oceans. That concludes our half marathon protocol proceedings. Thank you very much, everybody. Back to the finish line.
Thank you very much for that medal presentation. We're back with the men's race and things are happening here, and Ludwig Mamabolo is being caught there by a whole bunch of his Nedbank teammates. And Kewan, maybe from this angle you can tell us exactly who those leading athletes are, but this looks like it's one of the big moves in this race as they're approaching the marathon mark.
Most definitely. We have in the front there Ludwig Mamabolo with the long white compression socks, and to his left Mark Fokoroni, his teammate in the colours of Nedbank, himself from Zimbabwe. But also there you have Colin Makaza, and then the tall gentleman just behind Makaza, Meli Kennedy, the Kenyan athlete. He was the winner of the All-Africa 50k ultramarathon last year, and this is an interesting bunch to see, as well as Portafat Dombojeno in the colours of HAC Harare Athletic Club with the white vest there, and then the unheralded Ethiopian Arnold at the back there, looking very relaxed and biding his time.
ba hlile ba shebana jwalo le hona hore ba tle ba nyolose ba tle ba kgone ho fihla jwalo moo ba yang teng. Hopola hore dikilometara ke tse 56 tse ultra marathon moo teng ho tla tleng ho bonahala hore Mampudu wa selemong sena sa 2016 ke mang, mme ntho e kgolo hape bakeng sa lebelo lena la selemong sena ke taba hore ho tlotlwa jwalo e mong wa mehleng e neng e le director ya lebelo lena la Two Oceans, Ntate Chet Sandberg, ya ileng ya senga hlokahetse selemong sena kgwedinyane e fitileng. Jwale le yena wa tlotlwa jwalo ka ha ile e mong wa bahale ba entseng bonnete ba hore lebelo lena le fitla mona dilemong tsena tse 47 leo e leng hore le ya diketeka selemong sena sa 2016.
Van die voorlopers en die vroue wedloop nog steeds Tanith Maxwell hier op Chapman's Peak, en agter haar Bosho, Jennifer Koech, Paulina en Jaya, en natuurlijk dan Shane Bosman, Colleen Reek en Caroline Wisman wat saam hardloop. Hulle is so wat 2-3 minute agter Tanith Maxwell, wat lyk of sy bietjie sukkel hier teen Chapman's Peak uit, maar natuurlijk 'n groot opdraande vir hierdie atlete. And Kewan, Tanith not looking quite as comfortable as she did earlier, but it could be deceiving at this 33k mark. You just see her passing that. Of course, it's quite a steep climb for them.
Yeah, so Tanith's just gone through 33k's there, 2 hours 11 minutes into the race, so not a very fast pace, Arnold, that we've seen in previous years. She's running just under 4 minutes a k, so that's around 2:48 through the marathon mark, whereas in the past we've seen the lead woman go through in under 2:40. He has a lead of over 3 minutes, so quite interesting to see that pace, but we must remember that that was at the steepest part of Chapman's Peak where we caught her, so she's just taking a bit of a breather at the moment.
Yeah, it's interesting to try and kind of project a marathon time onto the Two Oceans, because I mean, of course, Frith van der Merwe, who holds the record here, the best marathon time of 2:27, and none of the leading ladies in this field is anywhere close to that. They're all in the 2:30, 2:40 mark, somewhere in that bracket. So, you know, can they really get up to the record time, or is Two Oceans a completely different race?
I think it's a completely different race, and one must also remember that although there are some women here with 2:30 and 2:31 marathon, that was a few years ago, whereas when Frith came and ran that 3:30 brilliant run that she did back in 1989, that was off the 2:27, so that was her current shape. So Two Oceans, the ladies record, as well as the men's, I mean, you have to go through the marathon mark in 2:15, which will qualify you for the Olympic Games in process, and it's really, really hard to get either one of those.
Well, if we look at the marathon mark 2:15, you see the time there 2:12, and the men on the left there of your picture. So they're coming up to that marathon mark, but are they going to hit it in 2:15? Doubtful at this stage. But that leading bunch, they've caught Ludwig Mamabolo. He's staying with them. Ludwig Mamabolo is still in the lead here. When they came through halfway, they were about a minute behind him. And they came up to Mamabolo here. And he's going with the pace at least. So lots of the favorites in that group. And Ludwig Mamabolo still holding his own here.
Barati le batsheetsi ba lebelo lena ba hlalositse hore monate wa lebelo lena selemong sena e tla ba ha o sheba jwalo ka ho barwetsana kapa mafumahadi mme ha o sheba ha jwale Tanith Maxwell ke yena a seng a hlahelletse a etelletseng basadi pele ke morwetsana ya dilemo tse 39 ebile ke mme ka nnete a sa le morwetsana 39 mme selemong sena fela o ile a hapa lebelo lane la Tigerberg mo teng ba neng ba matha dikilometara tse 30 o le hapile jwalo a mathile hora tse 2 le metsotso e 4 mme ha o sheba ha jwale ho so mathuwe hora tse 2 metsotso ka hla wa hlalosa hore pace ntse le yona ya neng antsa e tshwere hona mo lebelong la Tigerberg leo le lona le etsahalang hona mona Cape Town 2 hours 13 minutes 41 seconds.
Well, we're at Chapman's Peak watching Tanith Maxwell negotiating the climb here, and we'll be back with her very shortly just after this break.
What does it really mean to prosper in Africa? It's more than having a thirst to succeed, a hunger to grow, or a passion to uncover all the riches of our land. It's being part of a bigger community and believing that tomorrow holds the promise of even more. This is our Africa, our destiny, and we will continue to stand beside you, giving you hope, believing that when Africa prospers, so do we. Mabinge wants to make you a winner. Want to win 5,000 Rand in cash? Mabinge and Mac has big moolah to give away in the next 6 weeks. 1 million Rand. All you have to do is take a photo of your Mac products in your home and send it through to us with your name and address, and you could walk away with some cold hard cash. Our Mac Roadshow team will arrive at your house to see your Mac products for themselves, and they'll hand you 5,000 Rand in cash. Send us your Mac photo via WhatsApp on 083 382 3854, or for more details visit our Facebook page or website. Competition opens 7th March and closes 24 April. Judge's decision is final. We at Mac want to be part of your solution, because we are your family, behind you every step of the way. Get more with Mac.
Too good for fake blood.
It's a tomato explosion!
Mac and cheese, Where's? This is yummy. You won't feed it to the dog. Sorry, dog.
This is the cure for broccoli.
New Wellington's tomato sauce.
Terug by die Two Oceans Ultra Marathon hier in Kaapstad, en ons gaan terug na die vroue wedloop waar Tanith Maxwell nog steeds voorhardloop. Sy het gesukkel teen die bult uit by Chapman's Peak, maar lyk baie gemakliker op die oomblik op die afdraande. Ons sal die beeld bring so gou as ons kan. Ons kyk hier oor die roete uit en aan die agtergrond Tafelberg natuurlik, en waar die atleet op die oomblik hardloop oor Chapman's Peak. In die manswedloop Ludwig Mamabolo wat nog steeds voorhardloop saam met hom, Melly Kennedy en Colin Makaza, Charles Chiani en Mike Fokoroni, Portiber Dombojena is ook daar. En dit is die mansvoorlopers met daardie 5 atlete. Hulle is so wat 'n minuut voor 'n ander groep wat hulle jaag, en in die ander groep natuurlik die verdedigende kampioen is in daardie groep met Lukua en Kabuklani. en op die oomblik in die tweede groep natuurlik van Lesotho wat besig is om maar die voorlopergroep daar te jaag. Maar hier is Tanith Maxwell op pad af van Chapman's Peak af. And Dikeledi, Tanith looking much better than she did on that climb. Seems to be enjoying the downhill a little bit more.
On the difficult path where they go down, it's actually always difficult when after picking up, but then it looks like it's been easier with him. Kwe?
Yeah, well, there is Caroline Wisman coming down Chapman's Peak, currently in second place. She has moved up to, and this is a bit of a surprise, and as Caroline was clearly taking this as a training run and said she wasn't quite in the same shape she was in last year when she won this race, of course. And right behind her is Colleen de Reuck and Shanae Bosman. So some of our favorites here coming through. Shanae is of course Coach Lindsay Parry's favorite to win this. There's Colleen de Reuck in the blue of KPMG, but the leader still Tanith Maxwell, and they look like they might be catching her, Kewan.
Yes, I don't think that gap is over 3 minutes anymore to Tanith, and it's very exciting to see Caroline coming through there. But the big news for me at this stage, definitely Colleen de Reuck at 51 years of age, in the top 5 at Two Oceans and within striking distance.
Well, we're back with the leading group of the men, and that group of 5 or 6 athletes still sticking together. You can clearly see Ludwig Mamabolo here, even from the aerial shot with those long white compression socks. And of course, Colin Makaza, my pre-race favorite in that group at the moment. He was second last year, and Makaza really focusing on this race, he said, for at least this year and maybe the next few years.
Yes, definitely. Colin Makaza, really talented when it comes to Two Oceans. He's been on the podium before, second place and third place, so there's only one way for him to go, and that's to win the race. But he's got 5 other guys there with him as well, and it's not going to be that easy, even though they are all teammates running in the colours of Nedbank there. But also 2 novices there, right at the back of the pack. Melly Kennedy on the left, the tall Kenyan athlete, and Portifat Dombajeno from Zimbabwe next to him. So the novices are doing well today, and those are the guys on it that you need to watch out for, because they're the ones who spring the surprises.
Yeah, well, interesting you describe them as novices. Of course, novice Two Oceans runners, but not novice runners by any means. And Dikeledi, this group looking very comfortable, maybe too comfortable. That chasing bunch not too far behind them at the moment.
I think Makaza is still proving why he is the favorite for this race this year. Empa he ho ntse ho bonahala hore yana Modibe Mamabolo o ntse a tshwere jwalo pace ya hae e leng hore ke le ka utlwa pejana ba hlalosa ba sebetsi mmoho ba re ke mongwe wa batlete ba sa fetoleng ho matha bona. Pace ya bona is always the same in every race. Empa he ho bonahala ona mona jwalo ka ha re bona hore botle ba Cape Town ke bo bua nyolosetsa o ntse a hlile a dutse o dutse jwalo le bona batho ba ka reng yena Colin Makaza le yena mohlankana ona o ntse a le teng le yena bua jalo ka Mike Fogoroni ba ntse ba le teng ka ro banna bana ba bahlano ba mathampedi re tla hle re bona hore ha o arohanwa mo ke o fe ya tla hlenga itsheke mme a bule gepe bakeng tsa bona mo wa bontshang hore jale ke a ke lebile pheletsong e se le hora tse pedi metsotso e 20 lebelo le ntse le etsahala tsatsing lena la kajeno.
Well, sien op die skerm Old Mutual Two Oceans marathon. Natuurlik is dit nie 'n marathon nie, dis 'n ultramarathon, 56 km en die mans wat nou nader kom aan die marathonmerk van 42.2 km en soos Kewan gesê het, Thompson Magawane sy rekord gehardloop het wat hy tot 2:15 deurgekom op die marathonmerk en hierdie mans bietjie stadiger. Natuurlik daardie uitsonderlike rekord van Thompson Magawane van 1988 wat nie in gevaar gaan wees hier vandag nie. Die weer wat bietjie beter begin raak, die wind is nie so erg nie. Die reën het opgehou, so baie lekker weer vir hardloop vir hierdie atlete. En soos ons kyk na die mans wedloop op die oomblik, as ons het 'n groep van so wat 6 mans wat saam voorhardloop. En daardie 6 mans onder andere Colin Makaza wat daar is, Ludwig Mamabolo, daar is hulle. Die top 6 mans op die oomblik. And Kewan, maybe just give us an idea of, again, those 6 men, they look very comfortable. Colin Makaza just going into the lead there at the moment.
Yes, definitely. And the interesting thing is that they haven't gone through the marathon mark yet. So around about 2 hours, 22 minutes into the race, this particular bunch of athletes went through the 21 kilometer mark, which is referred to as a half marathon distance. And they were just between 1:12 and 1:13. So looking at the time, they should be nearing the marathon mark shortly. But the interesting thing, Arnold, is that the conditions today haven't been that bad, but the times on the road are much slower than we've seen in recent years.
Yeah, that's a little bit surprising. You can see there on the left of your picture is Colin Makaza, and every time we seem to try and come to this picture, it breaks up. And Ludwig Mamabolo still in the middle there. And Colin Makaza keeps looking over his shoulder. He almost looks like he's giving instructions to the guys behind him, or at least to somebody. So what could he possibly be saying there?
He's trying to instruct Portifer in the colours of HAC to come through, because that's actually his training partner in Zimbabwe. And another one of his teammates, Melody, although he's from Kenya, has done a bit of training with him recently in the last 2 weeks. And you can see Kennedy at the moment is actually slipping off the back of that pack, and not highly unexpected, but the Kenyans still having to stamp their authority on the ultra distance.
ba bang ba maatlete a rona re a tseba hore morolo wa bona hore ba tle ba iphumane ba ntse ba pushea ba o fumana jwalo ho batho ba ntseng ba matha le bona jwale ha o hlile o sheba hona mona jwale ka ntse re hlalosa le basebetsi mmoho yena Makaza o ntse a hlile a bitsa mohlankana ona Kennedy ya ka morao ya qalang ho matha lebelo lena ke elite hobane kapa ke novice hobane o qala ho matha lebelo lena la Two Oceans, mme o qala ipona a le lebelo le leholo la ultra tsatsing lena la kajeno. Ke ka ho hlile a hlileng a ntse a thusana jwalo le Colin Makaza e weleng hore ba ikwetlisa mmoho ha ba itukisetsa mabelo mme ha ba tlo re a molahlehele mo moteng o ntse bona Makaza ntse a shebela morao ke hona moteng a ntse a leka hore o yena atamela ke tle ko neletse taba re tle re tshwarane re tle re bone nna lona ra arohana re tla arohana re se re loka 56 kilometers ultra marathon ke yona e tsahalang a jwale mme mahlo a rona kaofela a ho yona 2 hours 23 minutes.
Well, the leading men there, Colin Makaza on the left, and it looks like the man from Ethiopia, which we haven't been able to identify, is Kebede Aberadinke. It looks like he's in that group as well. And of course, those 5 leading men looking very comfortable at the moment as they round the corner. And is it worrying that Makaza is trying to get his teammates to help him out a bit? Does it mean he's not completely comfortable at the moment?
Well, they're only nearing the marathon mark now, so it's going to be around about 2:25 that they go through the marathon mark, which is considerably slower than we've seen in other years. And I think with Makaza, as we've seen in previous years, once the athletes climb Constantia Neck, the tough 2-kilometer climb that they're about to attempt now, that's when we see the fireworks start happening and the pack breaking up. And they were a bunch of 6, they're down to 5 now. And I think Makaza probably at this stage doesn't want to run the rest of the way on his own. And the longer he has the company, the easier it will be for him. But it's going to be interesting to see exactly how far behind these athletes are the next athletes coming through, because there was a huge bunch of around 15 athletes, which included 3 former race winners.
Well, we've got somebody up in the sky looking at this race and can maybe give us an idea of how it looks up there. Alec, this group of 5 leading men now seem to have it comfortable. How far behind is that chasing group?
Well, we're certainly into the meat of the race here now as the athletes, the lead group of about 5 or 6 of them are approaching or just passing the standard marathon mark. So 14 kilometers to go in the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, and now it comes down to a battle of the mind. You know, if you put yourselves in these athletes' minds and you think to themselves, what's going through their minds? They're all starting to think, when should they make their move? Are they going to be able to keep together up this hill? Are they going to be able to make a move on the other side of the hill? Everybody's thinking about their strengths, their weaknesses, looking at the opposition, deciding who's strong, who's not. And it's all about efficiency in the early parts of the race. I liken it to, if you think of driving your motor car and you're driving at about 120 kilometers an hour, your fuel consumption will be quite good. But as soon as you push it close to the maximum, 150, 160, you start burning fuel. A motor car will be able to tell you exactly that, but a runner doesn't know what's happening in his system unless he's very well trained and experienced. And some of these guys will have pushed a little bit too hard, too early, and you'll find that they may just drop off up this hill now, because this is where that efficiency, where the energy stores start to run out, the glycogen starts to run out, and this is where the strongest and the fittest and the most experienced will survive. So it's going to be a hell of a race over these last 10 to 14 kilometers. Let me just liken it to, if you run the park run, there's many thousands of runners in South Africa who run the park run. They're sitting at home now watching. They think to themselves, I've run a 5 kilometer. Now, if you run a park run in 17 minutes, these guys are running 11 consecutive park runs at 17 minutes, and then they will sprint the final kilometer to try and get the glory and the victory and the prize money in this race. That gives you an idea of the pace that these guys are running. Probably about 324, 325 per kilometer. It's extremely fast. So let's see what happens up Constantia Neck. let's hear from the commentators.
Thank you very much, Alec. And I'm joined here now by Helen Luker and Mike Finch. And Mike, you were in studio earlier, and we've been talking about this race being quite slow as they go through the marathon mark. You specifically talked about the wind that might actually push these athletes. Is that not a factor, or is it a factor not actually helping them?
Well, I think at the start of the race, when we saw the guys starting off going down towards Fish Hoek, it was a northwester, which means that it would have pushed the runners down towards Fish Hoek. But now that they're coming back over the neck and down Chapman's Peak, I think there was some wind on Chapman's Peak for sure. Based on a northwest, it would have actually affected them on the climb up Chapman's Peak. But once they go through Constantia Neck, where they are going now just past the marathon mark, it won't be too much of a factor because it's quite blocked from the wind. So the wind is not a factor now, but I would have expected a slightly faster time than what they went through the marathon mark in 2:25.
Yeah, well, they are going quite slow, Helen. Also, the women's race, not as fast as we would have expected from Tanith Maxwell, but she's leading, got quite a big lead over somebody like Caroline Wisman and Shane Bosman. And maybe that is playing into the hands of a Caroline Wisman who said, look, I'm not going to run this fast, I'm not going to race it. But maybe because the overall pace is so slow, that falls right into her training run speed.
Well, yeah, it is. And I think that Caroline, Colleen de Rooijen, they're very strong athletes. And I think if I was in the leading a race, I wouldn't be that comfortable knowing that they're coming from behind, had an easy start to the race. They can both pick up the pace. So they run smartly, and they might just come through and definitely run a second half faster than the first.
Yeah, we'll be back with the men's race as we look at that leading pack and a whole bunch of Lesotho athletes in there. Mike Fokoroni, Colin Makaza, and among them, and those athletes obviously pushing the pace right now, trying to get that break away from the rest. And after another word here from Mike Finch, I'm going to vacate my seat. Dwayne DeLocca is coming back in. Mike, just give us your thought on this leading group.
Yeah, I think what's amazing about the two oceans that it almost becomes a battle between the nations. You know, Lesotho have dominated the race. Zimbabwe have won the race 6 times since 2000. Lesotho have won it 4 times, and South Africa picked up the rest of the win. So it's often a battle between the nations when it gets to this point in the race. At the moment, it's Zimbabwe that's actually almost got the better of the Lesotho runners at the moment. But we know the Lesotho runners are coming from behind. We know that they finished very strongly, and we know that probably the favourite at the moment, Colin Makaza, is in the lead at the moment. He's the one who's going to be the one to beat. There he is in the picture at the moment, and he's going to be the guy that everybody's going to be looking out to take the win today. All the pressure on Colin Makaza at the moment as they start up Constantia Neck, and this is where it all happens.
Well, these athletes certainly have been training hard in the outskirts of Harare in Zimbabwe. So Ludwig Mamabolo, the only South African in that leading group currently, with the likes of Makaza and Fokoroni. Dombojerno looking also pretty strong. Melly Kennedy, the Kenyan's just fallen off the pace ever so slightly. But Mamabolo looks like he's holding on, Helen, more than running at pace with these two Zimbabwean frontrunners who look very comfortable at the moment.
Well, this is not exactly the right place for one to try and break the field and try and get ahead. You just need to stick to whomever you're running next to, sort of gather your breath and not let this Constantia Neck take too much out of you. We see an overhead shot here, but it's quite hard to actually picture just how steep this hill is and the position of it and where it's coming in the race. And you've got to treat it with respect, else you'll suffer later.
I think this is the move. I think this is the move that Colin Makaza and Michael Fokoroni could potentially win this. I hear what you're saying. You have to take it slightly easier at Constantia Neck, but this is quite exciting. Makaza is really the guy that everybody is tipping as the winner. He's leading the pace at the moment. Michael Fokoroni just ahead of him at the moment. They're working well together. The early slopes of Constantia Neck beginning to take its toll, but as they get towards the top of the climb, it gets steeper and steeper. Caroline Bosman again. Goodness me, she is almost a phenomenon the way she runs. She's coming through quickly. Shana Bosman with her as well. We think they're second and third on the road. If they are, I feel a little bit sorry for first place at the moment because they do finish very, very strongly.
Ungainly looking here. Shana Bosman certainly is a phenomenal athlete in her own right and looking very strong in this ultra-marathon distance. It's not a distance that she's overly familiar running with, 56 kilometers, so it'd be very interesting to see how she finishes up once they go beyond the marathon distance. But Caroline Bosman, the leading runners currently, but as Anna Malama mentioned a moment ago, she had every intention of running this as a bit of a training run, but she is just fast enough over the last year or so to have her training runs end up in winning positions, but she is somebody that we've managed to chat to on numerous occasions on SABC Sport, and a very popular figure over the last year or so. And at the moment, Mike Finch has the rare distinction of holding the big three races in Comrades, Two Oceans and Omdidam titles.
Yeah, correct. I mean, the last time a South African won the Two Oceans before Caroline Wusman last year was Sarah Mishlango back in the year 2000. So it shows the domination of the international athletes, particularly the Russian athletes, up until last year. But what is most amazing about Caroline Wusman, we're just looking at the pictures of a few moments ago, she is literally smiling as she's coming down Chapman's Peak. And I know, Helen, it's pretty easy to say that somebody is that somebody's running easily when they're smiling coming down the better half of our ultramarathon.
Yeah, she's certainly running within herself, and she started off slowly. I mean, we were quite not concerned, but aware that that allowed Tanith to sort of break away. But we also knew that that's the way she runs. So, but looking very comfortable.
So Caroline Wusman not leading at the moment, but she is certainly looking very strong as she continues to press on. She is the defending champion, and just before the race we caught up with the defending champ.
The race is going to be a training run for me, and I think that I've got much heavier legs. I've definitely been training a lot harder than what I was at this time last year, so it's unlikely that I will be defending my title. But you know, I'm so excited to be doing this race. It's such an awesome race. The vibe is fantastic, so wherever I come, it's actually irrelevant. I'm just going to enjoy the run. So last year it was actually funny. The day before the race I got interviewed, and I said if anything that route worked in my favor, because I'd been doing a lot of hill training at that point, and that obviously paid off for me. This year I've been doing a lot more speed work, so who knows, maybe with the different routes it will actually be in my favor again to have the shorter hills as opposed to the long big hill in the middle.
So Caroline Wusman, who continues to impress with her running. She's not finding herself in the lead at the moment, but she is hoping to make up some time out on the road, and certainly is somebody who's adept to running hills. So that Constantia Neck climb might just prove to be the clincher for somebody like Caroline Wusman, who paces herself well. And the other thing is, over and above many of the other athletes, she does tend to carbo load a little more, is perhaps the polite way of saying it. I know, Mike Finch, there's a lot of controversy in the thinking, but ultimately when you're out and you're burning fuel like this, you need to be burning carbohydrates. Before we get comments from Mike Finch, let's hear from Shane Bosman. We caught up with her a couple of days ago ahead of her race.
My beplanning is om my eie reis te hardloop. Ek gaan net my eie pas hê en my eie effort. En ja, ek wil net 'n lekker wedloop hardloop op die dag. En ja, ek wil nie te vinnig begin nie. Ek wil eers na halfpad by Constantia sal ek begin. Dis waar my wedloop eintlik gaan begin. Ja, weet jy, ek weet Colleen de Reek van sy was altyd Suid-Afrikaner geweest. Sy is daarso. Caroline wat verlede jaar 2 Oceans en Comrades gewen het. Ja, en Tanith Maxwell, so ons is 'n klomp Suid-Afrikaners en 'n klomp prosesatlete. So ja, soos ek gesê het, ek fokus glad nie op hulle nie. Ek het my eie reisplan, ek gaan op my eie wedloop net konsentreer. Weet jy, hierdie wedloop is nogals belangrik. Ek was tweede 3 jaar terug geweest. Ek was tweede in Comrades geweest. So ja, ek wil graag hierdie jaar is my doelwit om een van hierdie 2 Comrades of 2 Oceans graag 'n titel hê. So maar ja, ek sal maar kyk hoe op die dag gebeur. As ek goeie bene het, dink ek gaan 'n goeie reis hê. So dit hang alles op die dag, hoe ek voel.
So Shane Bosman, who is hoping to claim victory in either the Two Oceans or Comrades Marathons in 2016. Her first crack at one of the 2 great ultramarathons in South African running. Of course, 2 premier marathons. Ultimately, we're heading back down to Noordhoek, halfway mark. This is where the bulk of the athletes seem to be coming through. As a steady flow now coming through at Noordhoek, 28 kilometers into the race. And this is what it's all about for many runners. It's not just about the elite field, but the sense of anticipation for many people. Set to break personal bests. Some are doing it for the very first time, and some are doing it for the very first time going over Chapman's Peak. In previous years, of course, we've been going over Okaapsewacht, so a new course, or back to the route that goes over Chapman's Peak. And for these runners, Helen, there's so many achievements that they would have in mind coming into this race.
Yes, and I think many of these guys that we see now on the screen would be going for sub-6 or around 5.5. I mean, most of them will slow down. It usually does happen, but it is just a fantastic run. And you just hope that these guys do have the time to sort of turn and look over their left shoulder and have a look at the beautiful vistas down Noordhoek, instead of just sort of keeping the eyes on the tarmac ahead, because there is some magnificent scenery on this run.
I know it's controversial, and the old school will tell me I'm probably wrong about this, but when they started to extend the times of to the blue numbers, the 6 to 7 hour mark, and then extended common race to 12 hours, there was a lot of criticism saying it makes the race easier. I don't think it does. What it does is it brings people like you see on the screen at the moment into an event which is incredible to be part of. And I think the more people get to do a race like this, not everybody has the gift to be able to run reasonably fast. If you have the ability to run in sub 7 hours for 56 kilometers, you can enjoy yourself. You don't need to be some sort of superstar athlete, and it opens up an incredible event for them. And I'm totally one for supporting longer cut-off times, because I do believe it opens up the sport to many more people.
It certainly is a view that is polarized. Many in the running world, those who are firmly for medals for everybody, and others, as many races, of course, dish out things like T-shirts to those who finish further down the field. But there's another view that says...
worse, medals.
Let's head to Constantia Neck now. Now this is going to be where the men are separated from the boys, so to speak, and certainly where the ladies are going to be separate. The women's race is going to be intriguing, because it looked like Shane Bosman is looking just a little more comfortable than Tanith Maxwell from the shots that we got, but Tanith Maxwell still leading. But this is the leading men, where we had a group of 4, the group of 5 that was cut down to 4. And certainly Zimbabwe are looking to dominate at the moment. That group that included Makaza, Mamabolo, Fukuroni, Dombogeno and Melly Kennedy.
Well, it looks like Mike Fokorani, in fact, the first one over the top of the neck. He's still got a bit of way to go, probably a couple of 100 metres. But when we were talking at the start of this race who the big favourite was, it was in fact not Mike Fokorani, who has loads of experience running ultras. It was the gentleman behind him, Colin Makaza. So this is a bit of a shock in terms of the race strategy at the moment. I think if you start losing contact with the leader at the stage, it's going to be tough. Who knows? Maybe Colin Makaza decided he's going to wait for the downhills towards Kirstenbosch to open up his stride a bit.
There is Colin Makaza, just a little way behind. You got to say, maybe 50 metres off the shoulder of leader Mike Fokoroni at the moment. But I just think that many of the Lesotho athletes in the chasing pack, the likes of Lebopo, in fact the Lebopo brothers and Kabutlana, the defending champion, just look to have left it a little too late, because they've got the Constantia Neck climb to come, and although it's punishing on the body, it's effectively nothing more than a downhill to the finish line. So it is going to be perhaps from these front 3 or 4 runners that we find the victor in the 2016 Two Oceans Marathon.
Well, the last 6 kilometres of this race does lend itself to some serious racing and people coming from behind. And I would think that many of these athletes have been advised about not falling into the trap of, once you get to the Constantia Neck, you think, okay, we've got 10 Ks, it's all downhill. And in fact, it's not. You haven't got steep hills, but you've got a couple of bumps. And I know psychologically, if you think that you're going to run downhill and you get confronted with just a slight incline, it can affect your train of thought. You think, where did this come from? And if you're tired, it doesn't help you. So once they've crested the neck, it sort of just undulates slightly, and but it's quite easy running. But we've really seen some great races in the past, and today I think we'll see the same.
Well, I always find it interesting. People say it's all downhill to the finish once you're over the neck, but I can tell you it is not. And there's a couple of hills which we can't say the names of them on air, because they belong to Chet Sainsbury. They call them Chet's Hills, but they've got specific names. And because they're these little kicks that happen towards Kirstenbosch, they're not long, probably a couple of 100 metres, but they definitely take the sting out of the legs. And then, of course, there's that 2-kilometre finish towards the finish at UCT, where if you're not strong, you can lose a lot of time. So I think we're in for some drama still here. I think that Mike Fokorani, it's Zimbabwe 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Lesotho nowhere, neither is South Africa. But at the moment it is Mike Fokorani looking like the strongest, but Colin Makaza right behind him.
Yeah, well, at the moment, I think one thing that has been proved is Nkabulane, who's not too far behind in terms of distance. And Nkabulane certainly has the speed to come charging from behind. I mean, he had a 1:06 half marathon at the Petersburg Marathon just last month. So he's somebody who's got some decent speed in his legs and looking fresh and feeling fresh coming into this race. But you just wonder if he is maybe just a little too far behind. Moses Kurgat was talking records building up to the race, but that is long gone right now. They are very far behind record speed, and it looks like Thompson Magawana's record will be well set for at least another year of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. It's a record that stood, would you believe, in just 2 years' time. It'll be 30 years old, which gives you an indication of just how fast his 3:03 was back in 1988.
Yeah, that day it was phenomenal how he ran, and I think there was just this complete feeling of disbelief that's the 3:03. But I think one has to also look that we weren't exposed to international racing. It was one of the races between Two Oceans and Comrades. It was, as an athlete, what you aspired to.
Also on that day when Magawana broke the record, he also broke the world best for the 50k at the same time. In fact, Frith van der Merwe did the same the year later. But what's interesting is that the courses, of course, changed. So now it's not a downhill finish all the way to the finish. It's actually a bit of an uphill finish. So it makes it very difficult. That 3:03, I think it's going to take many, many years before we see that even being threatened.
There are athletes, though, that have suggested they've got the ability to do it. They come out with various reasons. They come out with splits and stats and how they're going to tackle various parts of the race. They train specifically for hills and various aspects of this course, but when it comes down to it on the day, sometimes it's just a matter of how you feel when you wake up. And certainly the 2016 Two Oceans Marathon that continues to intrigue as we approach the finishing stages in the men's race of this ultra marathon. 56 kilometers it is. The half marathon victories have already been rounded out. Lesotho claiming victory in the men's half marathon. Khasi victorious, while Yvette van Zyl of South Africa finished top in the women's. Here's the running colours of Cool Running. Bongmusum Tembu is coming up behind Tebogo Lejaha. So Bongmusum Tembu, their form
Comrades Marathon. Well, Comrades Marathon winner Bongmusum Tembu. What's interesting, I was just talking to Kieran off air while we were chatting there and looking at what sort of time you'd have to run the marathon in to stand a chance of breaking the Two Oceans record. And Kieran, who knows a lot about these things, saying you need to be going through the marathon in 2:15. They were 10 minutes off that today, which means we're looking at about a 3:12, 3:13, which is even slower than last year. So the race very tactical. I think we're going to see some big fireworks as we head down towards the finish, because this race is nowhere near over.
Todd Mushiwa among those coming through. We just saw a moment ago Millie Kennedy, the Kenyan, who was in the leading group only a handful of kilometers ago, so he seems to have completely fallen off the pace. Peter Mutubi among those coming through as well, but certainly the Zimbabwean trio at the front of this Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon still looking strong in the closing stages. Speaking of closing, I can tell you that Tanith Maxwell's lead is being closed down by a charging Shane Bosman at the moment. But this is Fokoroni at Southern Cross. He's certainly taking full advantage of the downhill here. A little earlier, this was quite wet, the road, and the runners were heading down a little more gingerly than Fokoroni, but he's hitting the road hard. That asphalt is being pounded.
Well, I must say, I was a bit worried about Mark Fokoroni when he went over the top of the Constantinet climb, but they're on the descent now down towards Kirstenbosch. He has certainly got the leg speed suggesting that he's got lots in the tank. And in fact, I think he's opened the gap over Colin McCarthy at the moment. So I think we could be looking at a good move from here from Mike Fokoroni. His best place finish at the Two Oceans has been 6th, which he's got twice. So he's definitely a man with lots of experience in the top 10, but never cracked the top 5. So is this his year? Well, it is a bit too early to say, because there's still some little climbs to be done, and maybe he's trying to put the gap between him to give himself a bit of a buffer. But at the moment, Michael Fokoroni looking absolutely the winner at the moment.
Well, it's still early days, and I think we might see some changes in this men's race, but we will know within 30 minutes of it. But I think
Helen? Where's your money?
I think Mike Fokoroni was actually pushing too hard on this down bit. You've still got another 8Ks to go. Your legs are tired, and Colin McCarthy behind him looked pretty comfortable.
Well, he looks fairly comfortable for a top 10 finish. He'll be aiming for his 5th top 10 finish, but as Mike Finch mentioned, He's finished 6th on 2 occasions in this race. And certainly a top 5 looks more than just plausible. It looks on the money. But will he be able to hold on for the win in the closing stages? He's extending his advantage over the chasing man, one of the pre-race favourites in Colin Makaza, certainly on the downhill, but still a few kilometres to come and a couple of nasty little sections on this course. It's not the easiest course, despite the fact that many are saying that over Chapman's Peak the course is getting easier. And there's some of the low cloud that hangs over the beautiful, beautiful city of Cape Town. It's a wonderful scenic route around the Cape Peninsula. But we hope you're enjoying the coverage on SABC Sport on 2. We'll be back after this.
You know, Tembi, you really should consider modeling. Plus-size models make a lot of money.
Wellington Sweet Chili. It's sweet with a little bite.
MaBinge wants to make you a winner. Want to win 5,000 Rand in cash? MaBinge and Mac has big moolah to give away in the next 6 weeks. R1 million. All you have to do is take a photo of your Mac products in your home and send it through to us with your name and address, and you could walk away with some cold hard cash. Our Mac Roadshow team will arrive at your house to see your Mac products for themselves, and they'll hand you 5,000 Rand in cash. Send us your Mac photo via WhatsApp on 083 382 3854, or for more details visit our Facebook page or website. Competition opens 7th March and closes 24 April. Judge's decision is final. We at Mac want to be part of your solution, because we are your family, behind you every step of the way. Get more with Mac.
Just like to say that 2015 was one of the most difficult years for our farmers.
So many of our cattle and sheep died because of the drought.
One SMS worth 30 Rand to the Gift of the Givers donation line will contribute to the implementation of sustainable water supplies.
We thank you very much.
This is an SABC Foundation supported initiative.
Welcome back to SABC Sports coverage of the 2016 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. And remember that you can still win amazing prizes with Old Mutual, from the latest running shoes and lightweight vests to top-of-the-range fitness devices and more. You'll have everything you need to plan for greatness with www.worldofendurance.co.za, where you can get training plans, expert advice, race information, and much, much more. Simply answer the questions on screen. You could be a winner. Today's next question: which of the following isn't a feature on www.worldofendurance.co.za? A, training plans, B, endurance event information, or C, takeaway menus? It doesn't get much easier. SMS Old Mutual and your answer to 34068 if you want to be a winner. Great opportunity, of course, to win without necessarily entering the race. Let's head back to the UCT grounds, and of course there are several half marathon finishers that are streaming into the grounds, and those approaching the finishing area. And this is where things do get a little exciting, and this is where perhaps you and I would be finishing, Mike Finch, if we'd entered into the half marathon.
Speak for yourself, Dwayne. Speak for yourself. Yeah, this is, I mean, I love this part of the half marathon, because these are a lot of people who might be taking on their first ever event. And there's a lot of people who might think, well, I'll never be able to do a half marathon in my life. And here they are on the finishing line, you know, going for the win and trying to get themselves a medal. And this is what running in South Africa is about. It's about opening opportunities for lots of people to achieve something they never would have thought of. And that's what I like. These guys, unfortunately, have missed the final cut-off for the half marathon. But I can tell you that of all those people in that finishing straight that just missed it, they'll be back next year making sure they don't miss it.
They will indeed, but there are a few crestfallen looking individuals standing at the finish line, and one in fact two, now three goes down, and I can tell you off to the right there is another that's just sitting down, and that just gives you an idea of the dejection and that feeling of desperation after having gone the entire distance, and then to fall in anguish and despair to see that the cut-off time has been missed.
You know, it's interesting, if you look at international running, particularly in the States and Europe, there's definitely that sort of stage where people don't believe you should have cut-offs. But of course, cut-offs in South African running are part of our running culture, and there's, you know, a lot of people who say, well, you shouldn't have cut-offs because everybody should have, you know, 6 hours to finish a half marathon. I think it makes a unique feature about South African running. I know it's sad for the athletes that don't finish it, but it also gives athletes a chance to actually achieve something, and they'll come back next year to do it. So, I don't know, I like the cut-offs. I think they're so part of South African running culture that it would be sad if they ever went anywhere.
Well, these are athletes who will realise they've completed the distance but not in the allotted time, and there will be some disappointment. But there are still some. Oh, look at this.
They're holding hands, so they're happy.
They are very happy, and this is how you support and encourage somebody to the line. It's amazing just the sense of community that you get out on the roads in the South African road races, and particularly over the ultra-marathon distances. Two Oceans Marathon, it's a beautiful race to be run. The wind might have been out and the rain early this morning, but this is known globally as the world's most beautiful marathon, certainly over this ultra-marathon distance, 56 kilometers. And there's somebody who's overcome numerous challenges already, it seems, to be approaching this finish. Just incredible.
Yeah, these are the real heroes, I think, of the sport, and the reason why there are so many thousands that enter this race every single year, why it fills up so quickly, because there are so many stories of courage. And we've seen some. Anita Engelbrecht this morning, one of our disabled joggers, who went off 10 minutes ahead of the 56-kilometer field because she's running along with another runner and being assisted. So it isn't just about the able-bodied runners running their best, it's also about people overcoming these incredible challenges.
Well, inspiration is certainly one of the key words when it comes to these athletes. Inspired, and determination and perseverance of athletes who tackle these races. You get so many wonderful stories coming out of this, but the sense of community never ceases to amaze and at times overwhelm me when it comes to South Africa. Well, he's picking up the pace now as he looks to enter the finishing section here at the grounds of the UCT. Harlan David Ospino of Colombia. There are 6 Colombian athletes who are tackling this half marathon course, and there is a wonderful inspirational story behind Colombian athletes being in South Africa, but among many, as Mike Finch has mentioned, who've overcome overwhelming odds to be running. These athletes just being ushered no longer towards the actual finishing line. Now the cutoff has been reached, they're being ushered into the catch segment just on the grounds of UCT.
I should just let you know, if you're wondering where we are with the 56 kilometres, we're having a few problems with our link. It's obviously going through the trees of Kirstenbosch, and that of course makes it difficult for us to get pictures. So as soon as we get pictures from the 56 kilometre elite race, and it is going to be some interesting dicing over the last 8 kilometres, both for the men and the women, we'll be able to give you those pictures as soon as possible. Lots of things happening in the women's race as well. Tanith Maxwell, as far as we know, leading the ladies race, but Shane Bosman and Caroline Bosman just behind her. We don't know how far behind, but a lot will happen in this last 10-15 kilometres of the ladies race.
Well, I can tell you from the times coming through as we head back to Noordhoek, the halfway mark in the ultra marathon distance, that the leading ladies, the leading women, have passed the marathon mark, as Tanith Maxwell still leading by a very short margin. She's been caught by the Ethiopian athlete Bosho, but I can tell you as well that Shane Bosman has closed that gap on Tanith Maxwell and Bosho up front. Shane Bosman and Caroline Bosman just charging on behind. Bosman threatening to pull away from Bosman, but so far has been unable to do so. But, the ambulance following on as well, just driving through at Noordhoek. There are a few runners that might be in need of some medical attention out on the route. But, heading to Hout Bay, but the weather, it's not been quite as chilly and wet as many expected it to be, but the clouds still looking rather ominous as they hang over various parts of the Cape Peninsula, especially down at Hout Bay at the moment. I mean, speaking about the women's race, Tanith Maxwell, who is in front, she crossed over the marathon mark at 2:47.54, and Amelewok Furkadu Bosho of Ethiopia running with the Nedbank International Club, also followed on less than 5 seconds behind her, having caught up to the leader. But this is the lady leading the charge, the 40-year-old Shane Bosman, also running for Nedbank. She's currently, well, she's just currently headed into first, has she? Well, it looks like she's just, I'm hearing from spotters out on the course that she's now somehow managed from crossing the marathon mark of 4 odd minutes behind Maxwell and Bosho, that she looks to be not only leading the charge. There's a report coming out from the route that she's in front. I cannot confirm that as being official, but Shane Bosman at the moment is looking very fresh regardless.
Yeah, very interesting to try and figure out exactly where we are with this, because it's difficult on the route to point it out. But Shane Bosman, as far as we knew, is in second place. We are getting some reports that she might be leading, but I can't believe that Tanith Maxwell would have lost that much time after the marathon. They're just starting the climb up to Constantinek. Shane looking absolutely fantastic at the moment, running strongly, second at Comrades last year. Goodness me, she has been a different athlete for the last 18 months.
Most definitely, she's come a long way, especially in the ultra distances, and her coach, Lindsay Perry, same coach as the defending champion Caroline Wassman, and the training partners, so definitely the training that he's giving them is certainly working. And as you see there, that the first female veteran, so that stands for the first athlete over 40 years old, so there could have been a little bit confusion on the road. Shane might still be in second place at this stage, but the first veteran athlete of the field, so we'll just need to find that split for her. But as you were saying, it would be quite highly doubtful that she could close around 4 minutes in about 2Ks or
That's
so.
the thing, she was 3 minutes 56 behind the two leading women in Tanith Maxwell and Maluok Bosho of Ethiopia, and 40-year-old Shane Bosman is certainly top when it comes to the veteran race, but there's still plenty of race to be had. There's an opportunity for her to catch up. She's looking very fresh, looking very good, but I certainly doubt that Tanith Maxwell in particular would have lost quite so much. But the fact that she has been caught by Bosho would give you an indication that she is losing something out on the route.
It's difficult to say, because as they go Constantinek at the moment, it is interesting. But we're going back to the men's race at the moment, and just trying to find exactly where we are with this.
That's just around about 5Ks to go. That's your defending champion on the bottom of the screen, Motloka and Kabotlane, and the maxed athletes who's just taken the water sachet, your 2010 winner, Mabutile Lebopo. So these guys are from Lesotho, and Mabutile at this stage also the first veteran. So Shane leading the veteran charges amongst the women, and Mabutile in fourth place amongst the men. So Mike, showing the edge is just a number.
Absolutely, I think it is indicative of the way ultramarathon running has happened in South Africa over the last 10 years. As the older runners definitely do better. There is your defending champion. We don't believe he's in the lead at the moment, but he's in fourth place at the moment, as Kieran tells me, and he's just going per Kirstenbosch at the moment, around about 6 kilometers to go.
So there's still plenty of opportunity for athletes to show what they've got in the closing stages, but Zimbabweans continue to lead the way in the men's race, with Mike Fukuroni having pulled away from Colin Makaza, and Dombojeno finding himself currently in third position overall, as certain athletes just find themselves falling down the field. And among them, Melly Kennedy has just been slipping back further and further in this race.
Well, Dombojena was part of that group of 6 that started the climb together going up Constantia, and you can see that just in the back of the picture with the long white compression socks was Ludwig Mamabolo, the early leader. So these guys hanging on for their top 10 positions at this stage, but although there's still around 5Ks to go, Mark, I think we're going to see a lot of changes still in the top 10.
Yeah, it's an interesting race this year, because we did see attacks going up Chapman's Peak, which is relatively early in this race, and then of course it all split up as they went through the marathon mark. And I always find it fascinating that sometimes you almost have to take a risk at some point, even though you might not be feeling 100%. You need to be taking a risk to give yourself a chance of the win.
Well, Ludwig Mamabolo, your 2012 Comrades winner, coming through, and he certainly must be feeling the effects of the Omdidam Ultra that was only 2 weeks back. He finished second in that. Those definitely should still be in his legs, but just behind him in the colors of Max we have Masilo Matijane, the athlete from Lesotho. He's a former third place finisher here at Two Oceans, and nice to see him hanging on at this stage for a top 10 finish.
We're going to be heading back to Kirstenbosch in just a moment. We've gone beyond the 3-hour mark in the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, so certainly nowhere near record pace on the 2016 edition. This is Constantia and a few athletes that are coming through. Just a couple that look to be a little broken as well. And I can tell you from out on the route, we're hearing from coach Lindsay Parry that Tanith Maxwell is found herself in a spot of bother, and she really looks to be a little broken, to paraphrase the coach's description of the athlete who was leading for the bulk of this race so far. So it looks like Tanith Maxwell and Bosho, who are leading out in front. Maxwell, we know, is dropping off the pace. So Bosho and then Bosman, the leading veteran in the women's race, is closing fast on those two ladies that were at the front.
Better be careful what we hear from Lindsay Parry, of course, because he's the coach of Shane Bosman and Karen Wisman, not of Kenneth Maxwell.
Well, yeah, well, he's become known as Coach Lindsay Parry, I suppose. Yes, but he certainly does coach among the favourites, Shane Bosman, and indeed Caroline Bosman, the defending champion. But with runners continuing to push in the final 6 to 8 kilometres of this Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, we are going to head to a quick break. When you come back, you'll be in the hands of Anna Malherbe and Big T, Helen Luca.
Dog lovers, don't you wish you could get superior quality, scientifically formulated dog food from your local supermarket? Now you can. It's Canine Cuisine. Canine Cuisine contains 24% protein, a third more than leading supermarket brands. Vets agree that higher levels of protein are better for dogs. So make sure you give your dog the protein-rich nutrition they deserve. Choose Canine Cuisine. Rated an excellent 8.8 by Home Tester Club members. Brian Power, helping you buy better.
Unfair dismissal, wrongful arrest, blacklisting, contractual disputes, uncontested divorce, or drunk driving charges. It can happen to anyone.
Join Clientele Legal today and have a tough professional lawyer by your side 24 hours a day.
All Clientele Legal plans include a bail benefit. Should you be arrested, we will go to the police station on your behalf and pay the bail. SMS assist to 41446 and we'll call you back.
Winning is not a sometime thing. It's an every time thing. Winning takes hard work. Winning is a habit. Which is why MAC washing powder wins. Its stain-busting power is legendary. Dirt and stains are no match against MAC washing powder's winning formula.
Wash, 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 wash.
Get more with MAC from Bliss.
This is goodbye. We liked you when we were little, but we've evolved. We are ready for something new. You know what they say? All good things come to an end. Kids lunch!
New Wellington's tomato sauce.
And we're back with the Two Oceans Ultra Marathon. The first lady is Amelowork Ficado Bosho, going up Constantia Neck, and she has passed Tanith Maxwell. And Maxwell, you can see her just in the background there on the right of your picture, just behind that cyclist. And Tanith Maxwell looks extremely tired. But I must say, there is Maxwell, and not nearly at the pace she was going on earlier. I doubt if she'll be able to hang on even at that pace, looking very, very tired. Bosho herself not looking fresh as a daisy or anything like that, but I can tell you that behind them there is the charging duo of Shane Bosman and Caroline Wisman, and Caroline Wisman looking much better than Bosman is the news we're getting from the route as well. So I expect both these ladies are going to be caught fairly soon.
Well, they say it's about a pain in the neck. This is the pain of the neck, because Constantia Neck is an absolutely brutal climb when you've done 43 odd kilometers. It really is tough, and even though we're suggesting they're looking quite tired, and they are, it really is tough towards the top. It gets steeper and steeper before it kind of gets to the oldest restaurant in Cape Town, which is the Constantia Neck restaurant, and then it starts going down. So this is a very, very tough part of the course, and sometimes you think they're actually going quite slowly. I'm not so sure. I think they're pacing themselves all right up there. I'm not altogether convinced that Tanith Maxwell's all that bad either. I think she's looking okay. She's got a short stride. She's pacing herself. She's within sight of the winner. She's got speed, and she's got a bit of downhill still to come. So I don't think this is anywhere by any means over, and she's smiling.
Well, there is a little smile there. It is concerning, though, that she relinquished the lead to Bosho. There is Caroline Wissmann now in third place. No sign of Bosman. And Caroline, by contrast, I think she looks a little bit better. Also short stride, keeping it easy up the hill here, but doesn't look quite as tired as the two women in front of her. But it's, like you said, Mike, it's difficult to say at this stage. And with even a standard marathon, you feel fine for the first 35 kilometers, and suddenly the legs come off. And here, that's a little bit further to go.
Kieran, are they tired or aren't they? Come on, you're the man who knows this. Who's tired?
I'm going to put my head on the limb here and say that I think we're looking at the winner of Two Oceans again, Caroline. Yep. Because I remember before the race she said that part of her plan was to go to 42Ks easy and then run the last 14Ks very hard. And we can see at the back of the picture her training partner, Shanae Bosman. And the reason why I think Caroline's going to win today and defend her title is that last year, Mike Finch, she was one of the fastest, including over the men, in the last 14 kilometers, and she's a really strong finisher, and I think she's going to start putting the afterburners on now.
Well, Shanae Bosman is coach Lindsay Parry's favorite to win this race, and she doesn't look that good at the moment compared to her training partner, who's supposed to be in this for a training run. But I think these women have played right into the hands of Caroline Bosman by running a fairly slow pace. So even what Caroline would consider a training run is probably still fast enough to potentially take her second Two Oceans title in a row. Shanae Bosman also struggling up this Constantia Neck, but this is, as Michael Finch said, the toughest part of the course. And we'll have to wait and see as they come down the other side. Maybe they'll do a Mike Fukuroni and just run away with it.
I think Caroline Bosman's team should be in politics, because from this morning we've noticed all sorts of stories coming through that she's just in it for a training run. Other ones saying her that she's actually going to be going for the win. The latest news we heard is that she said to Coach Lindsay Parry she wants to race it today.
Of course she wants
and she wants to do well. Yesterday she was saying it's just a training run because Comrades is her focus. Well, I agree. Even on a training run, potentially she's got the ability to win this, but it's still a bit of time to go. And I'm still got some hopes up here for Tanith Maxwell. I think she's focused on this race. Shanae Bosman, again, she's there. Constantia Neck has taken its toll. I still think we've got a big ladies race ahead of us here.
Well, and there's Colleen de Reuck, the other favourite, also coming up this Constantia Neck. This women's race is coming to be a real cracker, and Colleen de Reuck also with a little smile there for the crowd. And the 51-year-old, Kieran, we were talking about this earlier, one record that is definitely going to go is the age group record for females 50 to 59.
Most definitely. Jane Mudau holds that one with a time of 4 hours 15, so that's definitely getting smashed today. And I'm liking what I'm seeing here. 46k mark, 10k's to go, 3 hours 10 minutes. Colleen's looking like she's got a lot of bounce in those legs.
Nou, die top 5 vroue op die oomblik en die 4 gunstelinge is daar. Dat is Tanith Maxwell, Colleen de Reuck wat ons op die oomblik na kyk, Shanae Bosman, Caroline Wissmann, almal in die top 5 en natuurlik Bosho van Ethiopië wat op die oomblik voorhardloop hier teen Constantia Neck uit. Die moeilikste deel van hierdie Two Oceans marathon. En Colleen de Reuck daar in die agtergrond kan ons haar sien kom. Sy lyk ook baie goed, so entjie agter Caroline Wissmann en Shanae Bosman. So die vroue op die oomblik, Bosho van Ethiopië wat voor is, Tanith Maxwell in die tweede plek, Caroline Wissmann derde, Shanae Bosman vierde en Colleen de Reuck lyk of sy hier in die 5de plek is en hulle almal wat sterk lyk hier teen Constantia Neck uit.
Well, absolutely mouth-watering stuff. I mean, if you love road running, this is what you want to see, where you've got 5 ladies, not saying they're like racing closely with each other, but they're within the ballpark of each other, and a lot can change. Colleen de Reuck, the experience that she has in running events, this is her first ultra-marathoner. She's 51 years old. You think, how can somebody like that be in contention for a top place? But with her experience, her pedigree, who knows? You know, anything could happen over this last sort of 8 kilometers, and I think we're going to be in some shake-ups in the next 8Ks like we've never seen. It's going to come down to the wire.
Well, we're going to go back up to Alec Riddle up in the helicopter. And Alec, your impressions of this race at the moment as we go. Wait, before we go to Alec Riddle, we're going to the leading men, and they're very close to this finish, and it looks like it's still Mike Fokoroni there leading them out. And last year at the Soweto Marathon, he did the exact same thing, and about 2 kilometers out from the finish he couldn't maintain it. But at the moment, Kieran looking very, very good, Mike Fokoroni.
Most definitely, you're going to improve on his best place finish of the 6th year in Two Oceans, multiple Two Oceans gold medalist back in Comrades back in 2013, and it's a brilliant run by Mark today, and well deserved to him. He stayed there, he bided his time in the group of Makaza, and although a slow winning time today, one of the things that can never be taken away is a victory, and that's what's more important than time. So brilliant run by Fokoroni, and he's going to take this title today. Well done.
Well, Fokoroni now coming in to the UCT Stadium here. He's coming around the bend. We'll be able to see him very, very shortly as he comes past our commentary position onto the grass. Not far to go. And Mike Fokoroni coming through to take this Two Oceans Marathon title. What a great run by him. He seems to have really found the best way for him to run this and time it perfectly coming into the finish. The man from Zimbabwe, and we might still see a Zimbabwean 1, 2, 3 here. They were definitely with Colin Makaza as well in there, but it is Mike Fokoroni with quite a big gap, and he's maintained that gap coming in to the finish here of the UCT Rugby Stadium as we see him cross the line. Mike Fokoroni taking this Two Oceans title.
Absolutely brilliant. He's just coming down the last finishing straight at the moment. The crowd's getting behind him, and it really is going to be one of his, without a doubt, his biggest running moment, his running career. 2 6th places in the Two Oceans over the years. Here he comes to Mike Fokoroni from Zimbabwe, the winner of the Old Mutual 2016 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. The time a little bit slow, Kieran, but for goodness me, tactically absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, 3 hours 13 minutes and 40 seconds unofficially there, Mark Fokoroni, your champion of the 2016 Old Mutual Two Oceans Ultra Marathon. And times aside, the victories can never be taken away. And Colin Makaza coming through now. I really thought that he was going to take this earlier on. He was looking so relaxed, but a repeat 2nd place finish, and not bad. Mr. Consistency himself.
Well, not bad for Colin Makaza. He's second place 2 years running, and I'm sure he won't be entirely happy with this. You know, perpetual bridesmaid at the moment is Colin Makaza, still looking over his shoulder. Not sure how far behind him the third man is, but Colin Makaza seems to be worried that there is somebody fairly close behind. And there was, of course, the big Lesotho charge coming up Constantia Neck, which doesn't seem to have materialized that much, as Colin Makaza coming through to make it at least a Zimbabwe 1-2, Mike.
Yeah, just incredible performance from the Zimbabweans here, and they have this is now the 7th Two Oceans won by Zimbabwe since the year 2000. So if you have to look at the ascendancy of countries, we've got 7 from Zimbabwe, 4 from Lesotho, and the rest from South Africa. So Makaza 2nd place today, and as you said earlier, he's not going to be happy with that. He's got 2nd, he's got 3rd before. Today he wanted the win. He must be devastated.
Well, Craig Fry is pretty happy with that, but a bittersweet moment there, I think, for Colin Makaza as our 3rd man coming in there now. And that is the 3rd Zimbabwean there, Kieran?
That's Klokan Kabotlane, your defending champion from Lesotho, last year's winner. And as you said, that late Lesotho charge, unfortunately not working today, and they've been caught out actually a few times like this, Mark, where they've left it for too late and have come through. But that's definitely is Kabotlane. The athlete in 4th place, just behind him, is Mabutile Lebopo, your 2010 winner. So Lesotho, or Zimbabwe 1-2 and the Lesotho 3-4. It will be interesting to see where the first South African male will be.
Verdedigende kampioen wat hier inkom in die 3de plek. Lokota Klabutani, en reg agter hom sy spanmaat van Lesotho, en Kieran Walker het vroeër vir my gesê kyk uit vir die Lesotho atlete, maar lyk my hulle het net bietjie te laat gelos om die 2 Zimbabweërs te vang. So Zimbabwe 1-2, Lesotho 3 en 4. En dit lyk kyk aan na die skoot van UCT waar die atlete klaarmaak, en die 2 Lesotho atlete baie naby aan mekaar daar.
Well, 2 former champions, well, one former champion. Just behind him in 4th place is Mabutile Lebopo, 1st place in 2010 in the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, and last year's winner Makota and Kuntlabani, who is in third at the moment, and he'll be disappointed with this as well. But it just goes to show you that timing is everything when it comes to winning this race. The Lesotho runners, as Kieran suggested, always a little bit easier in the first half of the race. They try and come through in the finish. Sometimes they leave it too late. Today, they left it too late.
Well, timing is everything, and it's like you said, exactly, those two men probably finished and think, you know, if we just went 1K earlier. Ludwig Mamabolo coming to finish, also good finish there for him, as these athletes are coming in thick and fast right now.
Well, in the colours of HAC Harare Athletic Club, we have Portifer Dombojena, and fifth place for him, and this is on debut, and former winner of the Johannesburg Marathon, running 2:15 there, and nice to see on debut coming fifth, not too bad.
Well, that is the third Zimbabwean that we expected. He was in third place for quite a while there, and the two Lesotho men passing him before the end here. But fifth place for Dombojena, looking quite tired here at the end. Doesn't look like he has too much left. Those legs must be almost a little bit of a stumble there over that slight bump in the grass. But Dombojena, I think that fifth place is secured for him.
He looked over his shoulder there, and I could just see him thinking, please let it not be close.
Yes.
But it wasn't, because Ludwig Mamabolo, who's going to be, I think, the first South African across the line, is some distance behind him. And I tell you what, Kieran, Ludwig Mamabolo, he made the running at Chapman's Peak. Hats off to him. He gets a top 10. That is thoroughly deserved, because he really did make the running, raising his hands to the crowd, and so he should. Ludwig Mamabolo, you have been the hero today. He's one who's made the running early on. He broke up the field, and congratulations, top 10, thoroughly deserved.
Most definitely, and running in memory of his father, who passed away only 2 days ago. So a nice gesture there from Ludwig. And you see the seventh place finisher in the colours of Max. That's Masilo Matijane, the winner of last year's JG Zuma Marathon, and himself a former third place finisher here. So the next athlete coming through in the colours of Max, Charles Gianne. This is a brilliant run from him as well. He was in that early breakaway, and this is going to be his first Two Oceans gold medal, Mike. Double Comrades gold medalist. If you remember back in 2010, he also made the race and finished third. But two veterans so far in the top 10, showing age is just a number.
Well, Ludwig Mamabolo there, of course, flying the South African flag high again, as he so often does, coming through there in sixth place. And that is quite good, getting a South African in the top 10. And haven't seen that actually for a while, the South Africans coming through the top 10, and Charles Chiani will be the second South African crossing the finish line. The South Africans really doing well. And 40-year-old, is he the first veteran to come through here?
Well, I'm looking at the performance of the veterans at the moment. Second veteran in the top 10. And I'm thinking, oh no, maybe you need to make a comeback, because clearly the veterans are the ones that are doing particularly well.
You can't make a comeback if you've never been there, and I've never run this kind of distance, so no thank you, no comeback for me. As definitely not with these men. They run faster over, and I think Alec Riddle alluded to this earlier, they run faster over 56 kilometers than I do over park runs. So no, it's a bit scary trying to think how fast these men run over this distance.
Well, the ninth place finisher coming through, Kebede Abera Dinke, in the colours of Nedbank from Ethiopia, and he looked very relaxed up until about the 42k mark. And I think it's one of the things that the East African nations like Kenya and Ethiopia still have to learn, how to run that extra 14 kilometer, because up until the marathon mark they all looked very, very relaxed. But ninth place finish for him in just under 3:20, followed by Sipiwe Ndlela, the athlete from KZN in the colours of Nedbank, running his first Two Oceans and a gold medal. Great run.
Well, as has happened in the Two Oceans over the many years, and at least since the 2000s, dominated very much by the Southern African runners and not by the South Africans so much. And it just shows to show you that kind of teamwork. I always get the sense that the Zimbabweans and Lesotho runners kind of run together as a team. They don't mind who wins as long as it's one of their countrymen, whereas the South African runners kind of almost tend to run individually. Ken?
Well, I want to throw out a question to you two guys first, because the one country that's missing here is a very famous West African distance running country, or East African rather, is the Kenyans. Where are they? I mean, there's one now, Moses Kruger, but he's the first Kenyan coming through. Why are they not strong over this distance like they are over the marathon distance and shorter?
Well, speaking to a few of the Kenyans, they've just told me that they're really scared of the distance, and they think that you won't be able to walk afterwards. But Moses Kurgat himself 2 years back ran a 2:08 marathon, so he's proper class. But I think it's just getting their head around that final 14 kilometers that I think it's just a mental thing at the end of the day. But going back to the thought of the mention that you said there with the Lesotho athletes and the Ethiopians all helping each other, that is something that the South Africans need to learn, because you're seeing good results coming out from those countries, and it's because they train together, they work together, and they help each other. And the running, as much as it is an individual sport, teamwork does come into play.
Well, we saw that earlier with Colin McCarza kind of urging his Zimbabwe teammates to help him out here. I think they had their own plans in trying to win the race here, as the athletes are now coming through thick and fast at this finish. There is Bongusa Mtembu, of course, Comrades winner from 2014, now finishing here in the Two Oceans, and good finish for him. Again, I think a lot of the athletes finishing now probably not that happy with their race. These guys were all looking for top 10 and even better finishes.
I think Bongusa's probably got his eye on that race happening a little bit further down the road, but
a small little fun run.
So a lot of these top runners will use this as preparation, but they want to have a good run. But there are guys who are going for this specifically, and this, I always think Two Oceans kind of suits the guys who are good over the marathon, but not particularly good over the longer distance like the Comrades Marathon. It's for the faster guys for sure. All the runners are starting to dribble down the finishing straight at the moment, and a nice crowd out here as the sun starts to come out over UCT. It was very miserable this morning, lots of rain and early mist and all sorts of problems with our television links with the helicopter, but it's starting to come, the sun's coming out of it now. It is a bit overcast, which has helped the runners, particularly us towards the back of the field, and I think we're just outside the top 10 in a minute at the moment. We'll try and bring those results a little bit later on. Lots of excitement in the women's race, so stick with us. The top 5 women all within sight of each other, including a 51-year-old former South African who is now chasing down these leading ladies. What can happen with these ladies after the next 5 kilometers or so?
Well, Kewan Walker has left us. Helen Luker is back, so we will go back to that women's race as soon as we possibly can. I can tell you down from the course that Bosho is leading, and Tanith Maxwell still right behind her on her shoulder. Bosho and Maxwell still together, and then about a minute behind is Caroline Wisman. Another minute behind her, Shane Bosman, and then Colleen de Reuck still in 4th or 5th place rather. Those are still your top 5 ladies as we saw them coming up Constantia Neck. They will be going down the other side now and coming, well, like you said, it's all downhill from here, is it? It's not quite, as they come towards the finish here, as the men are finishing thick and fast here at the UCT Rugby Stadium.
Just getting some information from the course at the moment that it is the split as follows at 46 kilometers, so 10 k's to go. It is the Ethiopian Bosho who leads. 10th Maxwell 23 seconds behind that, and Caroline Wisman 1 minute 53. Then it is Shane 2:19 and Colleen de Reuck 4:53. So the top 5 women within 5 minutes of each other, but the top 2 within 23 seconds. And you know, Tanith Maxwell is a nuggety runner. She's really focused on this race this year, and she won't want to give up the chance of winning the Two Oceans anytime soon.
It's a good way of describing her. I think a nuggety runner. I was talking to people about her yesterday, and it's like she's not the fastest, she's not the strongest, but she does have a lot of fight in her, and she just kind of ekes out these times. And of course, she's got a very good pedigree over the marathon. So maybe, you know, where a lot of the other athletes, especially people like Caroline Wisman, Shane Bosman, Colleen de Reuck, have said that their focus is the Comrades Marathon, Tanith is very, very much focused on this race, specifically on the Two Oceans. As we see some pictures of athletes coming through, we're waiting for those leading ladies, and we will catch up with them as soon as we possibly can. Helen, well, let's do it after this break. We'll come back to the leading ladies. We'll just go to a short ad break.
I hurt myself running this morning. Might have to miss my daughter's school fun day tomorrow.
Well, you should try Transact. It gives you up to 12 hours uninterrupted relief from muscle and joint pain.
Unlike most gels, Transact patches provide all-day relief from muscle and joint pain, so nothing can get in the way of you living your life. Transact, all-day relief from pain. Ask your pharmacist now.
Transact is an effective and convenient treatment. It's a patch that you apply once for all-day relief. Try the 5-patch pack for yourself.
Dog lovers, don't you wish you could get superior quality, scientifically formulated dog food from your local supermarket? Now you can. It's Canine Cuisine. Canine Cuisine contains 24% protein, a third more than leading supermarket brands. Vets agree that higher levels of protein are better for dogs. So make sure you give your dog the protein-rich nutrition they deserve. Choose Canine Cuisine. Rated an excellent 8.8 by Home Tester Club members. Brian Power, helping you buy better.
Watch Bafana Bafana take on Cameroon in AFCON 2017 qualifier. Live from Cameroon on SABC 1 at 3 p.m. Or you can join SABC Sports and Ukozi personalities at Eka Eating House in Phoenix to watch the match live on the big screen. Or stand a chance to win one of 10 tickets for you and your friends to join us in Durban as VVIPs, where you'll be driven with former coach Clive Barker in the Bafana Bafana team bus. By answering this question, who is the current Bafana Bafana coach? SMS Bafana Bafana followed by your answer and your area to 34025. SMS costs R1, no free SMS. We all know friends make the moment. Sikipa mo na vuntanga. Hashtag Kaufela Kaufela. Brought to you by SABC Sport, Ukozi FM, and Kaselaga.
Too good for fake blood.
It's a tomato explosion.
Mac and cheese, Where's? This is yummy. You won't feed it to the dog. Sorry, dog.
This is the cure for broccoli.
New Wellington's tomato sauce.
Welcome back to the Old Mutual Two Oceans Ultra Marathon, and we can report that Tanith Maxwell is back in the lead ahead of Bosho of Ethiopia. And Bosho, they're falling backwards. Tanith Maxwell has taken that lead, and she is really fighting for it. And there is the defending champion in the background. Caroline Visman is closing on Bosho and Tanith Maxwell. And Caroline Visman looking possibly to be the stronger of the three at the moment. She is coming through fast, and we know she's such a fast finisher. And Helen, this is the Caroline we're used to seeing. And I think we're possibly, like Ewan said, looking at the winner of this race right now.
Well, we saw Caroline do exactly the same last year, come into the lead in the latter part of the race, and really just dominated and just seemed to get faster and faster. She did run one of the fastest last 14 kilometers of last year's race, including the men, so we know what she's capable of. And it's just been such a topsy-turvy ladies race. I mean, we're getting these mixed reports from this one, you know, Shane's in the lead, and then it's Tanith, and now we've got Tanith back in the lead. So it will be a very interesting last 5 kilometers.
Well, I think we can clarify that now. Shane was never in the lead, and in fact that's her coming into picture there right at the back of your picture right now. So Tanith Maxwell's been leading for most of this race. For a little bit, Bosho from Ethiopia took over that lead. Maxwell's got it back now, but the chasing group was always Caroline Visman, Shane Bosman, and of course Colleen de Reuck. And we don't know where Colleen de Reuck is at the moment, still in 5th place, not sure how far behind Shane Bosman, but it is telling that Caroline Visman opened up such a big gap here over her training partner Shane Bosman.
Yeah, usiko subeza katino chipinga musi bachira balesa mbambe yono bakurane bukuma kamsika sela bafuma kazi hwela do jumra zorar kwamaga Afrika Bosho ndiye ne waba korchumeza uba akoranga panda pensi ya zuwa sume koyu Shane Bosman naine ni mutwane ubo kona tumubona la jiro ngamra hamu sela balesa Maxwell ndiye ne mutwane naine akulingeza utabela ngamrao jabor kamba fuma kazi bele bale bara kubamba vangi mrao zori mbambe itonga ikhabo ariko ngamutwanga ho Bosho mutwanga ho Maxwell mutwanga ho Bosman katina Colin Derrick amesha jino ariko kono mbora pezia ukukulinga sakandela zote uri akonosumeza kandela nyaka kidima ngayo Shane Bosman ano.
Wel as we onlik slegs 24 sekondes tussen die top 3 vrouens, en dit is natuurlik Tanith Maxwell, Ameloek Bosho en dan Caroline Visman in die 3de plek. Shane Bosman nog steeds in die 4de plek. Ons kyk nou gou na die uitslae van die manswedloop. uitslag daar van die manswedloop. Die top 10 atlete, natuurlijk die wenner Mike Fokoroni van Zimbabwe, Colin Makaza aan die tweede plek ook van Zimbabwe, Motlokoa en Kabuklani die verdedigende kampioen kom in die derde plek deur, en Ludwig Mamabolo, die eerste Suid-Afrikaner daar in die 6de plek, gevolg deur Charles Chiani en Spiwe Ndlela, die ander Suid-Afrikaner, en Moses Kurgat, die 10de atleet wat hier klaarmaak van Kenia. En nie die vinnigste tyd hierdie jaar nie, maar die top 10 mans almal binne so 7 of 8 minute van mekaar. Dit is die manswedloop, die top 10 atlete daar. Baie geluk aan Mike Fokoroni. Okay, we're going back to the women's race, I think, and we just go back to that leader, and I can tell you after 50 kilometers, Tanith Maxwell was not in the lead there, but she is in the lead now. Amelia Bosho second, Caroline Wissman was third, Shane Bosman fourth, Colleen de Reuck in 5th place, and those are the top 5. I don't see anybody catching them, and in fact Colleen de Reuck is about 3 minutes behind the other women, so she's got a lot of work to do to try and catch them. And just confirmation that there's only about 24 seconds between the top 3, and I still think Caroline Wissman, if we look at her finishing speed, is going to be the danger woman here. But of course, not only Mike Fokoroni can win this, you can win something too. And all you have to answer is this question: what is the world's most beautiful marathon? And is it the Old Mutual One Ocean Marathon, the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, or the Old Mutual Three Oceans Marathon? Just SMS Old Mutual and your answer to 34068. Okay, we're looking at pictures coming up. Constantia Neck again, while we wait for the pictures to come back from that women's race. And the pictures here of athletes running up this very, very tough Constantia Neck.
These athletes here will be really trying hard to break that 5-hour barrier, and that's quite an achievement for your average club runner, or your not so average club runner, to break 5 hours. They've just got to get over this little peak, which is the top of Constantia, and then just sort of take it easy all the way back 14 kilometers to the University of Cape Town grounds, and they will be able to get that sub 5-hour medal.
ngamanda musiku la sauri arali zabara zore mutu adiwana kamsa ugirima kamsa awara taro kamsa na minute ya 10 yanapela kamsa kasaka shika huza 5 jiaba zabuti ngamanda pensi ya bunji ya watu zino hapa arakota hapa kachikwa hicha Constantia chekonda mkuma ashikuri luanga manda ningaso bakho la sabagidini hapa avakoto la hofora ningaso milejingo to kokoziwa ngauri wakonda mkuma hapa chikwara chene bono kidima chikwara zinji chino kehichi chikwara chikwara ngamanda pensi basangwa ngo sori ngangeka sele bafuma kazi kwamba sori Bosho ndine bafanda penzi ya Maxwell ndine ono bahopanda zo chiro atebulanga ene Ricardo Bosho ane itobandwa mkuma ngauri arabana besa mutonga Caroline Bosman katina Shane Bosman ndibo bane bakolingeza uba bakonekeza competition heyo kamsika holo mfumakazi penzi ya tena zori richia panda ngamwana kamsi makazi Colin de Reuck ayene mutwade kamsi angapeza kubona penzi haho habari kumbona ubabala kashabona USA.
Okay, well, Dwayne Deloka will join you very shortly. But Helen, one question for you before I leave. Is Tanith Maxwell going to hold on, or do you think Caroline Wissman will take this one?
I think Caroline will take this. We've seen Tanith just sort of have some bad moments. We've had feedback that she's at times looked like she was struggling on the course, and we've just seen Caroline Wissman looking very strong and getting stronger, and she's done it before. So yeah, Caroline I think can take Tanith, but I'd be interested to just see how much Colleen de Reuck can close in on these ladies. She's 3 minutes behind, but she's got incredible pedigree. She's strong. She won her age group at the Ironman in Hawaii last year. She's got the strength, and she's got the historical pace. I say historical pace because she's now 51 and has just come from running the American Olympic Marathon Trials in 2:49. So she's got talent, this lady.
Yeah, she does have some talent. The Olympic Marathon Trials in 2:49. And you talk about that Ironman. She ended up running a 3:15 after cycling 180-odd kilometers beforehand. So nothing wrong with that tank from Colleen de Reuck. We got a quick break. When we come back, action from hopefully the women's leading bunch.
After a dry night in Pampers, babies can achieve so many things. Pampers Active Baby Dry is the driest diaper in South Africa. Micropearls absorb moisture and help Pampers to lock in wetness better so your baby starts the day dry. The driest diaper in South Africa from Pampers.
Defy convention with the all-new Mazda CX-3. The impossible made possible.
Sensitivity is one of those triggers that's telling you that there's something that's not quite right. If you choose to ignore it, well, chances are that is not going to get any better. I recommend Sensodyne Complete Protection. It's going to reduce the sensitivity of a tooth, protect the enamel, that helps maintain gum health, keeps your teeth nice and clean and white. Sensodyne Complete Protection is specially designed sensitive toothpaste with 7 benefits. It ticks all the boxes for me. I've tried Sensodyne Complete Protection and it's the one I'm going to recommend to my patients.
It's not luck. It's hard work, not settling for anything but the best. I take Pharmaton, the only multivitamin with ginseng G115. It gives me energy and mental focus every day. Pharmaton, never give up.
Be prepared for winter with low prices on all your health essentials. Only at MediRite Pharmacy. Save on 10 Barocca effervescent tablets for $49.99, 90 Moducare capsules for $89.99, and fight the flu with a flu vaccination. Available now for only $62.99. Only at MediRite, the pharmacy in your supermarket.
You wouldn't want to show your feet because of your nail infection. You've tried everything, but nothing worked. Nail infection is difficult to treat because fungi are difficult to reach. Amarolfi, the active ingredient in Losarol 5%, kills fungus. Its lacquer formulation penetrates the nail, killing the fungus. Losarol 5%.
Welcome back to SABC Sports live coverage of the 2016 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, and the blue colours of KPMG. Right at the very front or bottom of your screen, as you see it, is Caroline Woolsworth. She's just streaked past the field, including Vosho and Maxwell. It looks like Maxwell is just the sort of almost knee-high black socks of Tanith Maxwell right at the very top of your screen. So at the moment, leading lady is Caroline Woolsworth, and Tanith Maxwell looks to be holding on. But certainly, it looks like Caroline Woolsworth has just managed to sneak her way past the entire field. At one stage, as far back as 5th. But Helen, this is somebody who's not just running a training run, but the potential to go on and win this race. Running a training run seems almost absurd. But Caroline Woolsworth, claiming that this is a training run, looks well set for victory here, just a few kilometres out.
Yeah, she's in a difficult situation. She's trained hard. She's very fit. And despite what your long-term plans are, when you're sitting in a race and you know there's a big prize wallet at the end of it, you can't resist that temptation to race. And I think she has held back at the beginning and will be just letting loose now, as we can see she having taken over the first position. And we predict that she's about 1.5 kilometers from the finish. We will need to get clarity on that. We're struggling to get some pictures, but that is my guesstimate where she is.
So certainly looking very good at the moment is Caroline Busman. She is the current holder of the top 3 ultra-distance marathon titles in South Africa, having won the Omdi Dam earlier this year, and indeed holding the Comrades and Two Oceans titles, and she's looking well set to defend the title here. We've got Alec Riddle up in the sky, our eye in the sky, and Alec, women's race is certainly hotting up as we close to the finish line.
Well, excitement mounting here at the finish at the UCT campus as the defending champion and the new darling of SA Road Running, Caroline Vosman, seems to be heading towards the finish in the lead. We're about 600 feet in the air. Great pilot here, Chris, has kept us stable in some rather turbulent winds, and from here it certainly looks like Caroline Vosman in the colours of KPMG on her way to the finish for her 2nd consecutive win. She also won Comrades last year and is becoming a major name in the SA Road Running ranks. But what a race we've had. Tanith Maxwell fading over the last few kilometres, but she put up a brave showing. Shane Bosman, Collie Duruk and the Ethiopian also in the hunt till very late in the race. So an absolutely fantastic women's race, and one can only look forward to the Comrades Marathon, where many of these girls will do battle once again. So as Caroline brings us towards the UCT campus, great visuals here from the chopper. Back to the commentators.
Well, thank you very much, Alec Riddle. Our eye in the sky, but down on the ground it is Caroline Busman who's just continuing to impress. The fact that she's come out and said that this is a training run and is currently leading with just over a kilometre to go to the finish line is somewhat astonishing. She's somebody who has continued to impress the runners in South Africa. This is her 3rd Two Oceans Marathon, and if she goes on to win today, she'll have a winning percentage record at this race of 67%, Helen. It's not a bad little return for somebody who says, this is my training run.
No, that's good, but I think the day has played into her hands, and not to take away from her performance at all. It is going to be one of the slowest winning times that we've seen in many years. Now, Caroline has about another kilometre to go, just under a kilometre. She's going to come down off the freeway, down a little hill, and then she's going to hit the grass where she's got, say, about 450 metres till she crosses the finish line. So we're looking at about a 3:45 finish, and great performance, great race, but not a time that's up there.
Especially for somebody who's just running for fun, like she said. Caroline Muhi o tla jwalo a tlile mme ha jwale ha o sheba o santse a phethela jwalo kilometers tsa hae tse ka tlase o tse ka bantse tharo mme ha theoela teng o matha o kena jwalo hantle hona mo teng ho tla hleng ho rumelle jwalo mo ho felellwang teng ke Caroline Vosman o kena jwalo morwetsana dilemo tse 33 ke yena ya etelletseng lebelo pele mme ha ebe wa utlwa o tla utlwa meho o tla utlwa lerata le hlalosang hore ko sa kene jwang mo teng a yang qetellong ya tsohle. Run as one, Helen.
Yeah, we haven't had a back-to-back woman in the ladies' race for quite some time either, so that's actually really great to see. But yeah, we're going to finish in a time of maybe a sneak under 3:45, but a popular winner. We're sitting at the ground and we can hear all the cheering and the support. She's a well-known face in South African road running.
Well, indeed, not since Alessia Nurgaliyeva defended her title successfully from 2010. In 2011, have we had a back-to-back winner in this race, with the Russian athletes banned from participating internationally. Caroline Vosman wasn't stopped last year by any of the Russian athletes, is continuing on her merry way to be the darling of South African road running, as she's on to the final couple of meters now in this women's race of the 2016 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. She said there's no special approach to these races. She just wants some high mileage training with the Two Oceans and indeed her focus on the Comrades Marathon. But your winner of the 2016 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon is none other than defending champion Caroline Vosman. She's done it again, and somebody who is impressing in South Africa's ultramarathon races. Nobody has before Caroline Vosman held all 3 South African major ultramarathon distances. She had that already coming into this race, but she has the opportunity to, in a calendar year, win all 3 ultramarathon races, having won the Omdi Dam already, and now with the Two Oceans Marathon. Dikeledi, this is so impressive, but after an incredible run, this is Tanith Maxwell coming in, not Shane Bosman. And Tanith Maxwell looks to be coming in for a second-place finish in this women's race. She led for the longest time. The KwaZulu-Natal-born athlete who's moved to Cape Town, has trained in Cape Town, and whose focus was very firmly on the Two Oceans Marathon. Alas, is not going to claim victory, but will be the proverbial bridesmaid at the 2016 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. It's been an astonishingly good run by Tanith Maxwell as well, who looked fresh for the longest time, but perhaps it was just Konstantinek a little too hard that just took its toll. She looked to be broken, but recovered well enough to hold on for a second, being surpassed by a supreme athlete looking in imperious form right now in Caroline Wustman.
How to know about Lafman already in Tony Batledi Peter Jolokas Monse Fitilensa 2015 Mountain Caroline Wustman a happy in Libidolena, Maimonga Braro, Ibilena Tanith Maxwell, Leslie Monsena, who is a Halakamo Fela, Mountain Pijana Hartakula, the Lega Huena, Tina Gajeno, Haba Retanaka Baba Sadi, Tabonit Baure Osheba, the Triple C's, Mickey Baba Bedi, Caroline, Amoni Shane Bosman, Bangila Jolamaimo, Pili, Leabu Bedi, Mountain Kisatimiling, Caroline Wustman, Otase Asula Falrekin Nakoka, Abilem Rauka. Metsotso e meraro ha o tlile o tloba o papatsa le Monse fitile mo teng a hapile lebelo lena la Two Oceans ka dihora tse 3 metsotso e 41 mme kgetlong lena ibile hora tse 3 metsotso e 44. I think, Helen, this won't be a disappointment when coming to best time or time improvement when coming to Caroline, because it was actually not her goal.
No, it's not, but I think all credit goes to the young lady we see on the screen at the moment. I think it's her first run at Two Oceans. She's come in 3:47. This is quite a remarkable performance for this young athlete. She does come into this race with some excellent times. Marathon personal best of 2:32, 72 half marathon, and this is probably, I think, new territory for her, and she will be breaking 2:50, and that's credible.
Yeah, phenomenal finish by Borsche. She led with Maxwell for some kilometers, but just in the last 6 or so fell off the pace as Wustman surpassed them all. But third place, nothing to sniff at for a first-time runner at the Two Oceans Marathon, the first novice home, but having lost out to Harriet Chipchumba Chibore in the Old Mutual Soweto Marathon back in November last year, she might be disappointed that she wasn't able to improve by a place in the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, but as many Kenyans before it finds a top 10 finish in this race. This is Shane Bosman just loping towards the line with a rather ungainly but very effective marathon running style. And Shane Bosman onto the grass now at the UCT main campus and looking to finish strong here. She was looking for the victory today. She would dearly love a victory at either Two Oceans or the Comrades Marathons, looking to claim victory here, but a fourth place finish, nothing to sniff at.
Well, we saw Shane and Caroline sort of passing each other about 10 kilometers ago, and while Shane might have wanted to win today's race, she has still produced a time that is 6 minutes faster than her time last year, where she came 5th.
That won't be a disappointment actually for Shane, and I thought she was position 2 actually to realize now that she took position 4. Empa he hunto tsama jwalo mo teng re bonin jwalo moretsana Amelweka Bosho a hle a etsa botle bo makatsa mo nkile maemo a boraro a bile a mathile jwalo ka mora ho ka tse 3 le metsotso 50 empa he qetelong ya tsohle o nkile maemo a boraro.
So Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, the women's race having just been claimed by defending champion Caroline Wustman. It's 2 in a row for a runner who's done this race only 3 times in her running career. We got a quick break. When we come back, more from the women's race.
When you see our children go to school, do you ever take a moment to congratulate yourself? When millions awake to clean running water, are you aware that each drop is because of you? When small businesses grow into big businesses, do you know that you are a part of it? When a newly qualified doctor treats your child, do you ever consider that you helped them through medical school? When last did you take a moment to acknowledge your contribution? To think of the difference your taxes make to the everyday lives of every South African. You are the architects, the teachers, the protectors, the people who make this country great. Thank you for building a better tomorrow. SARS, at your service.
When a man starts his day with new Nivea Men Cool Kick Body Lotion and deodorant, he gets. Moisture and protection. So when you go for a scan, is it a boy? Is it a girl? It's both. Twins, what you gonna do? Play it cool. When she tells you to carry her handbag in public, what you gonna do? Play it cool. When Sia from finance gets all up in your grill, what you gonna do? Play it cool. New Cool Kick Body Lotion and deodorant from Nivea Men. It starts with you.
Now, Sita, I'm the new girl around here, and you're, of course, Mr. Lotto. Tell me, what's your one thing?
Well, I already have my one thing, and that is to help people get closer to their dreams.
Whatever your one thing, join us every Wednesday and Saturday at 9 p.m. live on SABC2.
With your Lotto tickets and find out if you can start living your dream.
Panda Pusha Play.
What do these do? They build things. Our hands mend what's broken. They heal and help. They motivate. They communicate. Our hands teach, train, and feed young brains. Good luck solving that. And whether they build, teach, or heal, our hands are always shaping our tomorrow. That's why this year, I'm using mine to vote. Because my tomorrow is in my hands.
Welcome back to live coverage of SABC's 2016 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. Is entering the UCT campus now is somebody who is favoured to win this, but she's going to absolutely smash Jane Moudal's veterans record in the women's 50 to 59 category, a 4:15 record as it stands. But Colleen de Reuck returning to South Africa. She's South African at heart. She still says ja, nee, talks like a South African, although runs in the colours of the United States. Running for the KPMG club and a good friend of Helen Lucas. Helen, to watch Colleen coming back to South Africa and to make her ultra-marathon debut here must be great to watch a close friend doing this.
Oh, she's just such a phenomenal athlete, and she's a 4-time Olympian. She's run at the Olympics twice for South Africa and twice for America. Represented America at 40 years old in the Olympic marathon, and she's one of the most respected female distance runners in the world. You know, she has just got such a following. This is a great performance, 3:53, her first time running over 42 kilometers, and I think it should be noted that Colleen made contact with some of us in South Africa expressing an interest to run Comrades, and that was facilitated, and then her sponsor said, would she like to just come and run Two Oceans? So it hasn't been her goal, but she's made a remarkable performance.
Well, you look at Colleen, though, somebody, or certainly in her family, no stranger to running Two Oceans Marathon. Her husband Darren was 4th in Two Oceans back in '92, and her brother Colin 10th in the previous year. Her sister-in-law Kerry's also run it, and her dad Frank has run it 15 times. So Colleen de Reuck can finally brag to the rest of her family, Dikeledi, that she's closed out the Two Oceans, and she's got a top 5 finish to go with that achievement. There's nothing wrong finishing 5th overall.
Oh, family of runners, congratulations to her. Ke mong wa dinatla ke mong ya tshwere mabitso a matla o teng mme a motswalang o teng moradi ka jeno o tlo motsietsa ke Colleen o na le dilemo tse 50 le motso le mong mo Afrika Borwa ya ileng a tloa a leba ka mana yo dula ka US in the year 2000 mo teng ya itsa ha fitla fela lebelo la pele a hapa metal wa Gauta mme o khutlile le kgetlo la pele a nka karolo lebelong lena la Two Oceans le leholo la dikilometara tse 50 le metso e tsheletseng jwale ka ha re tseba kapa o utlwile pejana mosebetsi mo le nna hlalosa hore ke lebelo la pele le fetang dikilometara tse 40 le metso e tsheletseng o le mathile o nkile maemo a bohlano o entse rekoto e ntjha bakeng sa Mikaubere e dilemo tse ka hodimo ho tse 50 ke yena Colleen de Reuck mme o fumane support haholo tsatsing la kajeno mme o entse megakolo kapa Mikaubere motlotlo ka sewa sentseng ha rona bana re ntse ntho tse swabisang re hlola ke 10 kilo yena o matha 56.
We've certainly made a great deal of Caroline Busman, who has claimed this is a training run but gone on to victory, but so much can be said too of Colleen de Reuck. What amazes me though is we go back a few kilometers, Helen, this is a Constantia Neck, but what amazes me most about Colleen de Reuck is the fact that while she set a couple of world record times in 10 and 20 Ks before she turned 40. What she's managed to achieve since she's turned 40 is nothing short of utterly phenomenal.
Yeah, she's just kept going and going. I mean, Colleen was winning South African championships when she was 16 or 17. She had the South African record. She ran 68 minutes for a half marathon many years ago, and she's just been able to sustain and compete at the top level, and that is why she's just won so much admiration worldwide from athletes.
But Kerry-Ann Marshall of South Africa looks to be just about stepping onto the grass here at the UCT campus to finish the 2016 Two Oceans Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. Marshall just coming down the final stretch. She'll be coming in 6th position overall. Again, not among the more fancied athletes, but Marshall will take a 6th place finish and run with it, so to speak.
Well, for any athlete to get a silver medal at Two Oceans, that's breaking 4 hours. That is really just quite an ultimate goal. It's a difficult goal. It means you've got to be able to sustain running sort of just over, say, 4:15 a kilometre, and you know, it's not what the average club runner can do. So she will be the envy of many of her fellow club mates, and well done to an exceptional performance.
Indeed, Kerry-Ann Marshall o tla jwalo a santsa phethela dikilometara tsa hae tse 56 ka motlotlo haholo ka Maafrika Borwa. Hora ke tse 3 metsotso ke 57 o setse fela metsotso e meraro ba ho bo so kene jwalo ho reng ya bone ya lebelo, mme ha o hlile o matha jwalo o kena bile o hlaella top 10 o sa fitlella dihora tse 4 nnete fela jwalo ka mosadi o ba motlotlo haholo e ka re ha Marashia le siyo Afrika Borwa ya ipabola.
So some of the less fancied athletes are coming through ahead of the more favoured athletes, and this is a phenomenal result for Kerry-Ann Marshall. Good enough for 6th place overall, as Simona Steiker might be wondering what happened. Louisa Lebalo, of course, Yolandi McLean, Jennifer Coach, all incredible runners in their own right, and Kerry-Ann Marshall has just stormed past a host of them to find a top 10 finish here. A big smile on her face. She realises what she's achieved.
Yeah, you would probably find to get a break 4 hours is a bit of a dream, and I think she's realised that she's actually achieved that, and that's a wonderful performance.
Well, Sean Mickeljohn, wow, the Comrades Marathon legend, the ultra marathon legend Sean Mickeljohn making his way into the venue as well. Oh, he might just about break the 4-hour mark. It's going to be a little bit of a dash at the end, but this means, I mean, if you're breaking 4 hours, you're going what, 4 minutes 17, 4 minutes 16 per kilometre over this distance, which that's a pretty decent pace when you consider a couple of the climbs in this race.
Yeah, he's got about 500 metres to go, and I think if Sean can just pick up that pace and get this sub 4 hour, we're going to hear about this 400 metres for many years to come. He's going to be waiting for Bruce Fordyce and all his other co-runners from years gone by, and just keep repeating this story of his challenge around the finishing line of Two Oceans.
le rata le etsahalang ke lona la hore be na Sean Mickeljohn o tla khona jwalo ho phethela jwalo lebelo la hae ka tlasa dihora tse 4 na hobane o so setse metsotswana e ka bang e 40 le metso e nka hlaka ra 40 hantle hore re tle re bone hore na wa e fitlella ke yo santsa fitla a tebuka fela he ke dume so ka feta ka plaga ka mona ha so phethele. Sean Mickeljohn o hlile aya jwalo a tobile mo Afrika Borwa ya motlotlo ke mokaubere e se le nako sa fitile dilemo tse 50 mme ke yena ne re shebile hore be na record wa ka hla a nka a ipharula na ha re shebe hore na o tla phethela jwang.
Well, this is going to be a tough sprint, Sean, but you've got the whole crowd cheering for, and well done. He's got that sub 4 hour with 10 seconds to spare. So that's remarkable. That's great.
That is incredible from the Comrades legend Sean Mickeljohn. It's great to see him crossing the line. There's the 4 hour mark. So 4 hour mark is gone. Sean Mickeljohn, the last to cross the line before the cut-off at 4 hours. That was just great to see him sneaking in. But you talk about sprint finishes. He sprinted the last 400 odd meters, while it seems for the last 4 or 5 kilometers it was It looks like Jennifer Koech, the Kenyan runner, just making her way toward the finishing area. It was amazing. Caroline Busman sprinted the final 4 odd kilometers, it seemed, where she finished with such pace, but she is making her way into the finishing area. Jennifer Koech of Kenya, among the leading ladies in the early parts of the race, just looked to be pushing the pace somewhat. Silver medal cut off at 4. She's just missed out on that. But she set the pace at times early on in this race, found herself settling into a rhythm, but ultimately perhaps broken as well on a couple of the climbs, just falling down the field. But she's going to finish in a commendable time.
Yeah, picking up the 7th place in the ladies' race, and 6 ladies have got broken the sub 4 hours, and I think that's an improvement on last year's results, where only 5 women were able to come in under the 4-hour mark. So she will be a little bit disappointed, I think, because Jennifer has got some fantastic performances behind her name, and she would have liked to have at least got that sub 4 hours, but I'm sure she'll be back, and we will see her again next year.
e ka re hlile jwale ka ha re tseba jwale ka maatlete e ka re ba thabela ho matha ka hare ho moya hobane re hlile re thabile ho senga ka jeno jwale ka basebetsi hore ha ona moya ho hang jwale re ipotsa hore na ebe ho tlahle ho etsahale dife re utlwe Helen. Who's next?
Well, we've just seen Simone Stickar coming through, whom we think may have, well, she'll be chasing Jennifer down in the on the grass track, and Simone came flying past our commentary box looking quite fresh. So one wonders what her race was like when she's looking pretty strong. Maybe she thought she could just pick up one more position. But there we've got Jennifer Koech coming in 7th position, and Simone Stickar coming in 8th position in a time of, it would be probably around 4 hours and 3 minutes.
A long way off from her fastest time in this event, when she ran the 3:37.15 back in, when was it? Back in 2006, I think it was. But she's got wonderful results over the years as the Hungarian athlete, somebody who's got a sub 2:30 marathon best, and who was a winner on debut in the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon in 2003. She crosses the finish line here, top 10 finish at the age of 45. Though she's quite happy to finish in top 10. She knew she wasn't going to be among the challengers for the top spots, but she was hoping for a top 5, top 10 finish, and she's managed to do just that. Well, second Ethiopian to make her way in now, Luka Kisa, coming home. Her compatriot Bosho having finished top 3 with a 3rd place finish at somebody who finished 9th back in 2014 in her debut at the Two Oceans Marathon, back 2 years later, and finds herself finishing in that same position 2 years on.
Ka selemo sa 2014 yena Alemtsaya Haile Kakisa yena ya hlanjwa le Ethiopia o ile nka maemo a borobong lemong se fetileng itse re shebile o rotla antlafatse nako ya hae a tla tlile ha ka kgona ho qetella lebelo mo teng e ka o ile a otlwa jwalo ke di cramps ha re utlwa hona mo for the ad break.
Well, this at 4:04.13, she's quite happy to be guided by Nick Bester, her coach, just to a recovery area. Of course, recovery is as important as anything else when it comes to marathon times. We've got a quick break, and when we come back, more from the women's race, and indeed more from out on the course.
New Ariel with a touch of Downy gives your clothes 10 days of freshness, as well as a great clean in one wash. Ariel Touch of Downy, now available at the same Ariel price.
I got a lot from my mom, but how radiant my skin looks is up to me. That's why I switched to new Nivea Perfect and Radiant. Enriched with Even Tone Pure Active, it visibly reduces dark marks, and SPF 15 to protect your natural skin tone. But I still have all the other things I got from my mom. Reveal your most even, youthful radiance. 9 out of 10 women say they'd switch to new Nivea Perfect and Radiant. Care for even, youthful skin.
My name is Shoplo. That's me 56 years ago. And that's you running. You couldn't run at the Olympics, so you ran here in the townships. For your life, that is. On this particular day, you were marching, warming up for the race of your life. Even though you were not learned, your goal was calculated. You knew the pistol would bury you. But because you were a seed, you sprout with new life and freedom. I am the soil that carries your memories. And for these memories, the Constitution was written to protect the rights of every man, woman, and child of this land. For those who sacrifice so much, we continue to stand against inequalities. SABC, honoring our past to better our future.
Don't look. Don't look. Okay, look. Revlon, love is on. Choose the one.
New Revlon Ultimate All-in-One. Our revolutionary mascara delivers 5 lash-transforming benefits. Volume, length, definition, lift, and intense color.
Choose love.
New Revlon Ultimate All-in-One Mascara.
Revlon, love is on.
Welcome back to live coverage on SABC2 as the 2016 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon continues. Oh, is that Shadrakov? On the far left of your screen, Shadrakov looking to make his way toward the finish line, and who he's a phenomenal 5,000-meter athlete over the years. Just loping home. He's a couple of the veterans now, the 40-plus categories, who look to just be coming in. Nothing wrong with the 42-year-old Shadrakov, who crosses the finish line now in just 4:08. Do you remember his days back, 5,000-meter runners, the sort of middle distance runners, distances on the track?
Yeah,
outstanding.
He is a wonderful athlete, and was a wonderful athlete to watch in his distances that he on the track. And he's also playing a very active part in developing a lot of the athletes up in Gauteng and just mentoring them, and that's great.
Ho bona e mong ya Mekaubere ntse itahlela Shadrakov man ke yo mong wa Mekaubere ilong hore ha isale a le teng o philela mabelo mokgwa hae o philela tsela mo teng mamilong wena mui wa SABC2 hohle mo leng teng o ntse a etsa yona menyakwe e tlwaelehileng hof o nka jwalo kapa o phethela jwalo lebelo la hae la dikilometara tse 56 ka mora hora tse 4:07. Danette Smith ke yena morwetsana wa boleshome ya kenang mme o phethela jwalo ba rwetsana ba leshome ka hodimo ba hapileng jwalo lebelo lena kapa ba hlailetseng jwalo lebelo lena la Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon 2016. Danette Smith ka mora hore Caroline Vossman a kgona ho pheta ho tshireletsa jwalo sekola sena sa hae se sa hapileng le monse fitileng.
So Danette Smith, she's outside the top 10 there, but she's come perilously close to finishing inside the top 10. She's just entering now the UCT final finishing area. On the grass she is. There's a young lady there. She's I think this is 10th place finisher just in front of her and looking over her shoulder, just wanting to check and see where the next female finisher is. It would have been a bit of a sprint. Steve O'Connor is finishing for the cameras with a little bit of a sprint, streaking past everyone he can towards the finish line. But this is Yolandi McLean, who's coming in a little slower than one would have expected. Yolandi McLean, somebody who took the South African road running scene by storm back in 2003. She broke 5th on Amalva's course record over 50 kilometers at the Loskop with a 3:21 after setting her own marathon PB, but she finishes here in 4 hours 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's good to see Yolanda back running. She did take a bit of a sabbatical for a few years and we didn't see her name popping up on the running scene, and she came back, ran Comrades last year, and here she is again at Two Oceans, and just seems to be regaining her strength. And this is the 11th placed lady.
This is Danette Smith, South African long distance trail championship winner a couple of years ago. It's somebody who's more than capable of hitting the harder tracks and trails, but a little easier terrain now is the asphalt and subsequent grass of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. Down at Constantianek, though, there's some reminders that they will be back in the years ahead. Olizondo finds herself at Constantianek.
Constantianek is where we are at right now. I'm standing with Stephen, who's just gone past Chappies. How is Chapman's Peak?
It's very tough today. For the past years, but I've done well. But today it's really tough for me. But I'm almost there. I'm left with a 10K to go.
Yes, and do you think you're going to reach your time that you've set for yourself?
I was looking for silver. It's really gone. It's 4:01 now.
Yeah.
I cannot make it.
All right, let's not keep you any longer.
I can do it now.
All right, no, let's not keep you any longer. Continue, 10Ks to go. You can do it. Congratulations so far. How are you doing, Kana? How is the marathon so far?
Oh, the marathon is a bit tough. It's a bit tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, mostly at least, we are almost done. Yeah, so I think from here all the way, no more non-stop.
All right,
yeah.
So I need to ask about Chappies. How is Chapman's Peak?
I know. Chappies is so much better than this one. Yeah, the Constantianek is a bit tough. Yeah.
Who is this run dedicated to?
For my wife, I just want to enjoy myself. I'm doing it for her because I love her so much. And it's the first time I run this race, and I want to finish on 5 hours, and I'm going to go further now. From here, I will finish strong.
You will finish strong. Congratulations, and we know you're going to do best. Who's your run dedicated to? Why are you running the Two Oceans this year?
Well, I love the scenery. I'm running this for my family. Cheers. Love you, baby. Bye at home.
Alrighty, there you go. They're loving the scenery. They're loving the vibe. They're loving the atmosphere. Some don't even want to stop. It's just 10Ks to go. And now, of course, as you can see, smiles on their faces. Chapman's Peak, not so bad as they say, but Constantianek is really the tough one. How are you doing, Alex? How's the run so far?
Very tough, very well so far.
Okay.
Going to sub-5.
And then let's talk about Chapman's Peak. Which one was the most? And who's this run dedicated to?
Glorify God for his wonderful creation.
Congratulations.
Thanks so much.
Right, best of luck in everything. How are you doing? There we go.
Go on.
Why are you Kichima Namhlanje? Why are you doing the world's most beautiful marathon?
Yeah, I'm from Tembisa. I'm running for Abantwana School. There's a campaign, Old Mutual, with the Put Food campaign. So I'm Kichimela Bon.
That's the kind of stories that we love to hear. People who are running this race for different reasons. What is your reason for running today?
I'm preparing myself for the Comrades.
That is the big one. And so far, are you on par with the time that you wanted?
Yeah, I'm on par because I've already done for the 2K in less than 4 hours. So I hope to get sub-6 in my ultra. Yeah.
Let's not keep you any longer. Who's this run dedicated to?
Well, it's dedicated to myself. Because of, I want to do it. Thank you.
Congratulations, best of luck. Why are you running the world's most beautiful marathon?
Because I've been enjoying this thing for the 10th time. I can't see myself stopping it. I'm doing this for my family and my friends. Thank you.
It is so beautiful, and your time looking good. How's the weather been treating you?
It's so fine. It's better if it rains than the heat. Okay.
All right, best of luck, best of luck. You look tired, but you look very strong. Look at you, a big smile on your face. You enjoying it?
Yes, I am. I am enjoying it. Although I'm a bit out of my time, but I'm still going for it, man.
But 10Ks, you're going to finish strong, right?
Yes, of course. I'm still ready for it.
Who's this run dedicated to?
To my family. My daughters, Tina and Linachi, and my future wife, Yonela Nube.
Best of luck to you. Are you going to be running the Comrades this year?
No.
So, why are we doing the Two Oceans today?
It's my first time in Cape Town, and I'm experiencing all the wonderful things in Cape Town.
And I need to ask about that. It's your first time here. What are some of the sceneries that you like?
I've got to get my Sainsbury's. I've got to go. I'm loving it.
There we go.
America is the best. And Champions League.
Love that, love that. 10Ks to go. Are you going to finish strong?
Of course.
Go for it. Best of luck. Congratulations to you. Really, these are the kind of stories that we want to hear. People have different reasons for running the two oceans. A lot of them very positive. A lot of them looking forward to the Comrades Marathon. They don't want to stop. They want to finish strong.
Finishing strong is Gerda Steyn of the Nedbank Running Club. Here she comes home in 13th position overall in the women's race. I can tell you that Yulani Basson actually snuck into 10th position ahead of Yolani McLean and Danette Smith. So this is 13th position for the Nedbank runner, Gerda Steyn. She's happy with that. She's got a very big smile on her face, Ellen.
Well, we heard one of the runners at the top of Constantia next saying they didn't want to chat too long because they wanted to get a Sainsbury medal. Now, a Sainsbury medal is 5 hours. So they need to finish this race, get across the finish line here at the university campus by 11:30 to get that very coveted Sainsbury sub 5 hour medal. So the runners that we see coming in now will get it, but there'll be quite a few just having to push themselves.
So 4 hours 16 into this 2016 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. You're watching live coverage on SABC Sport on 2. Coming up after the break, you'll hear from Big T and Arno Malherbe.
Be prepared for winter with low prices on all your health essentials, only at MediRite Pharmacy. Save on 24 Panado tablets for $14.99, 30 Centrum multivitamin tablets for $99.99, and fight the flu with a flu vaccination. Available now for only $62.99. Only at MediRite, the pharmacy in your supermarket.
Watch Bafana Bafana take on Cameroon in AFCON 2017 qualifier. Live from Cameroon on SABC 1 at 3 p.m. Or you can join SABC Sport and Ukwazi personalities at Eka Eating House in Phoenix to watch the match live on the big screen. Or stand a chance to win one of 10 tickets for you and your friends to join us in Durban as VVIPs, where you'll be driven with former coach Clive Barker in the Bafana Bafana team bus. By answering this question, who is the current Bafana Bafana coach? SMS Bafana Bafana followed by your answer and your area to 34025. SMS costs R1, no free SMS. We all know friends make the moment. Sikipa mo na Bontanga. Hashtag Kaufela Kaufela. Brought to you by SABC Sport, Ukwazi FM, and Caselaga.
Clientele's new Hospital Plus plan. It's not a medical aid. It's a hospital plan that pays out up to 200,000 Rand cash per year. We pay per stay. Yes, you'll receive the full lump sum of up to 20,000 Rand per hospital stay, plus a daily cash amount of up to 2,000 Rand per day for hospitalization over 10 days. It's affordable. Plans start from 99 Rand per month. SMS plan to 42932 and we'll call you back. Annual hospital cover of up to 200,000 Rand plus additional cover for accidental death, disability and rare disease paid in cash. Cash to cover the income gap if you cannot work anymore. Cash to take care of everyday expenses or supplement your medical aid if you have one. SMS plan to 42932 and we'll call you back. Clientele's new Hospital Plus plan.
Well, welcome back to the UCT Rugby Stadium at the finish of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Ultra Marathon. And we have seen the men's race finish, we've seen the women's race finish, and these are the results of the men's race. Mike Fukuroni there taking the win, 3 hours, 13 minutes and 36 seconds. And incidentally, that is the slowest winning time for 22 years on the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. Colin Makaza there in second, Motlokobuan Kabatlani in third, the defending champion. First South African home, Ludwig Mamabolo there in sixth place, flying the South African flag very, very high. And the rest of the top 10 there for you, dominated by Zimbabwe and Lesotho. Well, 3 Zimbabwe, 3 Lesotho, 3 South Africa to be precise. Sipiwe Ndlela there in 10th place.
Yeah, ayingotobamba mbili yaba yo leruonga manda pezi yasunza kuba bandizori chipika chiwona chiwoka na mwana mwana bari kubona mbambe hino ichiva yone yo dala oba tuba ne bafaka masegwanda nani kwa bana mungano wangazoni zino hapa Moses Maboda ari hey ningane risa kubona babunji aba gidimbala Africa chipeme bachiko jena ka mbambe tubona ene mudibe mabulo ayete katira Charles Chiane na Musona Simpwentela banema kusubaza ushuma zabo pezi dimbambe ino chingela belesa akoshamba anozori dimbambe ine yo wini wanga chipika chile chabachi rafusa arabola belsa kamsikara kodongora.
Okay, women's result there. Caroline Visman defending her title successfully, 3 hours 44 and 44. Tanith Maxwell holding on for a second place. Nuggety is how she was described by Mike Finch at one stage, and she held on. Amelawak Fikadu Bosho also holding on for that third spot. Sinead Bosman in fourth, and Colleen de Reuck with a new 50 to 59-year-old age group record. I think she shattered that record in fifth place. And interestingly enough, Mike, just a quick comparison, Caroline Visman's last 14 kilometers from the marathon mark till the end of the race, she ran in 53 minutes and 22 seconds, which is an average time of 3 minutes 52 per kilometers. That's fast.
It's exactly what she did last year. Took it fairly easy, and we heard from her coach that it said you can give it a burn for half an hour, and that was 8Ks, and that's exactly what she did. And I think my heart breaks a bit for Tanith Maxwell today, because I know that for her, this was her goal race. This is the one that she had a chance in winning. With the Russian athletes not able to run this year, it was her chance to win it. She took it out hard, she went hard, she gave it everything she got. But Caroline Visman, she's a phenomenon. She really is an unbelievably gifted runner, and I think she's her future. Who knows? She could be breaking records at Comrades this year. She could be winning Two Oceans again next year, or for the next 5 years, the way she's going at the moment. If she's doing Two Oceans just as training, imagine what she can do when she's actually doing it seriously.
Well, she was apparently right on time at the marathon mark, where she was supposed to be for her training run. And after that, with 8 kilometers to go, she had carte blanche from her coach to just go out there and run this hard, which is exactly what she did. You're talking about winning medals or records or things at Comrades, and I know one of her aims at Comrades this year is to go under 6 hours. She wants that Wally Hayward medal. In fact, she said if they don't give it to her, she's going to ask for it, because it's generally for the men who finish faster than 6 hours. But she says no other woman actually has a Wally Hayward medal at the Comrades.
It's true.
Yeah. The musika ochukona bali sakamanda ndela ide haba makazi ba weta ndewanda wazabangayo. I want to something one and makazi Caroline Westman chipinga che akuchigidima wala bali sa ori hotsala pezi kilometers koza 5 uyapanda oba achikoengeza lubiro wabononga ndi mutumusha pezia ungamba zori ndibone bafumakazi bane bakwita zina labudi bukuma kamsika sendena bala ukidima ngandira ine bakuzita ngayo pezia ungamba zori himbambe ndimwe zibambe zine uchila bali sa yakono upaba to chipinga chabudi wala zibambe zinga obo Comrades marathon distao. So I should guess that maybe in most of the people this can be one of the preparations to the bigger ones.
Well, I think it's interesting because there are some runners who look at their ultra-distance races like the Comrades Marathon as the big race. And I think for many, many years, people thought that Two Oceans was a preparation for the Comrades Marathon. I'm not so sure that's the case anymore. I think there are a lot of athletes who really do take this very, very seriously. This is the #1 race of the year, and Tanith Maxwell is one of those. When you come up against a phenomenon like Caroline Visman, you can lose. But there's certainly a lot of, and particularly the runners that we see in the top 10 in the men's race today, many of those runners we're not going to see even close to the top 10 at the Comrades Marathon. So they're Two Ocean specialists. That's what they're here to do. They want top 10. It's not a training run. It is absolutely as best you can do.
Well, Johannes Petrus van den Berg there, finishing, the 42-year-old from Pretoria. And also, these athletes coming in now, they're no slouches. I mean, B-seeded runners coming in under that 5-hour mark as well. This is quite fast for a 56-kilometer run. And so we really have to respect the fact, or the effort that these athletes are putting in as well over this race. And you're right. I mean, for many athletes, this is the focus these days. It's not necessarily only Comrades, although a lot of these people, like Mr. Van den Berg, we might see him again at the Comrades as well.
I think Mr. Van den Berg's probably a serial endurance runner, just looking at the way. You can see the guys that have run numerous endurance races just from the way that they run. Highly economical strides, they're cruising along, they look like they're actually taking it easy. I can tell you Mr. Van den Berg has done a lot of miles and he knows exactly how to run these races, and today he's run an outstandingly good time, easily within the top 2% of the field.
arabalabelesa musi vachikona vagidi vane vakochena kachiri chipinga hapa vari kuzviyamba zori bunchi havo ovavalabelesa vazvidiva zori havachatogidimira kamusi wana chipuga kana pfumbo dzinza vahone hapa ka to Oceans Marathon penzi vava kugidimira ori zvidivei uri ngachipinga vogidima chipinga chinga pane ka 56 kilometers ine aitolirwa ngoralo kamusi tuluona ngamanda zori bunchi yavatu vajiyambambe heino ine yava to Oceans sambambe kurwane ngamanda saizvi vatozvimira zori ndiyo nembambe ine kurwane yotoma kangwaha pano kala Africa chipinga dzidiva hone omdidam dzidiva hone dzimwe zimbabwe peziya heino ndimwe mbambe kurwane mkuba peziya zvino zvakotakaza ngamanda zori kubona mwana mumwe achikori naho ndobhaliro ungawana kamusi motoma vagidime vave vasvika one vakawana kamusi uvanga pasi chipinga choimaunga uri, and I think that's what a lot of people are quite doing right here, and when they know they can be able to get a big prize, but they just have to work under the the time that has been specifically put for by their teams.
Ja, ek dink vir baie van die atlete is hierdie natuurlik waar dit gaan. Hulle oefen die hele jaar lank om hier te kom hardloop by die 2 Oseane ultramarathon, en ons kan sien verskeie plekke van die roete daar, Constantia Neck hier by die einde ook, en baie van die atlete wat nou begin deurkom op hierdie verskillende plekke. Dis sien die vlae daar in die lug, dis aan die onderkantste regste beeld. Dit is een van die busse wat natuurlik die atlete wil deurvat in 'n spesifieke tyd, en dit lyk soos die sub 5 ure bus daar, soos ek kan sien, ja, sub 5 ure. En daardie manne wat natuurlik baie goed moet wees met pas aangee om seker te maak hulle kom op die regte tyd deur om daardie atlete die medalje te gee waarvoor hulle gekom het.
Yeah, these are the Runners World Pace Setters, which we've been doing from a magazine perspective for close on 15 years now, and the responsibility on the pace setters is absolutely enormous, and it's become so professional now that they're guys who literally dedicate their running year to pace setting, and they're hired on the basis that they can run comfortably underneath the time that they're aiming for. So if you're doing a sub 5 hour bus, you need to be able to run probably a 4:30 for 2 Oceans, knowing that you've got lots of time. And also, you're not going to let any of the people running with you down. You're going to evenly pace it and make sure that you finish. So there's lots of these pace setters throughout the field, and you'll see the buses towards the end of the day are absolutely enormous. There's literally probably a couple of hundred runners running with the sub 7, the sub 6 hour buses.
Well, let's talk about the pace setters for a while, because you mentioned, you have to be able to run a certain pace or very far underneath or faster than that pace to be able to do a pace setter. But in something like an ultra marathon, we've seen so many times that an athlete that can run at a certain pace just blows out completely, even though you think he's going relatively comfortably. And what happens if that happens to one of the athletes kind of leading the bus? And then to add on to that, I'll throw it out to you two guys in a minute. I mean, I know that if I'm pace setting for my 7-year-old son, I can comfortably run his pace, but it's an extremely frustrating exercise most of the time for me to have to slow down to a pace that I'm not necessarily comfortable or happy with.
Yeah. But I think he's quite right, because if you check, we always, year in, year out, we talk about, specifically now, talking about Gert Thys. All this time, he will, pace up and he will be in the forefront. And what happens to him after 30 kilometers? What happens?
He blows up. There's a reason why Gert Thys actually has a problem, because he does have problems with his blood sugar, and he admits that he has these problems, so he does go quite hard. Once his body goes into glycogen deficit, then he battles to get the energy back. So when we see Gert Thys going off hard at the start of the race today, and also we'll probably see Comrades doing exactly the same, it makes for great television. It gives a story for the journalists to write about, but we know he's not going to be in the lead when he gets to beyond halfway. But his is really just a physiological issue. But when it comes to pace setting at any level, whether it's at the very highest level and towards the back, pace setting, and I'm sure Anna will agree with this, is different for everybody. So in other words, some of the runners at the front of the field, they'll be strong on the hills, so they'll push hard on the hills, relax the downhills. Some runners believe that you have to give an even effort. So in other words, you're taking it easier on the uphills, but you're pushing the downhills, and you keep your effort level. I believe personally on the pace setting side that you want to be in a position where you don't push hard on the hills, you keep everybody with you. So again, it is an even effort thing rather than an even split. So it's not about running 4 minutes 30 per K over a hilly course. It's more about running at 75% of your heart rate throughout the course, because that's how you keep an even effort.
Well, I'm going to come back to this Gert tasting with you, Mike, and Big T, but for now, let's go to Xoli Zondo out at Constantianek.
I've been able to stop these gentlemen for just a few seconds. Shubiwa, how is the run so far? How's Constantianek?
This race is very tough. You must be prepared for it. So for me, from the start until 2031, so it was fine. But when I go down to chapter peak, so I started to experience some problems. So, but now I'm starting to regain confidence. So I'm definitely sure that I'm going to finish it.
All right.
Thanks.
We know as SABC Sports that you will do it. Congratulations on the run so far. Only 10 kilometers to go. Yes, another Chifiwa. How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Just 10 Ks to go.
Just 10 Ks to go. It's been good. The weather behaved though. Yes, it did. I think maybe preparation was in Soleka, but I'm really enjoying it.
Okay, so that means you're not really happy with your time so far?
No, not at all. I wanted sub 5, but I'm happy so far so good.
All right, so far so good. Another Chifiwa, Umanda, how are you doing? Oh, congratulations, Baba, so far. Kodwa le 10K uzoyiqeda noma kanjani ke? Okay. Nasukufisela inhlanhla ukhuluma ngeqolo uMandla. The back is a problem. How are you doing?
Good, and you?
You're still in good spirits, you're still in good health.
I'm trying, yeah. This is my second last year. I tried the new route. So today I had to go through the Chapman's Peak. And so far I think I'm feeling great, but I know my sub 5 is gone. But so far I'm doing great.
And that's a good point that I want to talk about. Yes, last year, different routes this year.
Yeah, and I did 509 last year. I'm hoping to beat my 509 this year. So far I think I'm still on track.
I'm not going to keep you any longer. Go for it.
Look good, Kalibona.
Lebona, all right. How are you doing? How's the race so far?
It's very difficult. It's hard. Cramps are killing me, man.
But the preparations are coming together.
Yeah, no, definitely sure. Yeah, let me go.
Okay, 10 Ks to go. Go for it.
Yes. Yeah, I'm finished now. My thighs is tired now. They just give up now. But I want to make it. My target was 5 hours.
Okay, best of luck. Now we're proud of you. We are so proud of you. There you go. Everyone is in good spirits. I would be too. Passing Constantianek. Look at you. How are you doing, Ezzy?
Very well. Tired now, but we're up. We're going home.
You're going home, just 10K.
We're going home, baby.
And you know what? We say this is the world's most beautiful marathon. What is it? What is it about this marathon?
It's about seeing the sea and also about the team as well. Yeah. Yonke into nje imnandi lana. Nasihlangana sonke as team members, motivating each other.
Nigijima nonke.
Thina sonke sizama ukuphusha yabona. So manje we're almost heading for home. Okay, thank you.
We are so proud of you. So proud of you. How are you feeling, Constantianek?
Yes, this is my first ultra marathon, and it's dedicated to my family at home.
Congratulations to you. Dedicated to the family. Very first time. Loving the scenery. What more can we say about the Two Oceans Marathon? Look at you, my girl.
Well, a very excited Xoli Zondo there on Constantianek with some runners really going for this 5 hours. And we will be back with some more from the Two Oceans Marathon right after this break.
My Binge wants to make you a winner. Want to win 5,000 Rand in cash? My Binge and Mac has big moolah to give away in the next 6 weeks. 1 million Rand. All you have to do is take a photo of your Mac products in your home and send it through to us with your name and address, and you could walk away with some cold hard cash. Our Mac Roadshow team will arrive at your house to see your Mac products for themselves, and they'll hand you 5,000 Rand in cash. send us your MAC photo via WhatsApp on 083 382 3854. Or for more details, visit our Facebook page or website. Competition opens 7th March and closes 24 April. Judges' decision is final. We at MAC want to be part of your solution because we are your family, behind you every step of the way. Get more with MAC.
This is goodbye. We liked you when we were little, but we've evolved. We are ready for something new. You know what they say? All good things come to an end.
Kids lunch!
New Wellington's tomato sauce.
Remember, of course, you can still win amazing prizes with Old Mutual. From the latest running shoes and lightweight vests to top-of-the-range fitness devices and more. You'll have everything you need to plan for greatness with www.worldofendurance.co.za, where you can get training plans, expert advice, race info, and much, much more. Simply answer the question on your screen right now and you could be a winner. And that question, of course, is what is the world's most beautiful marathon? Is it the Old Mutual One Ocean Marathon, the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, the Old Mutual Three Oceans Marathon? And all you have to do there is SMS Old Mutual and your answer to 34068. That's Old Mutual and your answer, A, B, or C, to 34068, and you could win one of those devices and choose displayed on your screen. And we go back now to the live pictures of athletes finishing this race, and I still have a question which we finished up on, Mike Finch. So Gert Thys, you said he kind of goes out hard and then he blows because of a physiological issue that he may have, but what's the point in that? Why do that?
Sorry, I'm back again. I think the big thing with Gert Thys is that because of his history as a runner, he was one of the few runners ever to do a sub 207 marathon twice in a year. He was arguably South Africa's best ever marathoner. He's in the twilight of his career. He's been embroiled in a drug, been accused of drug taking, which he won a case against. It's been a lot of drama in his life the last couple of years, and there's a story there that needs to be told around Gert Thys. Yeah, and I do believe he is an incredibly gifted runner. I think he goes out there with the intention of, doing as well as he can. If he manages to hang on and wins and somehow nobody chases him down, he's going to try and win the race. But I think he knows deep down inside that he doesn't have the ability to win it. So if he isn't going to have the ability to win it, why not go out there and have some fun anyway? And I think he's done enough in his career for him to be legitimized as a runner. And whether he's able to win another big race, he's not fast enough for the marathon anymore. Can he win the Two Oceans? Not unless he solves this issue he has with his blood sugar.
Well, thank you. We're going back to Xoli Zondo up at Constantia Neck. And Xoli, who do you have for us there?
Look at you, my girl.
Enjoying. I'm just enjoying. I'm good in you.
Tell us about Constantia Neck.
Oh, it's very tough, my dear. It's very tough. But anyway, it's a race. We used to. We know it. We can't run out. We are still coming.
We love your enthusiasm. We love your positivity.
We're still going to make it. So thank you much.
10 Ks to go. There you go. I love everyone here. How you doing?
Struggling.
What's the struggle about? Tell us about
cramps.
Oh, it's cramps. All right, just take it.
It's very tough. I'm feeling feeling a pain here. Yeah, that's into my thighs.
Right, well, best of luck feeling pain, but still running through that pain because the goal is in mind. Just 10 kilometers till the finish line. How are you doing, Baba?
Fine, I'm fine. I'm still doing. I'm trying. It's very hard, but I'm trying.
And as you're running, what are you thinking about the most? What is that motivation in your head?
The most I'm thinking about is just to finish the race without any harm. That's all. Thank you very much.
We know you're going to do it. You look very great. Continue. How are you? I can see you're a bit tired, but a little positive.
I'm very tired, but I've trained hard and I'm going to do it.
And the time? Are you still on par with the time?
Not really. I wanted to do sub 5, but that's not going to happen today.
We're not going to keep you any longer. Best of luck, best of luck. A lot of people saying that they're not reaching the times that they really wanted to. It is quite a slow marathon. How are you? Are you reaching your time?
Yes, I am. I've got about an hour, 2 hours to go to do 10 Ks. I will do it and I will do it.
Tell us about the beautiful scenes that you've been able to enjoy.
I haven't seen any scenes. I'm just focusing on the road. But I've seen the oceans that I've done. The best runners still to come. My mates at the back there. All the best to them.
All right, no, best of luck to you. Just 10 Ks. We know you're going to finish strong. How is this beautiful marathon treated? It can't just be okay. It's a bitch, there you go. Yes, I'm so happy to hear. She is happy. She is on TV. She's running the Two Oceans Marathon. Let's go a bit back. We found someone that may just want to talk to. You are feeling a bit of pain. What's going down?
I'm just cramping, but I'm fine.
Would you say it's constention neck?
No, it's the whole race in general. It's a tough race.
All right, but you are going to finish strong, right?
Finish.
There you go. He's still positive. He's getting a bit of medical treatment, but he will finish strong. That's what the Two Oceans is about. It is about persevering, and that's what you're doing.
Yo, I'm loving it. It's my first one, and I'm looking good with a few kilometers to go.
You are looking good. Go for it. You can do it. Yes, sis.
Good morning, everyone. Afternoon, everybody. It's my first time, but it's worth it. I'm gonna do it. I was targeting for sub 5, but yeah, I can't.
What are some of the beautiful places that you've seen?
Places, well, I haven't been checking much because I was concentrating on my time. But well, for then when I come back next time.
No, best of luck to you. Are you loving the Two Oceans?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely for my first time, it is a wonderful experience. And I must say, I really enjoy it so far.
And I need to ask you, why are you running the 56? Who is it for? What's motivating you? Why are you here?
Because it is the love of the game. It's all about the love for the sport.
Simple. 10 Ks to go. Best of luck to you. What can you say to the people watching at home right now? What's the vibe like here?
They're giving us strength. They're giving us power.
Yes.
Yeah, they're doing good.
All right. And are you going to finish in the time that you wanted to?
I want to finish under 5 hours.
All right.
Yeah.
No, best of luck to you.
This is the 10th one for me.
All right, best of luck. Gentlemen, are you loving the ocean?
Loving the ocean.
Loving the ocean so much. Let's go. It's a very nice race, I must say. Very challenging, but we like it.
A lot of people saying that it's really tough this year, isn't it?
Very tough. Very. But the weather was good, eh? We like that the weather was good.
We like the rain. We are coming back next year.
I want to know, why do you even run the Two Oceans? What is it?
Madness. The historic race. Nice. Very nice. Experience.
And 10 Ks to go. Are you going to finish?
Yes, I want to finish here. There's a lot of time. There's a lot of time to finish.
Nice one.
Now, what we're going to do now? What we're going to do now? We're going to make up a bus here. We're going to make up our own bus.
So you run together. That's
we're going to make up our own bus and we finish sub 5.
There we go. They're making their own bus. They're finishing in sub 5. They're running as a team. It's the spirit of the Two Oceans. How you feeling?
What I say, it's a lovely race and I enjoy the race.
I'm feeling good.
Every year I enjoy it. There's a lovely weather. The weather is great and I enjoy it.
So that means next year you're going to be back here again?
Back here and I will finish 5:30. I will finish the race.
Love that. Best of luck. 10 Ks to go. How you feeling? You're looking strong.
I'm tired.
Did you struggle anywhere in the Chapman's?
No, I'm struggling now. Yeah.
But we know you're going to finish. There we go. I love this energy that I'm getting here from Constantianek. There we go. How you feeling?
Hi, I'm feeling well. And how are you doing?
Your smile says everything. Why are you smiling so much?
Because I'm on target, I'm doing my time. Yeah! We're finishing strong. Yeah, give me 5.
I'll give you 5. I'm gonna give him 5. He deserved 10, actually. There we go. How you doing, Otwa?
Very well. I'm going for my sub 5. Yes.
You're doing very well. Oh, best of luck to you, Otwa.
Hi. I'm fine, thanks. How are you? So far, so good. Thank you.
You're gonna finish in 10?
Yes.
There we go. There we go. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Everyone just wants to talk to us. Why do you love it so much?
It's a good preparation for comrades, and it's also tough. So it's quite a nice, excellent race.
Some people have been talking about their times. They're not reaching their times the way they'd like to. How's that for you?
For me, it's training for comrades, so I'm not so much concerned about the time that I get, but I'm sure I can get below 6 hours. Yeah.
Well, best of luck to you. You've done so well.
Thank you so much.
Right. Why are you running today?
I'm used to, because it's a part of training, and then it builds my body, and then that is why I'm enjoying it. This is my first one, and then I have to do until the 10th one.
There we go. We always talk about how this is the world's most beautiful marathon. What is so beautiful about it? Tell the viewers.
I don't know what can I say, but I want to say thanks for God for helping me to come and run the Two Ocean Marathon.
Best of luck to you. Just 10 days to go. You're going to finish strong, right? Why would you say today?
Thank you.
Best of luck. He's just talking about how
TV.
You're on TV and you're running the world's most beautiful marathon. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling tired, but I'm going to say 10 Ks to go.
Just 10. Oh my goodness, we're so proud of you. All right. They don't want to chat for too long, which is understandable.
It's okay, I'm enjoying it. Yes, I'm doing my 20 today.
What? Why do you keep on coming back for 20th?
Because I like running and I'm just enjoying it. Two Ocean.
And you look so good. You have a huge smile on your face. Congrats to you. Come through this side. You're running this for the 7th time.
My 7th time, yep. And it's very good. And I like it. And so that's how the race goes.
Is this lucky number 7?
This is lucky number 7. I have to finish strong. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. Best of luck. Lucky number 7. I'm going to be bringing you more interviews because I'm absolutely loving the athletes that are coming through. It's Constantinek, just 10 Ks to go, and it is the world's most beautiful marathon.
Watch Bafana Bafana take on Cameroon in AFCON 2017 qualifier. Live from Cameroon on SABC 1 at 3 p.m. Or you can join SABC Sport and Ukwazi personalities at Eka Eating House in Phoenix to watch the match live on the big screen. Or stand a chance to win one of 10 tickets for you and your friend to join us in Durban as VVIPs, where you'll be driven with former coach Clive Barker in the Bafana Bafana team bus. By answering this question, who is the current Bafana Bafana coach? SMS Bafana Bafana followed by your answer and your area to 34025. SMS costs R1, no free SMS. We all know friends make the moment. Sikipa mo na Wontanga. Hashtag Kaufela Kaufela. Brought to you by SABC Sport, Ukwazi FM, and Kaselaga.
You can win tickets to a UEFA Champions League match. Buy a bottle of Pepsi, SMS the last 4 digits of your barcode, and stand a chance to win.
Department of Basic Education has started a campaign to get the nation to read. Research shows that we are not doing enough reading as a country.
Did you know that the reading statistics show that only 14% of South Africans are readers of books? Only 5% of parents read to their children. This indicates that we do not have a strong reading culture. Literacy is a fundamental building block for learning and also a good personal empowerment tool. That's why we invite you to join the Read to Lead campaign, an initiative by the Department of Basic Education. We urge you to drop all that you do and dedicate at least 30 minutes a day and read a book.
We're back with the Old Mutual Two Oceans Ultra Marathon, and some good pictures here coming from the course. And of course we're here down at the finish, and you see the athletes streaming across the finish line at the moment. Old Mutual, the main sponsor of this race, but of course many other sponsors involved as well. One of them is Adidas, and we had a chat with the MD of Adidas, Roddy van Breda.
I suppose we're back Easter time, Two Oceans Marathon hype running festival in this exciting time, and really for us, obviously it's a great time of the year for us to be able to talk about Adidas running. And nearly 30,000 people over this weekend across trail, across the 21 and across the 56K, and it's an amazing opportunity for us to talk around our new technology, new product launches, and really just to talk about Adidas running. So it is the perfect platform for us. Again, so it's about exposing, I suppose, all of the runners who come here on this weekend to our full range of footwear products, and we've really seen, you know, the launch of our Boost technology, which we actually launched the very first Boost shoe when we signed with Two Oceans 4 years ago. So now it's been an evolution of how we've evolved that Boost technology in all of our shoes. And I mean, now really our kind of pinnacle product is the Ultra Boost. You'll see it here in about 5 different colorways. We also have a stability option on the Ultra Boost, but it's really been an amazing journey now, and how we've really used and leveraged our association with the Two Oceans Marathon to position our technical running footwear. In this space, and certainly in the running category, innovation is everything. You know, so looking at of how our Boost technology, again, within the footwear, how we bring across different uppers to make the shoes even more technical. So every single year we look to bring out something new and innovative. Also that's sexy. You know, the runner also wants to look amazing on the road, especially, you know, from a men's point of view and ladies' point of view. So it's how we bring kind of sexiness to our running products, and also making sure that they are absolutely the technical best products that the runners can have.
Well, that was Roddy van Breda, the MD of Adidas, just taking us through their technology and the Ultra Boost shoe that he spoke about there. And of course, great sponsor, and athletes finishing Faku Chiefs. And
I mean, what's that anyway? When you look at those colors, I think they represent Kaizer Chiefs or Chiefs, Waikato, which one?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe it's just called them leopards or something like that. Leopard print coming through here. And a lot of athletes very, very happy to finish underneath that 5-hour mark. We spoke about Michael Finch, and get a Sainsbury medal.
Yeah, it's a big medal today for lots of different reasons, mainly because it's in memory of the great Chet Sainsbury, who has died just a few weeks ago after a long battle with cancer, and he was really the father of the modern day Two Oceans. He was known as Mr. Two Oceans, and these sort of thousands of runners that we see really a culmination of all the effort that he's put into the race over the years. So lots of club feet from people out there at the moment, and they're all the clubs are out there representing themselves, and they'll be looking to get under. And the reason why it's such a special medal, first of all, I think is probably the most beautiful medal of the whole race, but I also think that it's a lot of people trying to do this, Mark. And there's Nancy Wool, actually one of the most famous Masters runners in the Western Cape. She's going to get underneath that Sainsbury medal at the moment. But the Sainsbury medal, not just about about Chet, also about Anna Marie as well. So when it was established in 2009, it was basically to sort of pay tribute to the contribution that Sainsbury's made to the race. Anna Marie is here, Chet's obviously not, but you know, very much an emotional day for lots of people who knew Chet.
Well, thank you for interacting with us on Twitter and Instagram. Use hashtag SABC Sport or hashtags 2Oceans 2016. You never know, your tweet might find it onto the screen there, like Nikki Abdenor's and James Setsoso, who says, well done to my homeboys Motlokua and Kabutlani and Mabutile Lebopo. That's of course the Lesotho guys. We are proud of you, and use that hashtag 2Oceans 2016.
Keso aunana siyungere kadipala panda no wanakeza kasho ya udibukuma kasho ya upua puwe ripano Cape Town ndiane pasini tsini kana tobane paka chikolo chile chaba chiulwa ne kuma university ya ya Cape Town ndione hone bagidimba bakorana ushika hone bachikorana ukuma hone petsia ndonga seba sori utakaza mkoma ubona musu kubona batu balwane uyangamingwayo pambana naho bachikolira loro bakono ushika musu satushika kata chipenga chile fini cut of time petsia tutakaza sori mwana mumwe aniyeba hapa mwene mti petsi wori rikono shika rikono shika la kamsi chipinga chori rikono diwana roshika hapo ndera bahone ndi mbambe kurane bukuma ineka tabana na mose ungaje bukuma zori una batu baje bono taho zitudili ko zibona zikoneke ziwa ngabonje abantu bashiko khoda batu bane bo chimo shabuti Mike Fokoroni mutwangaho batu baje bukuma bango amba oshinga ba.
Okay, we're going to be back with that Sainsbury medal, the cut-off time, just after this break.
Do your underarms ever feel itchy or bumpy? After shaving, your delicate underarm skin can become irritated, leading to bumps and itchiness. Dove can help. It's the only deodorant containing 1/4 moisturizing cream that actively helps reduce itchiness and bumpy skin while keeping you fresh and dry all day long. See the Dove difference yourself. No more bumpy skin, just soft, smooth, beautiful underarms. Dove deodorant. Effective protection, beautiful result.
Teppo, do you know where it comes from? The magic of Minnie. There was a teeny cow in a house made of grass who could only fill 80% of a glass. So she drove far to seek some magic to add and found vanilla essence that T-Rex Trixie had. And Giddy the seahorse had yellow bottled up for her friend, while Kylie the cat poured creaminess into the blend. That Ultramel Mini, the friends all agreed, was yellow and creamy, like magic indeed.
New Ultramel Mini, a delicious lunchbox snack. Don't forget to buy your Ultramel this Easter.
The SABC has signed a code of conduct that is enforced by the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Under the code, we are committed to giving news that is accurate, comment that's fair, and programming that is not harmful, does not amount to hate speech or violence or explicit sex. If you think we are not living up to that code, then you can inform the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Direct any complaints in writing to the BCCSA, PO Box 412 365, Craig Hall 2024. Send a fax to 011 326 3198 or an email to bccsa@nabsa.co.za. For more information, please visit bccsa.co.za.
So here we are at the finish line of the 2016 Old Mutual 2Oceans Marathon. We're just about a minute away from the 5-hour cut-off time, and these are all runners that are getting the tail end of the Sainsbury medals, as Mike Finch mentioned a short while ago. Extra special medals this year around in honour of Sainsbury's contribution to the sport, with Anna Marie Sainsbury and Chet having passed away back in February after a long battle of cancer at the age of 73. Mr. 2Oceans, who was also just a lover of sport and the in the Western Cape, having run Comrades Marathons, also completed cycle tours, several cycle tours, I think over 25 odd cycle tours in his career. And that said, Mike Finch closing down to the 5-hour mark, and you've explained the significance of this medal, but just missing out on this medal, you see, we're about to see some crestfallen individuals in anguish approaching a finish line.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking when the guys go for it. It's a beautiful medal, and just seeing Anna-Marie Sainsbury, the late wife of Chet, just walking off camera just for a second there, as we're into the last 10 seconds of this this very special medal, and it's the 10-year anniversary of the Sainsbury medal today, which is obviously a little bit sad. And ironically, that's there we go, the countdown happening at the moment, and there we go, the gun going off now from one of this officials. But Chet, in the year that it was established in 2006, Chet was probably in one of the best shapes of his life, but missed that 5-hour mark by 4 minutes, and never ever managed to break sub 5 hours after that. So the medal that was named after him, and in his honour and Anna-Marie's honour as well, was a medal that he never got, and he had a very long celebrated history at this race.
The strange thing is, we were talking about the significant success of Colleen de Rieck. I mean, while she was a good athlete before the age of 40, what she managed to achieve after the age of 40, Kieran, is something astonishing. But when you look at athletes covering the ultramarathon distances, this really is a sort of veterans race. We'll get more on that in just a moment there, but having seen the Sainsbury cut-off time at 5 hours, just over 5 hours gone in the 2016 Old Mutual Two Oceans ultramarathon over the 56 kilometers, we go to a quick break. When we come back, more at the finish line.
Sugar can attack anytime. Get around-the-clock defense against everyday sugars with new Aquafresh Complete Care. 8 key benefits with 24-hour sugar resid protection. New Aquafresh Complete Care, 24-hour sugar resid protection.
And now, when time stands still for me, this is when I know why people like us never stop, never rest. Screaming and applause and praise will erupt. And they'll say many things, but it's the next split second that matters. The one where I look back at them and think, I am not done.
In the unfortunate event of death, the last thing your family should have to worry about is money.
That is why all clientele funeral plans pay out within 24 hours.
Plus, we will send 200 Rand free airtime to help with the necessary funeral arrangements.
I'm very proud to have given my cousin a decent funeral, because that is very important in our culture.
Clientele funeral plans are affordable. They start from just 99 Rand per month.
It's easy to apply. No medical examinations, no paperwork. It includes an unveiling and a grocery benefit.
Important. You can cover up to 13 people on one plan.
And on our Ultimate Dignity plan, you can get all your premiums back. Yes, all your money back on top of your cover amount.
I'm very grateful to Clientele. Simply SMS funeral to 44054.
Welcome back to live coverage Live coverage on SABC Sport on 2 as the 2016 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon continues. We go back now for the results of the various races. The ultra-marathon distance, 56 kilometers, dominated by the Zimbabweans as Mike Fokoroni and Colin Makaza finished 1-2 as they ran nicely alongside one another into the final kilometers before Mike Fokoroni pulled away. Defending champion Motloko and Kabutlane of Lesotho good enough for third, unable to follow up from his victory last year, while Mabutile Lebopo, one of the Lebopo brothers, finding himself former winner, Mabutile finds himself finishing in fourth position. The first South African home, though, is Ludwig Mamabolo, having finished in sixth position behind Portobello Domagena. Machane, Chiane, Dinke and Glela closing out the top 10 with a 3:13.36. Not the quickest time, a good 10 odd minutes off record pace. And so we have a new route back over Chapman's Peak rather than over Au-Kaap-Savach. That is in the men's elite race, but in the women's elite race over 56 kilometers, defending champion, the first back-to-back winner since 2011, Caroline Wussmann. She regarded this as a training run, and while she was dead on in her training pace over marathon distance over the last 4 odd kilometers in particular, she was well ahead of the time she was expecting to run, but good enough for first position ahead of Tanith Maxwell and Bosho of Ethiopia. So a South African winner in the women's race, and the darling of South African ultramarathon distances at the moment. Just unbelievable that she can hold all 3 ultramarathon titles at the same time. But we were talking about, you might have seen the name Colleen de Rieck in that top 10 at 51, smashing the women's veterans record by some margin. But Kewan was talking earlier about the fact that so many athletes over the age of 40 are performing phenomenally well, posting some really spectacular and eye-catching times at this race.
Yes, most definitely. We saw Colleen there, 51 years of age, coming through, and in the men's race, 4th place finisher was Mabutile Lebopo. He's 43 years old, and actually, interesting enough, Mike, Mabutile won the race back in 2010 and never managed to get a gold since then. So to come back 6 years later at the age of 42 and get a gold, it's phenomenal running.
Well, certainly age group runners, when it comes to these sort of distances, seem to have an edge. And it is always great to watch those inspirational stories from fabulous people, fantastic people who put in incredible performances. Absolutely magnificent. Courage is certainly one of the key words when it comes to Ultramarathon Day. But let's hear now from Cape Town Councillor Gareth Blur.
You know, Easter and the Two Oceans are synonymous in this city. We've got, of course, Old Mutual is a key sponsor once again on board with an activity, with an event, with a part of Cape Town that started with just 26 runners when it initially began, right now to close on 27,000 with over 266 million rand into the economy of the city just over this weekend, excluding people who are staying on. And I think it truly is phenomenal. It shows Cape Town well positioned on the map with fantastic corporate partners on board. And of course, it's a huge honor for the city and for the people of Cape Town to play host to such a prestigious event. The latest numbers show almost half the participants, if not more already, coming from outside this province, many from outside the country, in their thousands descending on Cape Town and really helping make this Easter weekend that quintessentially Old Mutual Two Oceans Cape Town weekend that it is becoming and that it has been for so many years. As a city, we want to play in the big league, and we think we've earned our space there, and it's been a collaborative effort across the board to do just that. And yeah, I think what this does is it is indicative of exactly what Cape Town can achieve, and is a reflection of what's possible, not just in other racing events, but across a whole range of sporting codes. And you'll see just most recently something like the World Sevens, the most successful one to date in its first year in Cape Town, I think comes off the back of a demonstrated track record that events like these have established that show Cape Town to be an events capital for major global gatherings and extravaganzas. So definitely, I think part of the missions that we do with Cape Town Tourism, with our Western Cape Trade and Investment Agency, and of course with the Mayor leading delegations for investment and for bringing events, is to actually use this as an example, as a model of what is so possible in Cape Town, particularly when you want to land a new event. I mean, to start off with 26 people running at an event gathered a few decades ago, and not too long ago in the 70s, and sit here and look at the effect that it has. The number of people from across the world, 27,000 individuals who make their way here, is truly, truly remarkable. So I think there are a lot of lessons, and it's a great foundation. So many of the success and the accolades that we've enjoyed in recent years have come off the back, I think, of firm foundations laid by many people in the private sector and the civil space before that, who've established a goal, established a vision, and for us to partner as a city to recognize that and drive that, I think is key. It's not for us to, we're not the best event organizers when it comes to the creativity and setting things up, but to enable, to ensure that people from around the world can bring the best ideas, I think is exactly when you get the right mix and you ensure world-class, stunning feats being achieved.
Ons wil almal die lewe teen 100% leef. Centrum Mind Nutrients Omega 3 ondersteun 'n gesonde hart, 'n gesonde brein en gesonde oë. Centrum Mind Nutrients Omega 3 leef jou lewe teen 100%.
Watch Bafana Bafana take on Cameroon in AFCON 2017 qualifier. Live from Cameroon on SABC 1 at 3 p.m. Or you can join SABC Sport and Ukwazi personalities at Eka Eating House in Phoenix to watch the match live on the big screen. Or stand a chance to win one of 10 tickets for you and your friend to join us in Durban as VVIPs, where you'll be driven with former coach Clive Barker in the Bafana Bafana team bus. By answering this question, who is the current Bafana Bafana coach? SMS Bafana Bafana followed by your answer and your area to 34025. SMS costs R1, no free SMS. We all know friends make the moment. Sikipa mo na wontanga. Hashtag Kaufela Kaufela. Brought to you by SABC Sport, Ukwazi FM, and Kaselaga.
Puchiso ya rena ya mafelelo ye ulongore irisa makgaola kganyeng ka nakong ya 2010 World Cup ke mamotho wa mathomo yo a ile a nwesha kgwele ya Bafana Bafana kgatlanong le Mexico. Tick tack tick ke Sphiwe Tshabalala o lepile ke Sphiwe Tshabalala. Puchiso ya rena ya makgaola kganye yona ere na ke kgolego efe yeo Nelson Mandela a ile a gololwa go yona ka 1990 ke ditaka matomeng.
Shule monna yo motelele o apere sutu o farilwe ke Mama Winnie le Cyril Ramaphosa ke ye
ke go ba botse Victor Verster
Jana Matomeng
Tabela FM Weshati watsebole boithabiso.
Welcome back to SABC Sports coverage on SABC2. It's the 2016 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. We're in the women's race over the ultra-marathon distance. We have a South African winner in Caroline Bosman, in the women's race over half marathon as well. Yvette van Zyl managed to claim victory. Nanankwe Nkasi of Lesotho won the 21-kilometer half marathon distance, and Mike Fukuroni of Zimbabwe managed to claim the men's ultra-marathon race. But one of the great names of athletics in South Africa is Thulani Sibisi. He's a long-time colleague of us at SABC and a man who's been battling cancer in recent times, a founder member of the Soweto Marathon. Before today's race, in which he took part in the half marathon, we caught up with the great runner.
I worked for Mr. Johan Rupert as a gardener in Westcliff. I told him that I would like to run in one of the races in Soweto. He said, "Oh, you like athletics?" I said, "Yes." He gave me money to go and run there in Soweto, and I finished in the top 5. After then, he organized me a sponsorship that I wasn't even aware of. I wasn't a top runner, and I will never forget that. It changed my whole lifestyle. Even after I left him and I didn't have money to go to town, It was strange that he actually bought me a ticket, booked me a hotel. When I arrived there, and I was booked in a wonderful room that I've never ever stayed in my first 2 Ocean. And I ran with Bruce Fordyce. I blew just before Constantia at the marathon mark. And I finished 11th, he finished 4th, and he laughed at me and all that. I took it as something positive that motivated me. But I said to him, the day I come back and I run 2 Ocean, I want to win it. And he laughed at me. But I knew that I meant it. I wanted to win 2 Ocean. My name is Thulani Sibisi, 62 years old. I'm a former winner of 2 Ocean in 1986. For me, to win that race changed my entire life, whether it comes to working as well as discipline, even the sickness that I've got, which is cancer. I don't think I would have been able to overcome it if that win didn't motivate me to make me who I am today. It was a total new challenge altogether in my life. I've contributed a lot in athletics. In administration, I identified guys like the late Banele Sindane. I've been part of the Olympic team. I've been part of the transformation of Athletics South Africa. I'm a founder of Soweto Marathon. Those contributions to me are things that I'm look back and I say, I've contributed something for South Africa. I'm actually an ambassador for Prostate Cancer Foundation of South Africa, as well as 2 Ocean this year. And the 2 Ocean made me to be what I am today. Because of the win, because of the support I got from them. When they say it's the most beautiful ultra marathon, believe me it is. There is no any other marathon that is as special as 2 Ocean. And you go out and run one, you'll go out and run the second one again.
MaBinge wants to make you a winner. Want to win 5,000 Rand in cash? MaBinge and Mac has big moolah to give away in the next 6 weeks. 1 million Rand. All you have to do is take a photo of your Mac products in your home and send it through to us with your name and address, and you could walk away with some cold hard cash. Our Mac Roadshow team will arrive at your house to see your Mac products for themselves, and they'll hand you 5,000 Rand in cash. Send us your Mac photo via WhatsApp on 083 382 3854, or for more details visit our Facebook page or website. Competition opens 7th March and closes 24 April. Judge's decision is final. We at Mac want to be part of your solution, because we are your family, behind you every step of the way. Get more with Mac.
Watch Bafana Bafana take on Cameroon in AFCON 2017 qualifier. Live from Cameroon on SABC 1 at 3 p.m. Or you can join SABC Sport and Ukozi personalities at Eka Eating House in Phoenix to watch the match live on the big screen. Or stand a chance to win one of 10 tickets for you and your friends to join us in Durban as VVIPs, where you'll be driven with former coach Clive Barker in the Bafana Bafana team bus. By answering this question, who is the current Bafana Bafana coach? SMS Bafana Bafana followed by your answer and your area to 34025. SMS costs 1 Rand, no free SMS. We all know friends make the moment. Sikipa mo na Bontanga. Hashtag Kaufela Kaufela. Brought to you by SABC Sport, Ukozi FM, and Kaselaga.
It really doesn't matter what you're big on. Big up your day. Get to Rand Show. Big on family fun and entertainment, adventure and adrenaline, robotics, science and technology, lifestyle, fashion, food, craft and beauty, a big man cave and an explosive SANDF display. Pick your big. This is 10 days of big. This is the Rand Show. Big and bigger than ever. Get there.
Welcome back to SABC Sports coverage on SABC2 of the 2016 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. You can continue to interact with us on social media, hashtag Two Oceans 2016 or hashtag SABC Sport, and you can interact with us at sport@SABC. And there's aerial views of the University of Cape Town. That is the finish line down at the bottom, the last 400 odd meters of the ultramarathon and earlier half marathon distances, where an opportunity for runners to I don't want to say grandstand, but certainly with encouragement from the crowds that are waiting for them. These are some of the pictures coming in from Instagram. Timbo Butcher, the author. Everyone mucks into water. The Two Oceans runners, 39 kilometers down, 17 to go. Author Tim Butcher, former journalist and wonderful author. Prof Gava and Glittery Palms, all pictures. Yes, Mummy did the Two Oceans Marathon. Yo! Thank you, Glittery Palms. We love pictures like this and stories like this. The inspirational runners who have made this race their own. Well, there was a start picture, it looks like, the tattooed Pied Piper and Lee by the Sea. This was one for you, Omar. So doing it for the family on SABC Sport. Mike Bugoroni, a picture from Out on the Route, the eventual winner from Zimbabwe. Run, Forest, Run, world's most beautiful marathon. Thank you, Anki Sonica. Anki Sonica, that's an interesting picture. That's it, Out on the Route. This is a spectacular view. At Kieran Walker, Mike Finch, and I continue to bring you coverage here at the finish line, where some of the larger sections of runners make their way into the stadium, and there are many that are forcing a finish out after several kilometers out on the road, and having run 55.5 kilometers out on the route, looking to finish in style in front of the grandstand and galleries.
We were talking earlier this morning about as you hit the grass of the UCT, it's a bit of a blow to the legs, and you often see runners cramping in this last 300 meters because you've had a nice little downhill off the blue route, and that blue route towards the finish is a drag in itself. Hit the grass, and suddenly the whole the pace you're running goes down by about 20 seconds per kilometer, because it's quite stodgy grass, it's rugby grass, and it can hurt the legs. And I know that a lot of people feel that when they finish a race like this, they want to finish with a nice trot and they look as relaxed as possible, but it's a lot harder than it looks to actually do that.
Well, as we watch runners entering the final area that Mike spoke about, the grass that might lead to a little bit of cramp, let's head back to Tolizondo out on the route.
Yes, I'm enjoying it. Yes, it's tough, but I'm enjoying it. I'm the only one here representing Wild Coast Athletic Club. It's new kids on the block. It only started last year. I'm motivating the guys even now. I want all the guys at home to see me and say, now that this guy is doing it, we can do it. I know him from school, I know him from work, I know him from there, you know. Thank you very much, brother.
We're so proud of you. We are so proud of you.
Thank you very much.
It's beautiful. How are you feeling today? Tell me.
Just having a cramp. This is my first day at Two Oceans, but I'm proud of myself.
How was Concentric? Everyone is talking about that one.
Hey, it's very tough here. I've been walking from the bottom of the Constantia. Now I'm gonna run down now. I'm gonna keep up now.
We're gonna see you at the finish line, eh? We're very proud of you. Very proud of everyone that's coming through from the SABC Athletics Club. How are you doing?
I'm good, yourself?
Very, very good. How was Concentric?
Oh, I walked all of it. It was bad. Sorry, good. But I'll make it on time.
All right, so it didn't mess up with your time?
No. I budgeted so much time from 1 up to 30, then I can afford to walk. Yeah.
When you get that medal at the finish line, who is it dedicated to?
To my girlfriend.
Yeah. All right, we're very proud of you. We'll see you at the finish line, okay? How are you doing, sir? Injani wadigama namhlanje?
Ndiyaqala kumandi ukuba ndogqiba qha yonto ibalulekileyo kum.
What's been the most difficult for you support?
This is this one. Constantia Neck. Sadahan!
When I finish line, ngena nkosinathi uzizwa kanjani namhlanje?
Kunzima, kunzima. Hayi kunzima.
Iphinda wenzima.
Yabona ujaqa. Yabona ngiyabona isikhathi ngiyaqeda manje. Don't try it at home.
See you at the finish line. Please try it at home, though. How are you feeling?
I'm fine, man. Can't complain, man.
Who are you running for?
As you can see, running for all the comrades. You brought all over the country here. But the boys at home, I'm doing it for you. See you at home.
It's amazing. And then this is Ultra number 14.
That's correct, yeah.
Why do you keep on coming back?
Just to keep extra football together. That's what it's all about. I'm thoroughly enjoying it, yeah.
We're going to see you at the finish line.
Great race, yeah. Thank you.
Very, very proud. Please come through and give us a talk. Why do you choose to run the Two Oceans?
Because we love it. It's the greatest around ever.
Why is it the most beautiful? What have you seen along the way?
Everything that's beautiful.
Nature's beauty at its best. Mother Nature in her best, in her design work, it is truly the best ultra marathon in the world. You have to try it at least once. It is an experience of a lifetime. Big up to the organizers, big up to the sponsors, and big up to the crowd.
Big up to the SABC, right? Big up to SABC.
Watch Bafana Bafana take on Cameroon in AFCON 2017 qualifier. Live from Cameroon on SABC 1 at 3 p.m. Or you can join SABC Sport and Ukwazi personalities at Eka Eating House in Phoenix to watch the match live on the big screen. Or stand a chance to win one of 10 tickets for you and your friend to join us in Durban as VVIPs, where you'll be driven with former coach Clive Barker in the Bafana Bafana team bus. By answering this question, who is the current Bafana Bafana coach? SMS Bafana Bafana followed by your answer and your area to 34025. SMS costs R1, no free SMS. We all know friends make the moment. Sikipa mo na Wontanga. Hashtag Kaufela Kaufela. Brought to you by SABC Sport, Ukwazi FM, and Kaselaga.
Come on, baby. Not now, please.
Connect. Identify yourself. Supply your ID number. Submit.
Hi, babe. I'm too late. There's already a massive queue in front of me.
Where are you?
I'm at the labor center.
Haven't you heard of U-filing?
What filing?
U-filing. Now you can apply for unemployment benefit online.
Baby, no way.
Yes ways, and employers can also declare employees and make UIF contributions using U-filing. UIF, working for you.
We were born to wake, while cities slept. Born to move, to see things differently. Born to get a head start on today. No rules, no routine, no finish line. We are energy running. Join the move.
Welcome back to the finish line of the 2016 Old Mutual Two Oceans Ultra Marathon as runners continue to stream in. But before we actually get to prize giving, which is due for a few minutes' time, let's bring you a little insert on somebody who's made athletics a big part of his life. His name's Peter John Moses.
My name is Peter J. Moses.
I was born in Bonteheuwel on 24 January 1977. I still live there, in my grandmother's house, together with my 2 sons and their mother. My parents divorced when I was 4, and as a result I developed a heavy stutter. My father was absent a lot. He preferred pubs and gambling. My mom moved around a lot after the divorce, so we didn't see her very often. I was a good primary school learner and active in sports. However, by the time I started high school, I had drifted into the armed gangs. I carried a knife and got my first gang tattoo at the age of 15 or 16. I was basically trying to run away from my problems. I was convinced that I wouldn't live past the age of 25. My dream back then was to go down in a hail of bullets, with my street reputation intact. I moved away from gang life when my eldest son Safwan was born, now almost 11 years ago. I couldn't get work because I had no real skills or qualifications. I was ashamed of my choices and where they had taken me, and of the field I condemned my boys to. In 2013, I found a new direction when I purchased a pair of running shoes and started to jog. I had stopped smoking and I needed an outlet to deal with the cravings. I had no idea that running would change my life. I don't run to win, and I don't run to be famous. I run to earn my salvation for all the wrongs that I've done. It may seem a little simplistic, but I feel that the harder I work at running, just running, the more the darkness falls off my soul. I finally found something that my family can look at me with pride. I have done 46 races since I put on those shoes, including 5 marathons, 4 ultra marathons and many half marathons. Receiving that first medal gave me such a sense of accomplishment and an immense pride that I had never felt before. Today I try to put all my energy into running and raising my 2 boys to be good men. I am unemployed and I have been so for over a year now. I am looking for a job, one that doesn't take running away from me. However, with my colorful history and not having qualifications, it has been hard to find something that gives me space to run. I chased gold for many years and never came close to getting my hands on it. Now I am chasing a better way of living. The wealth of experiences I've received is priceless. In the meantime, I'm spending a lot of time dealing with what has happened, and as a result, I'm finally finding out who I really am. There is always hope in the darkness. I also hope that people will realize that everybody has a story. Who are we to say that our story is better than theirs? Let's not be so judgmental. My name is Peter J. Moses.
Be prepared for winter with low prices on all your health essentials, only at MediRite Pharmacy. Save on 10 Barocca effervescent tablets for $49.99, 90 Moducare capsules for $89.99, and fight the flu with a flu vaccination, available now for only $62.99. Only at MediRite, the pharmacy in your supermarket.
Today is a new day, so tell me, what are you gonna do? Gonna get up nice and early. Louder, louder. Gonna catch a spread down bite. Try until I get it right. Oh, what are you gonna do? Make my dreams come true. Start something new. Gonna grit, drip, grill, run, tear, mop, lick, bite. Enjoy every slice. Life tastes great. Let's go on. Enjoy every slice.
Don't look. Don't look. Okay, look. Revlon, love is on. Choose the one.
New Revlon Ultimate All-in-One. Our revolutionary mascara delivers 5 lash-transforming benefits: volume, length, definition, lift, and intense color.
Choose love.
New Revlon Ultimate All-in-One Mascara.
Revlon, love is on.
It's no secret that Pronucho is the original protein cereal. But did you know not all proteins are the same? Pronucho contains 100% balanced protein, giving you the full benefits of protein so none of the good stuff goes to waste. Pronucho, real protein, 100% balanced. Bring back the balance with Pronucho and you could win one of 60 scooters. See pack for details.
Welcome back to the UCT campus, where the finish of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon is once again going back to 1988. But right now we've got to look at the finish line, and indeed those who have, after pushing their bodies to the limits, successfully run some imperious times. And certainly one imperious runner was a lady by the name of Caroline Woestmann. She's about to be honoured at the prize giving, and this prize giving brought to you by Garmin. It's handed over to Max Kühler.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the prize giving and protocol ceremony for the elite men and women in the Old Mutual Two Oceans Ultra Marathon. Please help me welcome the dignitaries here on the stage for the award ceremony. Dr. David Marolak, the chairperson of the Two Oceans Marathon Board of Directors, who will be handing over the medals as well as the Garmin Forerunner units. With him, of course, Mr. Roddy van Breda, Managing Director of Adidas South Africa, who will be handing over the winners' floating trophies. And then, of course, Karen Thomas, Head of Brand at Old Mutual, who will be handing over the winners' checks for 250,000 rands. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome onto stage your elite women, 10 down to 4th place, who will receive medals. In 10th place in the ladies, Juliani Basson. In 9th place in the ladies, Alametshay Kakisa from the Nedbank Running Club, as well as 8th place, Simona Staku, and 7th place, Jennifer Kutch, also from the Nedbank Running Club. In 6th, Kerry-Ann Marshall, the Atlantic Athletic Club. Colleen Derrick, 4 times Olympian, in 5th place from KPMG. In 4th place, Nedbank Running Club's Shanae Bosman. Let's give all these girls a big, big round of applause. All right, we're going to move those ladies off the stage as we go into now your top 3 ladies. These are the champions of the day here in the 2016 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. In 3rd place, ladies and gentlemen, from the Nedbank Running Club, a time of 3:47.40. Give it up for Amiliwak Bosho from Ethiopia. In 2nd place, from the Boxer Superstores team, Tanith Maxwell, a 3:45.55. And in 1st place, your champion today, Caroline Woestmann from the KPMG Running Club, in a time of 3:44.44. Handing over the medals, of course, Dr. David Marolak, as well as the Garmin units at the same time. Tanith Maxwell in 2nd. And then, of course, Caroline Woestmann in 1. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners' floating trophy handed across to Caroline Woestmann, courtesy of Mr. Roddy van Breda from Adidas South Africa. And then, of course, ladies and gentlemen, your winner's check for 250,000 rand from Karen Thomas from Old Mutual Brands. Let's give them a massive round of applause, everyone. Your ladies champions here at the 2016 Old Mutual Two Oceans Ultra Marathon. And then ladies, if we can just get closer together for one more photograph, please. Thank you. One more photo with the dignitaries all together, please. Thank you. All right, thank you very, very much. We're going to move across now, of course, to your elite men's prize giving, the 56-kilometer Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. And what an incredible race it was. We're going to start off, of course, with your men, 10 down to 4th place. In 10th place, it was Sipiwe Ndlela from Nedbank Running Club. In 9, Kabede Dinke, also from the Nedbank Running Club. In 8, Charles Chiani from the Max Elite team. In 7th, Marcelino Matechane from Lesotho as they make their way through. Charles Chiani, not here. Marcelino Matechane, are you here? Marcelino Matechane in 7th place from Lesotho. In 6th place is Modibe Mamabolo. In 5th place, Portifer Domojena from Zimbabwe. And in 4th place, Mabutele Labobo from the Max Elite team. All of them receiving their medals and being congratulated by the dignitaries. Congratulations, gentlemen. We now move across to the top 3 men here this afternoon. And let's give it up for our champions of the day as we bring them up. In 3rd place from the Sabre Run Athletics Club, it is Mataloko Tlubutlane. Well done. A time of 3:16:22. In 2nd place from the Nedbank Running Club, it is Colin Makaza. A time of 3:14:45. And ladies and gentlemen, your champion here today in a time of 3:13:33 from the Nedbank Running Club, it is Mike Fokaroni. Handing over the medals and, of course, the Garmin Forerunner units, Mr. David Marilak from the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon Board. Then, of course, Mr. Ronnie van Breda, the all-important floating trophy for the champion here today. What an incredible race he had. Let's get that trophy to him. Mr. Ronnie van Breda from Adidas South Africa handing over that incredible trophy. And then, ladies and gentlemen, of course, the check from Karen Thomas, head of Old Mutual brand, for 250,000 Rand for 1st place. If we can ask the dignitaries to please stand in for the photograph, gentlemen. Thank you. Let's give them a big round of applause, everybody. What a fantastic result here today. The 47th running of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. An incredible day. Well done to all our champions. We'll be back after this short break.
Anyone can become the victim of a legal problem. Unfair dismissal, wrongful arrest, blacklisting, contractual disputes, uncontested divorce, or drunk driving charges. It can happen to anyone.
Join Clientele Legal today and have a tough professional lawyer by your side 24 hours a day.
It's affordable. Plans start from 130 rands per month.
SMS rights to 41446 and we'll call you back.
I decided to divorce my husband because I couldn't handle the abuse. My lawyer went with me to court, then the divorce was finalized very quickly.
I was unfairly dismissed by my employer.
What does this mean?
The last thing I wanted was a criminal record. I contacted my lawyers at Client Legal and the charges were dropped.
This might be the most valuable card in your wallet. This card represents convenient, affordable, and superior legal services.
Clientele has helped me to feel empowered.
I'm very impressed with the service I got from Client Legal. They were very tough and very professional.
The lawyers were friendly and professional, but very firm.
I knew that Client Legal would fight for me.
We cover civil, criminal, and labor-related matters.
Professional lawyers, professional advice at an affordable price.
Join Clientele Legal today.
SMS RIGHTS to 41446 and we'll call you back.
There's a place out there where magic isn't make-believe. Where thick and fruity goodness can be found at every turn. Our factory in the orchards is not as far as you may think. In fact, it's only a sip away. Halls, thick and fruity.
Welcome back to coverage of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon of 2016, and thank you for taking part in the Old Mutual SMS competition. Here are the names of the winners. Congratulations to Alfred Pratt, Litlagane Matsua, Maureen Millward, AMZMC, and Helena Breitenbach. Your prizes will be coming to you soon. Don't forget to register at www.worldofendurance.co.za to get training plans, expert advice, race info, and more, so you can plan for greatness. This competition was brought to you by Old Mutual, helping you do great things. Back at the finish line here, this UCT campus has been filled by a flood of runners coming toward the finish line. 6.5 odd hours that the runners will be approaching soon enough. It's approaching the 6-hour mark. The cut-off at 1:30 p.m. local time. A runner's getting 7 hours to complete the race overall. It certainly is, Dickie Lady, a rather unique, albeit sometimes trying experience, isn't it?
Definitely it was, and it always is. Kajeno tjena ho no sna le ho ya ka nna mabelong ana a etsaetseng dintho dintlha tse hlaileng ha o sheba lebelo la basadi o tla fumana hore ho no sna di surprises tse kalo tabakgolo ne le yona o bona hore ebe na hara mabitso ana a mane a mahlano ao motho a belaelang kapa a weleng dithathohatsi tsa o ka hapa lebelo lena ebe na mang o tla nka boemo bofe haholo le yona nako ya hore ba tla hle ba mathe nako e kae mme le yona taba yane ya hore record e ntjha e ne tle shejuwe empa ya etsahala ke ka mo ho hleng ho bona hetse ho swaba kapa o bona ha rona jwalo ka basebetsi kapa dibohudi empa he qetellong ya tsohle lebelo lena le fanne ka sedentse se lebelletswe ntho e makaditseng ka ho fetisisa ke yona boemo ba lehodimo mo o fumanang hore motjheso kuo mofutu kuo Cape Town. The weather today was magnificent.
Well, it started a little threateningly. It was a rather damp and chilly morning, but full of anticipation for the runners. Some delivered, but Kieran, you look back, prize giving a moment ago, and it was a well-timed race by the Zimbabwean runners out front. Makaza second for the second successive year, and Mike Fukuroni claiming the ultimate victory in the men's race. But tactically, in the women's race, it turned out to be quite a fascinating race, with Caroline Busman holding her pace to the marathon mark, and then from there virtually sprinting to the finish line.
Yes, quite spectacular indeed, and that's what she said yesterday. She said that she was going to take it easy until the marathon mark and then go hard through on the last 14 kilometers, and she did the same last year and it pulled off, but although last year was a lot faster. So I do believe her when she says that it was a training run, because the women did start quite slow today, just as the men did. So yeah, brilliant run by her, and definitely going into Comrades again as a hot favourite.
Well, there you saw a banner coming through saying thanks Chet, Mr. Two Oceans, Chet Sainsbury, having passed away just last month, back in February, just over a month ago. The former race director of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. He died at the age of 73 after a long battle of cancer. A man that earned, believe it or not, 32 medals at the Two Oceans event. That's fascinating for a man who was also a very enthusiastic cyclist. But as we approach the 6-hour mark at the finish line, Olizondo out on the route with more.
Gavin, tell us a bit about this sign.
Well, I'm running for Chet Sainsbury. I think most people know he passed away about 4 weeks ago. And he was not the founder of the race, but he perfected it. And for years we've been having fun. And I just want to pay tribute to him. And I think all these thousands of people are doing the same just by being here.
All right, that's beautiful. 46 Ks down, 10 to go. Are you finishing strong today?
I'm going to try, yes. The wind's a bit strong now, so we'll hang in there. Yeah.
All right, well, best of luck.
I just want to say also to Anna Marie, Chet's wife, who also was involved with Two Oceans for over 20 years, and she hopefully waiting at the finish and watching the race, but I'm sure lots of memories she's going to be going back to today, and just think of her as well. Okay.
All right, we're very proud of you. We're very proud of the cause. 10 Ks to go. We know you're going to finish strong. How are you doing? Are you loving it?
Looking good.
Thank you. You're the one that's looking good.
It's just on the hamstring that gives me some problems now, but I'm going to finish the race. Just want to say hello to all the family down. See you later. Okay, bye-bye.
See you soon. All righty. Best of luck to you. Come on through. Come on through. You're looking very good. How are you doing, Manu?
I'm doing well, thanks, man. Good.
How's the race so far? Tell us a bit about it.
I'm feeling strong, and I've got another hour and a bit to go for my sub-6, yeah.
And contention egg hasn't been a struggle.
I'm strong, I'm good.
You're strong, he's strong, he's positive. How are you doing, Lincoln?
Oh, so far so good, it's my 10th one. And hopefully I'll come back for another 10.
10 years. Why do you keep on coming back?
Perseverance, a good, healthy lifestyle, and that's it, full stop.
I love it. Congratulations to you on your 10th one. Come on through, Mahele. Strong.
I'm strong, very, very strong. Yeah.
And tell me about the big smile on your face.
Smile?
Look at that.
I don't have a smile, but it's too tough to run here. Yeah, it's champion more than comrade. Yeah, because this side is tough. From 21 to come. Yeah.
In your time, are you still sticking to your time?
No. I cannot. My time I aim for 5 hours, but unfortunately, it can be 6 hours. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, Mahele. Thank you so much. How are you doing, David?
I'm enjoying it, but the training is the problem. But I'm sub-6, I'm in.
I'm loving your smile. God with it. God with that kind of attitude. You know what? The time is really a problem for a lot of these athletes. The wind is also such a huge factor, but they're loving the weather. Are you loving the weather?
George Maluleke from Diepkloof. It's lovely. Families here. Everyone is watching. We've conquered Chapman's Peak. We've conquered this one. We're going to the finish.
Just 10 Ks to go. There we go. He's counting all of those victories.
New Ariel with a touch of Downy gives your clothes 10 days of freshness, as well as a great clean in one wash. Ariel Touch of Downy, now available at the same Ariel price.
Enjoy the natural goodness of Fresh Pack this summer. Drop a few tea bags into a jug. Pour boiling water. Cool down and create your own twist by adding any fruit your heart desires. Enjoy the refreshing taste of iced tea with tantalizing flavors the whole family will enjoy. Fresh Pack Rooibos. Goodness comes naturally. Try these 2 new delicious summer flavors from Fresh Pack.
MaBinge wants to make you a winner. Want to win 5,000 Rand in cash? MaBinge and Mac has big moolah to give away in the next 6 weeks. 1 million Rand. All you have to do is take a photo of your Mac products in your home and send it through to us with your name and address, and you could walk away with some cold hard cash. Our Mac Roadshow team will arrive at your house to see your Mac products for themselves, and they'll hand you 5,000 Rand in cash. Send us your Mac photo via WhatsApp on 083 382 3854, or for more details visit our Facebook page or website. Competition opens 7th March and closes 24 April. Judge's decision is final. We at Mac want to be part of your solution, because we are your family, behind you every step of the way. Get more with Mac.
Pay or renew your TV license at one of the 10,000 outlets nationwide, and you could win weekly prizes. Congratulations to these 10 TV licenses competition winners. Remember, you are still in line to win the grand prize of 50,000 Rand. Pay yours and stand a chance to win.
Wait. Welcome back. You're watching our live broadcast of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. Earlier on, we saw one brilliant run from the defending women's champion, Caroline Vosman, taking another victory here at the race. The first time that we have seen a women's champion defend her title successfully since Olesa Nogalieva did it back in 2011. She now joins us here in studio. Congratulations, Caroline.
Thank you so much, Valen.
When she sat down, she said to me, you know, I need to wear my medal. I want to wear my medal. But so please hold it up, because you must be so proud of this medal.
You know what, I really am. But the funny thing is, it's just something about having a medal. Even if I do a race just for fun and I don't get any special medals, just to have that medal of finishing the race is always awesome. I love getting medals.
and you always do it in such phenomenal fashion. How much does this one mean in comparison to the very first one last year?
You know, I think last year was just such a surprise. It was so unexpected for everybody, but most specifically me. I never thought that I was that kind of an athlete that could win the Two Oceans Ultra Marathon. So last year definitely will always have that special moment for me. But to come back today and defend my title when I wasn't expecting a win today, again, it feels incredible.
I know that you guys weren't planning to come and actually win it. Comrades is the big focus. We've chatted to you, we've chatted to your coach. We know that the big focus is on the Comrades Marathon. But I always said, you know, athletes tell you that, but then when it comes down to actually being in the race, it's a different story. So when did you realize that actually I can win this and I'm going to go out and do just that?
So the plan was to try and run very comfortably and then end with a fast finish. So the last 30 minutes we were supposed to run very hard, just to test out that feeling of running hard when the legs are tired. And I must say, those first 48 Ks, I was so blessed today. They just breezed by. They went by so quickly. And when I got to the point where I had to do my 8K fast finish, I just felt so good. And at that point, I was in third position, and I knew there was quite a gap. But I thought, you know what, you never know. With those 8Ks, if I'm running a lot faster than what the other girls are, I might just catch them. So with about 2Ks to go, I managed to catch them. And again, then, you know, the adrenaline sort of kicks in when you go into the lead. So it was actually nice. It was only 2Ks to go, so I thought I could just hang on and push through.
I mean, just how tough were those last couple of kilometers? I mean, because it split from 42.2 to 56 with 3 minutes 52.
Yeah, so that's sort of what I was hoping for my faster finish with the last 30 minutes. And I knew it was going to be tough, because running hard for 30 minutes is always going to be tough, especially towards the end. So it's like doing an 8K time trial or something. You know you're going to be, especially the last 2Ks are going to be a strain. So when it came to the last K, I was really working hard, and I could see when I passed Tanit that she was looking strong. So I thought she could come past me at any moment. I just have to hang in and do my best to the end.
How relieved were you then when you finally crossed the finish line and you broke that ribbon?
You know, I was pretty relieved. Usually I have this policy of don't look back, because it's not going to change anything if you are running as hard as you can. But today, when I took the corner onto the field, I did a little sneak behind my shoulder just to see if Tanit was coming up behind me, or if I could actually just enjoy the moment. And when I saw she wasn't there, I thought, you know, I'm just going to enjoy the moment fully this year and just love crossing the finish line with the ribbon.
You know, last year when you won and we interviewed you and you and I chatted, it was very, very different circumstances. You were still lecturing at Wits. I mean, the idea that somebody could win Oceans and Comrades in the same year was completely foreign, and everybody said, oh, it'll never be done. And you went about your business, you continued doing what you were doing, you went and blew everybody away at Comrades, took Oceans and Comrades in the very same year, and now this year you've decided to give everything into running. You're not lecturing at Wits anymore, brand new sponsor, new team. So So, I mean, it's very different now.
Yeah, it is different, and it's actually been so nice because last year the biggest sacrifice I had to make was time with my children, and I felt incredibly guilty about that because working full-time, doing the training I was doing in terms of the running, I knew it wasn't sustainable forever because I didn't want to be that mom that never sees her kids grow up. So I've been so fortunate now to have that extra time to see my children growing up, still do what I love with the running. So just really, really blessed at the moment.
And there's been, I mean, and praise heaped upon you, and deservedly. How much has life changed, just in general, as being now, you know, the star of road running here in South Africa?
You know, I still don't really see myself as the star of road running because I think there are so many talented girls that are competing in the marathon, that are going to the Olympics, and I see them as being far more talented than what I will ever be. But I'm just, you know, I love the ultras. I love the ultra community. The people are amazing, and I'm just so privileged to be part of this incredible community.
We just saw now the bronze medal cutoff, and I know when you sat down in studio you said, oh, I love watching this because, you know, this was me a couple of years ago. It's something very, very special, those athletes that are able to, you know, actually say, I ran the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon in 6.5 hours and I managed to get my bronze medal.
You know, it is so incredible, and that's the beauty of running, specifically with ultra running, is that everybody, just the people who finish it, they are so proud of their achievement of finishing it, because that's what it's all about, is setting your personal goal and achieving your personal goal. It's not about the winners, it's about every single individual that's here today that's made the commitments and the sacrifices to achieve what they want to achieve. So yeah, incredible achievement to the athletes that just finished now.
We've got to take a quick ad break, and Caroline, before I say goodbye and thank you very much for coming into studio, I just want to know the dream of going to the Olympics. I know that was something that was spoken about late last year after victory at the Comrades. What is the status?
Yeah, there was a little bit of hype and excitement around it, but I think in my heart I'm an ultra runner. Like I said, I love the ultra running community, and I don't have that speed that those runners have, or you know, they take it a lot more seriously in a way, and I love enjoying the ultra running. So I think for me, ultra running is more my thing.
Lovely stuff. Caroline, thank you very much. How are you going to be celebrating this evening?
I'm not sure yet. I haven't thought that far. I didn't plan on winning, so yeah.
Well, it's certainly going to be a brilliant celebration with your family. Thank you very much for coming into studio, chatting to us, and congratulations once again on successfully defending your title.
Thank you.
That's Caroline Wussman, your 2016 Old Mutual Two Oceans Ultramarathon champion. It's time now for us to take a quick break. We'll be back after this.
Let's face it, nobody likes Mondays. But who wouldn't love an all-day buy one, get one free breakfast on a Monday? Every Monday when you buy one all-day double-up breakfast, you get one free. That's 2 double-up breakfasts for the price of one. So, no more Blue Mondays.
Enjoy every moment.
Die ding is nie diep genoeg geplant nie. Die rose het droog geword. Ek dink ook nie jy het hulle mooi vasgedruk nie. En boonop lyk die grond ook maar dooierig. Het jy roosmos ingegooi toe jy geplant het? Kunsmis sal ook wondere verrig. Jy sal jou ore nie glo nie. RSG.
MaPinch wants to make you a winner. Want to win 5,000 Rand in cash? MaPinch and Mac has big moolah to give away in the next 6 weeks. R1 million. All you have to do is take a photo of your Mac products in your home and send it through to us with your name and address, and you could walk away with some cold hard cash. Our Mac Roadshow team will arrive at your house to see your Mac products for themselves, and they'll hand you 5,000 Rand in cash. Send us your Mac photo via WhatsApp on 083 382 3854, or for more details visit our Facebook page or website. Competition opens 7th March and closes 24 April. Judge's decision is final. We at Mac want to be part of your solution, because we are your family, behind you every step of the way. Get more with Mac.
Bring back the build-up.
waxing with the chant of the crowd. Bring back the grit and the pain. The fast jabs and the hard crosses. The blistering hits, the staggering blows. And the total knockouts.
What if you didn't have a voice? Especially when faced with a legal problem.
Such as divorce. You could know of a child in need of care. You could be wrongfully accused. Or you could be unfairly dismissed at work. We all need to be heard. Legal Aid South Africa is your voice for justice.
Welcome back. You're watching SABC Sports live coverage of the 2016 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. That is the view of the vibrant UCT Rugby Grounds, which is the finish line for this year's Ultra and earlier on the half marathon. We've got athletes that are streaming across. These athletes will be winning blue medals. Of course, the cutoff for the race is at after 7.5 hours. That's 1:30 this afternoon. It's good to be in your company and great to introduce you to our next guest. He's the chairperson of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, Dr. David Maralak. A very good afternoon to you.
Thank you, Valen.
And thank you for hosting us here on what is, I mean, it's been a little bit windy, it's been a little bit drizzly earlier on this morning, but it's been a beautiful day.
It's been absolutely fantastic. At 4 o'clock this morning, we got up very nervously because we saw the rain coming in, but it was a fantastic start. It was cool, wind had died down, and clearly around Chapman's Peak there was a bit of wind, so it was a tough race today, but it's fantastic to see the runners coming in with a smile after 7 hours of running on the road.
And we saw two South African champions here today in the women's half as well as in the women's ultra.
Oh, absolutely. They did fantastically well, and it's always very amusing to listen to both of them a week before the race to say they're only treating it as a training run. They're not coming to race, and then they beat the socks off the other people. So it's fantastic that we see South Africans doing so well.
As the chairperson of this great race, what does it actually take to put it all together? Because it's not just what happens on Easter Saturday.
It takes us, in fact, more than a year of careful planning. In fact, we started with the 2017 race in January already, in terms of putting systems in place, in terms of putting plans in place, and we revise that as soon as race day completes. We'll, for example, meet with the elite athlete managers, with our elite athlete manager, and develop sort of the race plan and so on related to the elite race. We'll sit down with the city council, look at how we can improve the race for next year. I mean, one of the challenges we had this year, which was a fantastic challenge, we had our first wheelchair athlete in the ultra marathon, which was sprung on us at the last minute, but it was fantastic. Hats off to the city council for working with us and getting that together. So, for example, we've already agreed to meet with wheelchair athletes to see how we can incorporate that into the race plan. So it takes more than a year to plan for a race of this nature.
Okay, so that would be something that you guys would be looking at in the future, a wheelchair section for the half as well as the ultra?
Well, this year was, we've already had the half marathon, a couple of wheelchair entrants for that. This is the first time we've had the ultra marathon as a wheelchair entrant, and it was the right thing to do for us. We've taken it as a pilot. The city council wasn't prepared to give it as an approval, not approval. It was a pilot, particularly with one athlete. So we'll look at how, what their experiences were, the marshals and the referees, and how we can make sure that works into the plans.
I want to chat a little bit about the course record. Old Mutual have put up R1 million, and they have done for the past handful of years. For anybody that can break that 1988 mark of Thompson Magawana and the 1989 mark of Frith van der Merwe. But that, of course, was on a different course. Have you guys ever looked at perhaps the new course that you guys are using in most recent years actually having a record for this route?
No, we haven't. We call it as the race record. It's not a course record, so the time of Thompson Magawani of 3:03, we know it was the last section of the race was quite different to the one up to UCT, a number of challenges, but that's the prize money that we put up for the race record.
Okay, so there's no hope that we're going to have an old course record and a new course record.
Not at this point. But it has come up for discussion, but not at this point.
Not at this point. There is a lot of debriefing once you guys have after every single race, because there's new challenges that spring up. You mentioned one of them being a wheelchair athlete wanting to do the ultra and all the implications around that. Are there any other innovations that you're going to look at introducing from next year or in the next couple of years?
The one innovation, which is an improvement on last year, so it's not a new thing, but we've worked fairly closely with the Sports Science Institute with regards to the medical planning, education around preparing yourself well particularly for this level of race, and we're working very closely with the medical fraternity at the Sports Science Institute to work over a year in terms of education programs, preparation programs, nutritional programs, and assist our runners in that particular way. The second innovation that we are looking at is clearly we are known for the ultra marathon, which is the 56 kilometer, and we welcome a representative of the IAU, which is the Ultra Marathon Association here. He's coming to view our race, and he says it's one of the best he's seen in the world of this nature. But one of the key things, we are known for the ultra marathon, but we're also looking at bringing the entire family together. We already have the fun runs. We know we are challenged with regards to space on the 21 kilometers. Massive sort of interest in it, and we're looking at other opportunities to bring the families in to have smaller races, and we've speculated a number of options, and we'll certainly go into discussion with the City Council, because obviously it affects road closures, timing of races, and so on. So it's around bringing the entire family in, because we know it's the top of the athletes that can run the 56 kilometers. Sure, it's aspirational, but we would love to bring the families in as well.
We've got a couple of inspirational and character-filled athletes. You mentioned
Hilton coming in, yes.
There is Hilton. Tell us a little bit more about the story.
Hilton, they've run a number of marathons, and the Hilton comes in. It's absolutely marvelous. They've run a couple of marathons. For example, the Peninsula Marathon they ran in 4:06, which is an absolutely phenomenal time. They started at the back of the field. They worked their way through the field. They hit the back markers of the 21 kilometers and worked their way through to a 4:06 time in the marathon race. So they wanted to do the ultra marathon. We thought it was absolutely fantastic. One of the key things that we had discussed with them, and they said, look, they are happy to start at the back, and we just felt it was absolutely immoral to do that to disabled people. What we did is, when the ultra marathon started at 6:30, they started at 6:20 to give them a bit of lead time, because as a runner, it's better to see a wheelchair in front of you and work past that, as opposed to a wheelchair coming from behind and just could cause problems. So it worked out fantastically. We saw them at the start this morning, and it's the most amazing experience to see somebody beaming with delight.
Oh man, and she got the best view of absolutely everybody, because she was able to have her drinks leisurely, and Hilton was pushing her wheelchair all the way.
I can guarantee you she was pushing Hilton as well.
Lovely stuff. That's Dr. David Marolak. He's the chairperson of Two Oceans Marathon. Thank you so much for coming into our studio here and chatting to us about what we can expect next year, and also what's been happening this year. Absolutely fantastic.
And thank you for
stories.
your contribution from the SABC for making our race such a memorable one.
Oh, thank you so much. All right, it's time now to speak about making memories. Think about if you are married, or if you're thinking about perhaps proposing to somebody, how you would like to be proposed to. Well, this gentleman, Ewood Rulasa, he's from Royston. He's from the Netherlands. He proposed to his now fiancée. She obviously said yes. Right here on the finish line, there is the champagne, and it's got to be good champagne, because it's of course from the Western Cape, and that is quite something. And chairperson, I just want to hear your comments. I mean, because let's that's really special, right? That people would see the Two Oceans as such a special event that they would want to mark this as the place that they got engaged.
Look, I mean, to run a marathon, it takes a lot of commitment, but to run an ultra marathon, particularly on the course that it is, takes exceptional commitment. And we all know if you are in a relationship, it takes exceptional commitment to make it work. So I think it's fantastic that people want to use this race as a platform for their love life, or all sorts of things, certainly for health and wellness. But it's marvelous, because I mean, this race wouldn't be anything if it wasn't for the runners and the families and spectators. So we take our hats off to them, and also the volunteers. Absolutely marvelous.
Lovely stuff. That is Dr. David Marilak, the chairperson of the Two Oceans Marathon. SABC Sports live coverage of the event will continue after this as we count down to the final cutoff at 1:30.
I've worked really hard to get here. It's a commitment to excellence in everything I do. Getting to the top means reaching higher every day.
Five Roses blends only the top 2 leaves of the finest Ceylon teas. Because nobody makes better tea than you and Five Roses. Enjoy the perfect balance of health and taste with the new Five Roses green tea range.
Teppo, do you know where it comes from? The magic of Minnie. There was a teeny cow in a house made of grass who could only fill 80% of a glass. So she drove far to seek some magic to add and found vanilla essence that T-Rex Trixie had. And Giddy the seahorse had yellow bottled up for her friend, while Kylie the cat poured creaminess into the blend. That Ultramel Mini, the friends all agreed, was yellow and creamy, like magic indeed.
New Ultramel Mini, a delicious lunchbox snack. Don't forget to buy your Ultramel this Easter.
Now, Caesar, I'm the new girl around here, and you're, of course, Mr. Lotto. Tell me, what's your one thing?
Well, I already have my one thing, and that is to help people get closer to their dreams.
Whatever your one thing, join us every Wednesday and Saturday at 9 p.m. live on SABC2.
With your Lotto tickets, and find out if you can start living your dream.
Panda Pusha Play.
Welcome back to SABC Sports live production of the 2016 World's Most Beautiful Race, the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. But a race of this magnitude wouldn't be what it is if it wasn't for the sponsors that put their brands behind it and also put their money where their mouths are. One of those sponsors is, of course, Adidas. The MD of the company joins me now in studio, Roddy from Bradal. Welcome to SABC Sports.
Hi there, how's it going?
Yeah, good. How are you doing? How's the day been for Adidas and for you?
Yeah, it's been fantastic. So it's much more than obviously just today. I mean, it's the build-up this week. It's to be part of this kind of festival of running. Yesterday with the trail run, the fun run, and now to be part of today. I mean, it's amazing just to see people's stories, watching them cross the finish line, and it's amazing for us as a brand to be part of that. So you know, to have our products and our footwear and apparel to be part of the day.
Why is the Two Oceans Marathon specifically such a good platform for Adidas, a brand that needs no help globally to be known?
So I think this is one of the running events on the calendar, and it's over the Easter weekend. The amount of people that come, I think, also from out of town, also come from overseas to be part of this event. So it's a real real festival of running, and it's for us to be part of that. It's a exciting time, and over the Easter weekend. But for us, really, as a brand, it's an opportunity for us to speak to 30,000 runners between the half marathon and the ultra marathon. And through the expo, we have all of our latest products and technology with our Boost technology, which is our running technology with our foot. To show all the runners what's new from Adidas and from Adidas Running specifically.
Was there quite good reception at the expo?
The expo was fantastic. So it's an amazing space. We obviously have a huge stand with different interactions on that stand. So really we have a big footwear area, and then a lot of the apparel, which is the branded apparel that are usually a huge hit with people who want their momentum tees. They take away a piece of branded apparel with Two Oceans. Some people might run this a number of times. Some people it might be their first event, and it's amazing for them to take something with them as well.
All of the people that participate in the Ultra, in the 21, in the trail run, when they enter, they also receive a T-shirt from Adidas.
Absolutely, so they have the opportunity to get a T-shirt.
But this year, Adidas really brought on board the theme for Two Oceans, Run as One.
Yeah, so I mean, for us, every year there's a different theme, and I think the theme always needs to be kind of all-inclusive. What can motivate people? The kind of Run as One theme, I think, is a calling, and people sort of find a way to have their own individual stories along the way. Whether it's, as we say, whether it's their first or whether they're running their PB, whether it's the first time they're running the Ultra. Amazing stories. So I think it's hard as everybody. I mean, amazing stories. You see people helping people across the finish line. Some people kind of having a different moment sort of on the course, and to be part of that story and everyone's individual story is incredible.
And also, it's quite a prized possession to be able to own a shirt of the race that you ran. And what's really nice, what you guys do, is you actually do it in different colors, so you know that you've run the Ultra, or you've run the trail, or you've actually run the 21.
Yeah, so I think the colours always, nowadays it's not just about how what the product is technically can do for you, but also how good it looks. So whether it's your latest footwear or a running vest or a T-shirt on the day on your race tee, for us is always to try and mix that up a little bit and to give all the runners something a little bit special that they can take back, and that's really important for us as a brand.
We had one of your sponsored athletes in Caroline Vosman winning today. Absolutely brilliant performance from her, successfully defending her Ultra title. Is Adidas looking at growing the pool of athletes that they sponsor, specifically from South Africa? Because we at the moment are in a purple patch when it comes to athletics.
Yeah, so absolutely, our athletes are always important to us as a brand. I mean, Caroline's story is incredible, and I mean, I chatted to her a little bit in the lead up to the event, and I said, how's your training going? She's also preparing for Comrades, so the amount of mileage that she's doing now, and to watch her come through in the last couple of Ks in the event is incredible. So, I mean, what she did last year, it's a back-to-back win for her, and she's an amazing ambassador. And for us, not only just athletes, but also I think some people with some great stories that we want to associate with, and some female athletes. We also sponsored Tanith, who finished second today, also amazing athlete for us, and sort of the female athlete is a really important focus for us as a brand.
Would you be looking at growing that local pool?
Absolutely. Yeah. So I think we've got to find the right athletes and how we can grow those the right sort of athletes with us that's really stand for the right kind of vision that we stand for as a brand as well.
When you guys actually came on board, you had the hashtag of My Journey, and you asked people to get involved and to share their journeys using the hashtag My Journey on social media. How long will the journey be with Adidas, with Two Oceans?
Yeah, so at the moment we're also dealing with this like Old Mutual, so we're now in negotiations with them, but this for us is running is absolutely a key category for us, and we certainly would look to continue this sponsorship as well, and watch the space. So we're in the process.
Lovely stuff, and we get a nice little smile from you. And so the colourful T-shirts and the beautiful apparel that those that actually enter the race, it sounds maybe just going out on a limb here, that it'll continue for a long time to come. Roddy van Breda, thank you very much. He's the MD of Adidas, chatting to us. We're going to have another sponsor in the hot seat just after this short break. We're going to have Clarence Thomas from Mutual. Stay with us.
Thank you.
When you see our children go to school, do you ever take a moment to congratulate yourself? When millions awake to clean running water, are you aware that each drop is because of you? When small businesses grow into big businesses, do you know that you are a part of it? When a newly qualified doctor treats your child, do you ever consider that you helped them through medical school? When last did you take a moment to acknowledge your contribution? To think of the difference your taxes make to the everyday lives of every South African. You are the architects, the teachers, the protectors, the people who make this country great. Thank you for building a better tomorrow. SARS, at your service.
Colgate believes that your mouth is incredible. Tooth enamel is the strongest substance in our body, and our 10,000 taste buds regenerate every 10 days. That's why Colgate created Colgate Total to work differently from other toothpastes. Colgate Total's unique technology protects not only teeth, but also gums, cheeks, tongue, in fact the whole mouth, protecting it for 12 hours. Because we believe a healthier mouth is a healthier you. Colgate Total protects 100% for a healthier mouth. Colgate, #1 brand recommended by dentists.
One look. 2 cups of coffee. 3 smiley faces. 4 hours of silence. 5 tickles. 6 days apart. 7 minutes late for work. 8 weird cravings. 9 months later. 10 fingers, 10 toes. 11 first times. 12 unforgettable performances. 13 okays. 14 trips to the moon. 15 lessons learned. 16 sorries. 17 years and counting. All from one look. One simple thing can change your life. One life, changing lives.
Run as one, that is the 2016 theme for the Two Oceans Marathon. Those are the shots over UCT, which is the finish line for this year's race. And the company that lends its name to actually title the event is Old Mutual. Their head of brand, Karen Thomas, now joins us. Good afternoon. Welcome to SABC Sport.
Hi, David. Lovely. Thank you.
It's been a long partnership with the Two Oceans Marathon, and it rolls so easily off the tongue these days. The Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, they seem inseparable. It is just a partnership that has been going for so many years and seems to continue working.
It does, and I must say it is a partnership, which is what's so great about it. This is Old Mutual's 17th year, and our run up to the 50 years of Oceans, which means in 50, when they turn 50, will be 21 years with this event. It's absolutely fantastic. And we've grown it together. You know, we've actually worked together to get it to the event that it is today. So very, very exciting for us. And it is our flagship sponsorship as well of all our properties. The Two Oceans Marathon is the one that is our flagship standout sponsorship.
What is it about the brand of Two Oceans and Old Mutual that makes sense for the company? Because just going by what you're saying, you guys are in this for the next 3 years up till the 50th anniversary.
For sure, we are. Yeah, there's a lot of things actually. You know, the one thing about running is it's open to everybody. Anybody can take part. It's not an elitist sport. You just got to have a pair of running shoes and have the right attitude and the willpower, and you'll get there. So that's wonderful for our brand. We want to be involved with everybody. That's one of the things. The other thing is we are a really proudly South African company, and this is a proudly South African event. Here's the SABC, and here we are in the mother city, and our mutuals here, and we've been in Cape Town for 170 years. So it's absolutely fantastic, and just to see everybody partaking and being part of this amazing event, to see the influx of people into Cape Town, not only local people, a lot of people from Gauteng, and also the number of international runners. It's incredible how many international runners participate in this and are interested in it. And I think you're going to talk to some of our Colombian colleagues from Old Mutual in Colombia. They've got a wonderful story, and there's 17 of them here today with all different stories, and they're all partaking.
Tell us a little bit about bringing over athletes from Colombia.
Yeah, they ran a competition in Colombia, and 14,000 people applied for 6 positions. Unbelievable.
Was it run by Old Mutual?
It was. And I'm sure they're going to come and tell you their stories, but they're wonderful human stories. People have got all different stories, but one of the guys is a double amputee. Another guy, a single amputee, lost their legs in landmine accidents. So just incredible stories of humans who've come out and they're having a fantastic time in Cape Town.
We actually saw the Colombian double amputee finishing the half marathon, and it was very, very special. Why did you guys decide to take a competition like that to invite recreational runners in Colombia to win a spot at the Two Oceans?
Well, actually, it was our Colombian business that decided that. And it's so amazing when an event such as the one of Two Oceans, they can feel it around all our offices around the world. And they decided to run a competition. And so simple, but yet so effective. So now they're giving opportunities for Colombians to come and experience something here as well.
And what has been their experience, having chatted to them and them being their first time here in Cape Town? What has been some of the feedback that you've received?
Amazing. The Latin Americans are so vivacious. They're wonderful people. And a lot of them can't even speak English, but they've had a wonderful time. They've been out to the Cedarburg, they've seen the Big Five, they've been to the Winelands, so they've really, really enjoyed it. But it's really about endurance, and this weekend we've also launched our Old Mutual World of Endurance. So we've used the Two Oceans Marathon to launch it, and because I don't know if you know, Old Mutual is involved in a lot of endurance events. So we're putting it all together, and for our runners, we've launched the World of Endurance. We had 4,000 people sign up over the expo as well.
Tell us a little bit more about the World of Endurance and what that actually means. Is it a place that I can go and visit? Is it a club that I can join?
You can absolutely. It's a digital platform, and you can go on and you can sign up, and we're linked into Strava. So you can go on, and we've got Adidas have joined us on it, and so have Garmin, and we're putting a lot of things up there. There's training programs, there's diets, there's all the event information, and it's up to the minute stuff that's happening, as well as Old Mutual Live. We're broadcasting live from here. With podcasts, we're putting all that information onto it. So I encourage you to go and try it out.
Gee whiz, okay. As we watch some of the visuals of the athletes coming over the finish line, these of course are those athletes that are going to be winning a blue medal. We've got a young guy that's just joined his dad, and these are the real visuals that make you smile and that really give meaning to the reason why you guys have had a partnership for the last 17 years. This is long-term investment right there.
It does, it's long-term, and it's actually so emotional. It brings a tear to one's eye. And the other thing is that this road running and this marathon running, this endurance stuff, is all about the long term, and it fits so nicely with our business as well. So we're also about the long term. You've got to be in it for the long term. You've got to stick to your plan. You've got to have a dream. You've got to have a coach along the way, and exactly the same in financial planning as it is in endurance sport. So it fits really perfectly together. And just to see people out there, this morning when the weather was so bad, you think, how are they going to do it? And yeah, they are, finishing up. So it's really a personal achievement for each person. And I've watched, we've got 470 staff members running today as well. And some of them, it's their first half marathon. I was at the trail run yesterday and at the fun runs, and everyone, it's a great family event.
It certainly is, and it is a platform that gives all of those people from all different walks of life the opportunity to compete in something. So some people do not want to run an ultra or a half. There's a fun run for them to partake in. Some people don't like being on the road. There's a trail run for them. And having had the chairperson here, he says that they are looking at other innovations to bring into the race. What are really expectations from Old Mutual's side to increase the number of people every single year? The cap is reached so quickly for for the ultra, for the half, as well as for the trail runs.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, we're looking at that. I think Old Mutual and Adidas together are talking with the Two Oceans Committee, and we want to see how we can grow this up to the 50 years. It's going to be an amazing event in 3 years' time, but we have to try and increase it. You know, to think that there were 7,500 people on the waiting list for the half marathon, how awesome will it be if we can include all those people? The International Friendship Run is also full. So we have to see how we can grow both the ultra and the half marathon, which means we're going to look for new directions and new things to do. So exciting times ahead.
We're actually looking at some visuals now from the International Friendship Run, and it was oversubscribed, but every single year it's such a special event, not least because we see these kinds of festivities. We see Cape Town school children coming out, dancing, welcoming all of our international athletes, but you also get to hear greetings from all over the world, the bright, beautiful coloured flags. It's a very special event.
It is, and you know, I just want to acknowledge all the supporters along the route. Year after year, the supporters come out, friends and family, and they line the route, and they're either braaiing along the route or doing whatever, but they're cheering the guys on. And it's so fantastic that the people of Cape Town can just come out and be part of this fantastic event. Everyone's going for their own personal goal. You know, it doesn't matter if you don't win. It's just about participating.
It's about participating and also being one of a community which we can see crosses so many borders, doesn't it?
As I said at the beginning, you know, everyone can be part of it. And you know, the other thing that we do a lot of is we have our More Than Yourself platform. So we really encourage people at Old Mutual to run for more than themselves, and they can sign up and run for a charity, which is fantastic because it gives each person an opportunity just to do something a little more that's not about them and to give back to the charity of their choice.
It is amazing just how much money is raised by runners through the different charity platforms and the charities that are supported by Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. You're wearing an armband, and I know that Cancer Buddies is also receiving funds from those people that actually buy wristbands that remember Chet Sainsbury, who lost his struggle to cancer.
So Chet's got a really special place in our hearts at Old Mutual, because I don't know whether you know, Chet worked for Old Mutual for over 40 years. And in spite of being race director for 30 years, so we all worked with him. And it was wonderful to see his wife Anna-Marie on the finish line earlier, welcoming in the nephew from Australia and her son. And I had a chat to her this morning, and she said, it's just so special. It really is. And Chet actually is the person who introduced Old Mutual to the Two Oceans. So thanks to Chet that Old Mutual is involved today. Very special for us as well.
I can see you getting a little bit emotional now thinking about Chet, but he certainly is. It's a massive loss to the road running community, and it's been great to see so many people wearing the white armbands and so many people having banners saying thank you, Chet, and remembering the contribution that he made, the massive contribution that he did make. Karen, I've got to leave it here. Thank you so much. She's the head of brand at Old Mutual, testing to us about their partnership with the race. It's time now for us to quickly take a break. We'll be back after this.
You might be wondering how I got here. My journey started long ago. I had to escape. I didn't just want to get free. I wanted to get to something. I was drawn by a burning desire. A taste on the tip of my tongue. I have escaped many things. But there's one thing I will never escape. The craving.
All over South Africa, a new generation of babies are waking up happier in a new generation of pants. New Pampers pants, easy to put on, easy to tear off. And with micropearls, they absorb wetness instantly, keeping your baby's skin dry for up to 12 hours. For a new generation of happy babies, try new Pampers Pants. Pampers love, sleep and play.
I rely on professionals to get my hair and makeup looking great. And for my feet, I rely on Scholl's new Velvet Smooth electronic foot file. Its microluminar roller effortlessly removes hard skin in minutes, leaving your feet soft and smooth. Scholl Velvet Smooth electronic foot file. Perfectly smooth skin after one use.
Don't forget to ask your parents to come.
I was never brave. I was young, out of control. Buckled, spat, screamed, crashed, through the storm. If only someone had stepped in, pulled me out, showed me I could be brave. That's why I became the mentor I wish I'd had.
Well, it's time to announce the winners of the Old Mutual SMS competition. If your name is on this list, congratulations. You are one of the lucky winners and your smartwatch or sports hamper will be on its way soon. Remember to plan for greatness and register at www.worldofendurance.co.za to get training plans, expert advice, race info and more. And this competition was brought to you by Old Mutual, helping you do great things.
Well, thank you very much, Arnold. Behind me, you can see runners coming in, and those people that are out on the road, they've got 20 minutes to go before the final cutoff here at the 2016 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. Now, this year saw the most amount of international entries when it comes to the race, a total of 863, most international athletes ever in this field. And two of them are sitting with me now. They're from Colombia. You heard briefly about their story from Karen Thomas and how over 40,000 Colombians applied using their stories for just 6 places to come and take part in this race. Kiamina Carvalles and Andres Cuevas, welcome to SABC Sports.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Kiamina, I'm going to start with you. How's your experience been here in South Africa and here in the race?
It's wonderful. It was wonderful. The race was amazing. Really is very, very, very hard. For me, it's the first ultra marathon. Wow. I run 3 marathons, but it is very, very different. And the hills were very hard. Two hills very complicated for the to maintain the pace. Yes, it's very complicated.
Andres, I know that it's difficult out there. Did you get an opportunity to stop and take some pictures of the beautiful views here in Cape Town?
No, definitely no. I didn't bring the cell phone with me or something to take pictures, but I'm completely sure that all of those landscapes will be in my memory for a long, long time, because I said before, as it's beautiful, you know, it's difficult because the hills, like Jimena mentions before, it's completely right. But definitely with those landscape, you could enjoy more the race. Definitely,
Please share with us your story that won you the entry to come from Colombia to come and partake in this race here in South Africa.
Yes, we had a hard training for more than 10 weeks to come here because you need it. In Colombia, unfortunately, we have the hills, the similar hills, no similar view, it's different view, but it's a good training, is the secret to run this ultra. You need a commitment, and you need a passion, and you need to believe in yourself to run these races.
Andres, tell us how did you win the opportunity to come and race here? What was your story that you shared and that won you the opportunity to come here?
My story basically was about changes. Before, 7 years before, I was so far away from the sports life. I wasn't a runner. I had a sedentary life, completely different lifestyles. Then my story is basically based on changes, and how the changes and how the running makes me. I'm completely sure it makes me a better person, And I'm sure that that's happened to a lot of people that are actually sharing with us this contest. Is something amazing, and I think that that's part of the story is basically what brings me here and give me the opportunity to participate today in the Two Oceans Marathon.
Ximena, what is your story that won you the chance to come here?
Okay, my story is 6 years ago I started to running. I decided to start, but my story to come here was I was a mother very young when I was 19 years old. I have two children, two children, and it was very difficult, it was very hard, the life, when you start before when you plan. And you needed to have decision, and you have the need to need a commitment to affront the difficult, and to have the commitment to do that you want to do. And today I worked in technology companies. I am the general manager, and it is very grateful to see my life, and the people and the woman has the alternatives. It's not important if you stop or you do different, like the society say that the things you needed the commitment. It's very interesting here.
You can do anything that you put your mind to, no matter what society says you can and can't do. That's Ximena Carvalles from Colombia, one of our Colombian visitors, along with Andres Cuevas. He says that running makes you a better person, and it's something that he can attest to because that's part of his story. Thank you guys so much, and I'm glad that you enjoyed South Africa. May you enjoy the rest of your stay here in our beautiful country.
Thank you.
They're just two of the 863 international entries that we've seen here at the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. If you're just joining our broadcast and you're wondering what happened a lot earlier on in the day, well, we had finishing times in the Ultra that were quite slower times than what we're used to, and that was a very different story when it comes to the half marathon. We'll bring you all of those highlights after this break.
Thank you.
Signori Messi, please, no, no, don't move. Perfetto. Look up. Meraviglioso.
You can win tickets to a UEFA Champions League match. Buy a packet of Lay's, SMS the last 4 digits of your barcode, and stand a chance to win.
Unfair dismissal, wrongful arrest, blacklisting, contractual disputes, uncontested divorce, or drunk driving charges. It can happen to anyone.
Join Clientele Legal today and have a tough professional lawyer by your side 24 hours a day.
It's affordable. Plans start from 130 rands per month.
SMS PLAN to 41446 and we'll call you back.
All Clientele Legal plans include a bail benefit. Should you be arrested, we will go to the police station on your behalf and pay the bail.
I'm very impressed with the service I got from Clientele Legal. They were very tough and very professional.
Clientele has helped me to feel empowered.
There is justice in South Africa if you've got Clientele Legal on your side.
Professional lawyers, professional advice at an affordable price.
Join Clientele Legal today.
SMS PLAN to 41446 and we'll call you back.
Every day, every body. Effective moisturizing, even for eczema. Just medically proven E45 cream. E45, your skin never felt so good.
Next, please. When you feel our bubbles melt in your mouth, you might just find yourself letting go.
And we're back with the Old Mutual Two Oceans Ultra Marathon. But before the Ultra Marathon happened, we saw the 21 kilometer, the half marathon, and this is the highlights of that race. Went off at about 10 minutes to 6 very early this morning in the darkness. And we saw at the beginning there Irvet van Zyl, one of the favorites, almost getting run over by that large field of athletes starting the half marathon.
Yes, they had a bit of a false start there, and the athletes had to come back. And Vet got nearly taken out there in the beginning, but luckily she didn't. So she's preparing for the upcoming London Marathon. But in the men's race, it was a very exciting duel, and it came down to a three-way sprint between Nkase in the front there in the colours of Cool Running and Elri Galant, who Mark last week ran a 13:20 Olympic 5,000 metre qualifier.
Well, great sprint finish from the two of them. It was Nkase who'd led into the final straight with about half a kilometre to go as they headed down towards the UCT fields. Galant is, of course, the big favourite going into the race, but as they came onto the field, it was going to be a different result.
Well, Elri Galant had a busy week, just running that 5,000 metres in Cape Town on Tuesday, and running an Olympic qualifier in that event. Here he is in the half marathon, chasing Nkase, but not quite catching Nomakua Nkase, running away in his very fast finish. The man in third there, David Manja, also coming through, and the status quo maintained down the final bit in the grass as Galant just not having enough to catch Nkase here with about 50 meters to go. David Manja also hanging in there, and the three of them will finish like that. Nomakua Nkase finishing first, Elri Galant right behind him, and of course David Manja there coming through in a third place, and a very happy winner there from Lesotho, Nomakua Nkase, your top three in the men's half marathon race this morning. And of course we went to the women then, and one of the clear favourites, or the clear favourite I would say, Irvet van Zyl, coming in here. She'll be going to the London Marathon in a few weeks time in her bid to qualify for the Rio Olympics, but she had to take care of business today. She has come second in this half marathon 4 times, and she was desperate to win it today.
A great run from Yvette van Zyl, just coming off having a baby last year and having some tremendous times on the track earlier part of the season in the 3,000 metres, in fact bettering her personal best, and she led right from early on, went through the 10-kilometre mark in 34 minutes, hit the grass at UCT with a gigantic lead, but it didn't stop her from pushing towards a pretty good time, just outside the record.
Well, at 10k she was still on record pace, and of course not quite getting at the record right about where we are now, Kewan, and she just finished outside that.
Yeah, it was a very close called race, record-wise for Yvette, but she really had a long lead over the other ladies in the race, and just as we saw in the men's race, Arnold, those athletes just missing out on Mokoka's record too by a very close 2 seconds.
Yeah, it was quite close in both the half marathons to the record. I guess the men's race a little bit closer. Stephen Mokoka's record there was 1 hour 3 minutes and 36 seconds, and Nkasi winning in 1 hour 3 minutes and 38 seconds. As we look at Yvette crossing the line, they're very, very happy winner. Finally, she has made this half marathon hers, and she is the champion. Of course, in second place then Onelwe Dintwe coming through. Looks very happy about her second place there as well.
A bit surprised for Onelwe Dintwe, who is pretty much unfavoured to be as high up in the rankings as she was, but a very solid second place, some distance behind Van Zyl, but certainly showing that she was delighted with her performance today.
Yvette van Zyl's winning margin there was about 4 minutes over Onelwe Dintwe, and then a sprint, almost a sprint there for third place. Renee Kalmer there in the background, but the runner just running out of picture there was the athlete that came through for third. And you can see her there in the front of the picture to the right.
Very strong and versatile athletes coming there through for the third position, and it was interesting to see that although Yvette's time was very fast, the gap between first and second was quite big, but once third place finished, they came in quite quickly.
There's your top three in the women's race. Yvette van Zyl there taking the honours from Onelwe Dintwe, Alina Armas from Namibia coming in third, Renee Kalmer and Christine Kalmer in fourth and fifth respectively. And there's the top 10 of the women's half marathon. And for the men's half marathon, your Garmin results there. Namakua Nkasi taking the win from Al Rokeland, David Manja in third, as we saw Joel Monye coming through for fourth, and 9 out of the top 10 are South African athletes. We're looking at live pictures now as athletes finishing the ultra marathon, as we wait to go to the highlights of the ultra marathon, and a very close fought race there as well. And these athletes, of course, coming in now desperately trying to miss that cut-off time, which is in about 5 minutes when we finish our broadcast as well.
Well, this is the athletes going for the blue medal today, between 6 and it looks like the highlights of the yes, the winner. There we go.
Ultra marathon coming through, and Mike Fokoroni taking the win there, and the Zimbabwean ran the perfectly timed race. If anything, came from behind to pass the early leaders in Gert Thys and Ludwig Mamabolo, and then with probably the more favoured Colin Makaza also in that chasing group, he came through and pulled away from Makaza, his countryman, to take the victory right at the end. Makaza finishing second in the end, and last year's winner Nkabua finishing third in that race. We'll bring you those results in just a minute. Kewan, your thoughts?
Yeah, the men's race was very interesting, and just as we saw from Mark Fokoroni coming from behind, it was a defending champion in the women's race, Caroline Vosman, who before the race said she was going as a training run, and basically did that until 42 Ks and switched on the afterburners, and she ran probably the last 14 Ks just as fast as some of the top 10 men finished.
Yep, she did, and there's the results of the men's race in the Old Mutual Two Oceans Ultra Marathon, the 56 kilometers. Mike Fokoroni taking it from Colin Makaza, and then the Lesotho duo of Nkabutlani and Lebopo. First South African in there was Ludwig Mamabolo in sixth. Result of the women's race, Caroline Vosman coming through at the end. Tanith Maxwell led for most of this race. Vosman coming through in the last 8 kilometers to take the win from Maxwell, and then Amanewa Picardou in third.
Well, thank you very much to our commentators. And one of the man's voices that you've heard throughout the day in the commentary box, he was with us early in the morning, is Big T. Big T, as we just take one last look at the women's top 10 in the 56, 5 South African ladies there. There were so many talking points today. What was your highlight?
Well, I can tell you that I was quite excited about seeing, women of South Africa really taking the strides in this one, because I think for years we've been complaining, saying that we don't have enough of South African ladies coming to the fore, and this day they've proven us good that at least they can be able to be there. And I think it will even motivate other women going forward if we are to see this race being dominated by South Africa.
We certainly do. We want to see more people taking part, but I think that watching any of these major races, it certainly does give anybody at home a decent shot of inspiration and motivation when they get to see what people who have a goal that they actually have.
True that, because remember earlier on we were debating about the number of people who raised the bar and the number of people who came into the port. It was quite exciting. I think we had a credible day altogether.
All right, Big T, we've run out of time. Thank you very much to each and every single one of you that have gotten involved. It's the final countdown for those athletes that are still hoping to cross the finish line here at UCT. Until next year's Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, goodbye and God bless.
Plan for greatness at worldofendurance.co.za. The Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon was proudly brought to you by Old Mutual.
This program has an age restriction of 13. Viewer discretion is advised.